Welcome to Europarl Audio, the European Parliament's audio service broadcasting live from Brussels for Europe Day. I am Simona Volta, your host for today. Until 5 o'clock this afternoon, we'll be bringing you stories and voices from members of Parliament and the people working behind the scenes to make the EU more accessible and closer to everyone. Joining me now is someone who plays a key role in that mission, Kati Weibel, head of the Directorate for Clear Language and Audiovisual Translation at the Parliament's Translation Service. Kati, welcome and thank you for being with us today.
Good morning, Simona. Thank you for inviting me.
So, first question, what's Europe Day for you personally?
It's a day where we all celebrate together. Of course, it's an important date. Of course, it's a day off for many of us, which is also an opportunity to celebrate. And it's a day where we celebrate, of course, the values of Europe, which are so important.
Which kind of values are so important for Europe and for the European citizens?
Yes, of course. So these days, and of course, democracy is at the very heart of those values. We value also the freedom of movements and many other liberties we have in Europe, and security is also so important.
Yeah, and if you have to wish something for the people visiting us today, what would you say them? To enjoy, first of all?
To enjoy, of course, to really discover democracy in action, because that's the point of the whole day, to see what Europe really does for you, me, the citizens in the street, to have fun, indeed, to also learn a lot about Europe.
And about the European Parliament.
Exactly.
And now Kati is going to take us through the latest headlines from the European Parliament, live in French.
Aujourd'hui, à l'occasion de la Journée de l'Europe, le Parlement européen ouvre ses portes aux citoyens. Les visiteurs pourront découvrir comment le Parlement participe à l'élaboration de la législation européenne, contrôle le budget de l'Union et supervise les politiques. L'objectif de cet événement, montrer que l'Europe est proche de ses citoyens et que les décisions prises à Bruxelles et à Strasbourg ont une influence réelle sur notre quotidien. Les derniers sondages Eurobaromètre ont montré les domaines dans lesquels les citoyens veulent que l'Union européenne agisse avant tout. Ces domaines sont l'économie, la défense, le climat, le soutien à l'agriculture et la cohésion sociale. Pour traduire ces priorités en actions concrètes, le Parlement européen s'appuie sur le budget à long terme de l'Union. Les leviers d'action ? La législation, bien sûr, mais aussi des investissements ciblés et des programmes qui améliorent notre qualité de vie, créent des emplois et stimulent l'innovation partout en Europe. Autre volet d'action du Parlement européen, la sécurité. Le Parlement participe à l'élaboration des politiques de défense et encourage la coopération entre les pays de l'Union européenne. Parallèlement, il défend les valeurs au cœur du projet européen, la démocratie, les droits fondamentaux, l'état de droit et la liberté des médias. La Journée de l'Europe, c'est l'occasion pour les citoyens de découvrir comment ces valeurs prennent vie grâce à des décisions concrètes et comment nos représentants élus veillent à leur respect.
Merci, Kati, and today we mark a very special anniversary. 76 years ago today, Robert Schuman delivered the declaration that would lay the foundation of what we now call the European Union. So stay with us because we have a podcast on the Schuman Declaration and it's just around the corner. And that's not all, because Kati will be back with us later this afternoon for a full interview in French. So do stay tuned, you won't miss it.
Le 9 mai, nous célébrons l'anniversaire de la déclaration Schuman. Restez à l'écoute pour savoir pourquoi cette date est si importante et pourquoi Robert Schuman est considéré comme le père de l'Europe.
Mais qui était donc Robert Schuman ? Robert Schuman est né en 1886 à Luxembourg et a fait ses études à Bonn, à Munich, à Berlin et à Strasbourg. Il a obtenu la nationalité française au lendemain de la Première Guerre mondiale. De par ses origines, il était donc très concerné par les divisions entre les pays européens.
À la fin des années 40, le continent européen et ses habitants sont profondément marqués par la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Robert Schuman, alors ministre français des Affaires étrangères, a bien compris que l'Europe doit se reconstruire et se réconcilier. Et il a un plan.
Schuman veut intégrer la nouvelle République fédérale d'Allemagne dans une structure européenne qui garantira la paix et la coopération. Les deux ennemis jurés que sont la France et l'Allemagne seront ainsi mis sur un pied d'égalité et songeront avant tout à leurs intérêts communs. Il ne s'agit nullement d'un projet théorique. Schuman sait que l'Europe se fera, comme il l'écrit alors, par des réalisations concrètes, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait. Le projet dans son ensemble doit reposer sur les industries du charbon et de l'acier. À l'époque, le charbon représente près de 70% de la consommation d'énergie dans les pays d'Europe occidentale, tandis que l'acier constitue la principale matière première pour l'industrie et l'armement. Si ces industries sont mises en commun et gérées conjointement, la guerre entre la France et l'Allemagne deviendra impensable et même matériellement impossible.
Le plan est audacieux et original, et il ne prévoit pas seulement une coopération entre la France et l'Allemagne. Tout pays européen qui le souhaite pourra rejoindre la communauté qui verra ainsi le jour.
Schuman trouve un allié de poids en la personne de Jean Monnet, chargé d'œuvrer à la modernisation de la France. Monnet veut une chose, une véritable solidarité entre les pays européens. Il y voit le seul avenir possible pour le continent. Les deux hommes espèrent que ce premier pas vers l'intégration économique conduira à l'avenir à l'intégration politique.
Et c'est ainsi que le plan Schuman voit le jour. Les deux hommes commencent à réfléchir à la manière dont cette coopération devrait fonctionner en pratique. Ils savent que l'Europe aura besoin d'institutions fortes et indépendantes pour superviser la coordination, les investissements et le respect des règles de la concurrence. Ils proposent donc la création d'une haute autorité où siégeront des personnalités respectées et hautement qualifiées. Cet organe agira au nom des intérêts de la communauté et verra à concilier des intérêts nationaux, même concurrents. À bien des égards, ce sont les prémices d'un gouvernement européen.
Le projet voit le jour en toute discrétion, sans aucun débat public. Toutes les négociations se déroulent en coulisses. Schuman veille d'abord à s'assurer du soutien du chancelier allemand Konrad Adenauer. Il se sent dès lors prêt à déclencher l'onde de choc qui va donner le coup d'envoi de l'intégration européenne. Le 9 mai 1950, Schuman fait sa déclaration.
L'Europe n'a pas été faite, nous avons eu la guerre. L'Europe ne se fera pas d'un coup, ni dans une construction d'ensemble. Elle se fera par des réalisations concrètes, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait.
Le secret est tel que très peu de journalistes assistent à la conférence de presse. Aucun photographe n'a pu saisir ce moment historique. Schuman doit même faire enregistrer sa déclaration une seconde fois pour la postérité. Son plan audacieux fait mouche. L'opposition est vive, les difficultés techniques sont bien là. Pourtant, moins de 2 mois après la déclaration, les représentants de 6 pays, France, Allemagne, Italie, Belgique, Pays-Bas et Luxembourg, prennent place autour de la table à Paris. Et ils entament les négociations en vue de mettre en œuvre le plan Schuman. 10 mois plus tard, le 18 avril 1951, est signé le traité instituant la Communauté européenne du charbon et de l'acier. Les ennemis d'alors peuvent se réconcilier. Ils transfèrent une partie de leur souveraineté en vue d'un effort commun de coopération équilibrée, ce qui annonce une relance des économies européennes.
À peine 7 ans après les ravages de la guerre qui ont fait de l'Europe un véritable champ de ruines, les pays européens s'assoient autour d'une même table pour envisager une nouvelle ère de coopération et de relance économique. Le marché commun devient ainsi une réalité. Les institutions de la Communauté européenne du charbon et de l'acier jettent alors les bases de l'Union européenne actuelle. La vision, la détermination et le talent dont ont fait preuve des hommes comme Schuman et Monnet ont permis la rencontre d'intérêts économiques divergents. Ils ont contribué à l'amélioration du niveau de vie et grâce à eux, l'Europe a pu s'engager sur la voie d'une union plus forte.
La déclaration Schuman a bel et bien marqué un tournant dans l'histoire. La mise en commun de la production de charbon et d'acier a en effet, comme l'a écrit Schuman, changé le destin de ces régions, longtemps vouées à la fabrication des armes de guerre dont elles ont été les plus constantes victimes. C'est pourquoi, le 9 mai, nous commémorons la déclaration Schuman et célébrons l'œuvre d'un homme dont la vision a ouvert la voie à une Europe unie.
Ce programme vous a été présenté par le service de traduction du Parlement européen.
Across Europe, in every language. Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Bringing the EU closer through multilingual audio.
Nous continuons ici au Parlement européen pour la Journée de l'Europe et mon invité est députée européenne, membre du groupe S&D et siège à la Commission de l'Emploi et des Affaires sociales. Estelle Colemans, bienvenue.
Bonjour, merci
Bonjour,
de votre invitation. Oui, très très bien aujourd'hui.
Ok, aujourd'hui c'est la Journée de l'Europe. Quel message souhaitez-vous adresser aux citoyens européens qui viennent ici aujourd'hui au Parlement ?
Mais je pense que d'abord, la première chose qui est importante, c'est que ce Parlement et les institutions européennes soient grandes, ouvertes. Parce que rappeler aux citoyens européens et européennes que ces institutions, et en particulier le Parlement, ce sont leurs institutions. Et donc, c'est leur Parlement, que nous sommes là pour les représenter. D'ailleurs, nous sommes les seuls au Parlement européen à être la seule institution élue au suffrage universel direct. Donc, je pense que le premier message, c'est bienvenue à l'Europe. C'est une Europe qui doit être surtout une Europe ouverte et une Europe qui défend les intérêts de ses citoyens et de ses citoyennes en Europe et à travers le monde.
Madame Colemans, vous l'avez dit, c'est votre premier mandat au Parlement européen et il y a des choses qui préoccupent maintenant les Européennes. C'est surtout le coût de la vie. Comment les parlements répondent-ils concrètement à ces besoins des Européennes?
Donc nous, au niveau du groupe S&D, on a mis en premier lieu dans nos priorités effectivement ces questions du coût de la vie, mais aussi la question des emplois de qualité, parce que c'est vrai que l'Europe aujourd'hui, elle est particulièrement mobilisée sur les questions de sécurité extérieure, de géopolitique, et c'est vrai que le monde dans lequel on vit est un monde particulièrement angoissant et compliqué, mais il ne faut certainement pas oublier cette question de sécurité intérieure. Et la sécurité intérieure pour les Européens, comme vous l'avez dit, c'est d'abord un logement abordable, c'est un accès aussi à une énergie abordable, et ce sont des emplois de qualité, mais aussi des systèmes de sécurité sociale qui les protègent tout au long de la vie. Donc vraiment, c'est nous et notre responsabilité, et c'est une des priorités du groupe S&D, et puis une des priorités en tout cas de mon travail au sein de ce Parlement européen, c'est de répondre aux priorités et aux préoccupations des Européens et des Européennes. Puisque comme vous le dites, oui, c'est vrai que la question des guerres, le retour des guerres au port de l'Europe, les guerres économiques qui sont menées, soit par M. Trump ou par d'autres pays comme la Chine, sont des préoccupations européennes, mais la première préoccupation des Européens, c'est d'abord effectivement leur vie au quotidien et notamment la question du pouvoir d'achat et de leurs emplois.
Madame Colemans, en fait, on a un peu l'impression que la classe moyenne européenne, qui une fois pouvait vivre normalement une vie normale, maintenant est en grave difficulté. Comment vous pensez d'y répondre à cette crise, en fait, des salaires, d'avoir un travail qui garantit une qualité de vie minimum?
Donc nous, dans la commission emploi, effectivement, un de nos focus, et à la fin de cette année-ci, on va voter ce qu'on appelle un Quality Job Act, c'est-à-dire un acte législatif pour avoir un focus sur la question de la qualité de l'emploi. Parce que si effectivement, au niveau de l'emploi, dans beaucoup d'États membres, on voit une croissance du nombre d'emplois, on voit malheureusement la qualité de ces emplois se détériore grandement, notamment des emplois beaucoup plus précaires, des emplois mal payés. Ça concerne aussi particulièrement les jeunes, et c'est à nous de répondre vraiment de manière urgente sur la question de ces qualités de l'emploi, de l'accès au logement aussi, parce que la crise du logement, elle traverse tous les États membres de l'Union européenne.
Oui, c'est pour ça que le Parlement a créé une commission spéciale.
Sur demande de S&D, de notre groupe d'ailleurs. Et donc voilà, donc on doit vraiment nous répondre à ces besoins urgents. Comme j'ai dit, c'est une question de sécurité intérieure de l'Europe. Parce que comme vous le dites, le problème c'est que cette classe moyenne aujourd'hui, malheureusement, et ça c'est l'autre enjeu démocratique de l'Europe, se retourne vers des partis ou des groupes d'extrême droite qui malheureusement d'ailleurs représentent 25 à 30% des membres de ce Parlement européen. Parce que ces groupes d'extrême droite ou ces partis d'extrême droite ont évidemment toujours des réponses faciles. Or, dans la réalité, il n'y a pas de réponse facile, effectivement, aux problèmes rencontrés par les Européens et les Européennes. Et surtout, dans les faits, nous, on le voit au sein du Parlement européen, lorsqu'il s'agit de défendre, comme vous le dites, la classe moyenne, les travailleurs et les travailleuses, ils ne prennent jamais position pour les défendre. Je peux donner des exemples. Sous la précédente mandature, On a voté une directive importante pour établir au niveau de l'ensemble de l'Union européenne ce qu'on appelle des salaires minimums adéquats, parce que il est évidemment inacceptable aujourd'hui de travailler pour être en situation de pauvreté. Eh bien, l'extrême droite, elle vote contre. Elle vote contre ces mesures-là. On essaye aussi de se battre, et en particulier pour les jeunes, pour l'abus des stages. Puisque de plus en plus, les jeunes, au lieu de se voir offrir un emploi, se voient offrir des stages gratuits, non rémunérés, sans véritable formation. Notre groupe SND, et pour le moment, on est en train de négocier effectivement une directive pour mieux encadrer ces stages. L'extrême droite vote contre. Et je pourrais donner des exemples et des exemples. Donc, c'est effectivement à nous, et dans le cadre de cette législature, de répondre aux vrais besoins des citoyens et des citoyennes sur la qualité de l'emploi, sur le logement, sur l'énergie, finalement sur leur vie, sur ce qui fait leur vie au quotidien, pour éviter aussi qu'ils ne se tournent trop facilement vers ces partis-là qui leur mentent et qui les manipulent. Et donc c'est à nous à répondre aux vraies urgences pour les Européens et les Européennes.
Madame Colemans, vous avez touché les mots énergie. Et moi, j'ai immédiatement fait la connexion avec énergie, compétitivité, transition vers une énergie clean. Comment tout ça, ça tient pas
Mais évidemment, ça tient, parce que, et surtout dans la situation actuelle et cette guerre, effectivement, au Moyen-Orient qui montre une fois de plus notre dépendance, d'ailleurs, aux énergies fossiles, eh bien, la meilleure manière de répondre justement à cette urgence-là, mais c'est vrai que ça prend du temps, et l'Europe s'y était beaucoup engagée sous la précédente mandature, un petit peu moins maintenant, eh bien, c'est de mettre un terme à notre dépendance par rapport à ces énergies fossiles. C'est notre première exigence d'ailleurs de compétitivité, enfin, outre évidemment la question de la qualité des emplois. Mais donc, l'Europe doit continuer à avoir cette boussole qu'on appelle le Green Deal, parce que ce Green Deal, il va permettre aussi de créer des emplois dans ces secteurs-là. Il va permettre de supprimer nos dépendances au niveau énergétique. Donc c'est aussi dans notre ADN aujourd'hui de travailler là-dessus, de travailler justement à des énergies beaucoup plus vertes, beaucoup moins coûteuses, et qu'on puisse produire ici aussi au niveau européen. Je pense que c'est vraiment un des challenges que nous devons, que nous devons remplir ici sous cette législature-ci. Alors que, on le voit, la pression de plus en plus, et pour revenir à des partis ou à des groupes conservateurs ou d'extrême droite, eux, on le sait, sont climato-sceptiques et veulent revenir sur tous ces engagements-là, alors que c'est vraiment, au contraire, ce qu'il ne faut absolument pas faire.
Vous êtes en train de discuter au Parlement européen maintenant du prochain long-term budget, le budget à long terme, qui va partir en 2028 pour 7 ans. Est-ce que là, le Green Deal va être encore tenu en compte ou pas?
Eh bien, nous, on se bat pour qu'il le soit, mais pour qu'il le soit aussi, donc que quelque part, en tout cas, justice sociale et justice climatique soient intrinsèquement liées. C'est-à-dire aussi que des mesures par rapport, parce qu'on le dit aussi sur l'engagement par rapport, pour réduire notre dépendance par rapport aux énergies fossiles, ne retombent pas sur les épaules les plus fragiles. Et donc, on se bat, par exemple, pour investir dans du logement abordable, ce qui est important d'un point de vue social, mais que ce logement abordable soit aussi efficace d'un point de vue énergétique, qu'il y ait aussi des investissements nécessaires pour justement que ces logements soient bien construits, bien pensés et bien isolés. Et donc c'est vrai que le prochain, comme vous le dites, le prochain budget européen, en tout cas, nous préoccupe beaucoup, puisque la proposition qui a été mise sur la table par la Commission européenne, en tout cas, revient beaucoup sur les investissements sociaux, sur les investissements climatiques. Nous, en tout cas, notre groupe SND, on se bat beaucoup pour notamment préserver ce qu'on appelle le Fonds social européen, qui, dans nos États membres, en tout cas, finance la politique de l'emploi, la politique contre l'exclusion, la politique de lutte contre la pauvreté. Et malheureusement, dans la proposition de la Commission, ce budget, ce Fonds social européen, d'ailleurs pour la première fois depuis le traité de Rome, n'a plus de ligne budgétaire spécifique et dédicacée. Et donc, pour nous, c'est inacceptable, parce qu'il faut continuer à investir dans ces politiques d'emploi, dans ces politiques de sociales et dans ces politiques de lutte contre la pauvreté, et évidemment en lien aussi avec les questions énergétiques et de logement. Donc voilà, on a pour le moment en tout cas beaucoup de préoccupations, des combats à mener, et en particulier dans notre commission emploi, parce qu'on demande vraiment que toute la politique de cohésion et le Fonds social européen soient préservés dans ce prochain budget, parce que ce n'est pas le cas aujourd'hui.
Madame Colemans, j'imagine que dans la commission emploi, il y a aussi la préoccupation de l'intelligence artificielle. Vous en discutez, j'imagine. Que pensez-vous de comment on va impacter sur l'emploi des gens d'ici 5 ans, par exemple?
Donc, au niveau de notre commission emploi, on a déjà produit et voté un premier rapport pour mieux encadrer l'intelligence artificielle sur le lieu de travail, et on attend que la Commission nous mette d'ailleurs une proposition concrète à cet égard. Alors quel est l'impact? De un, évidemment, il y a des risques de disparition ou de transformation de certains emplois, et pour ça, nous, on demande aussi que les travailleurs soient protégés par rapport à ça, notamment sur la question d'un droit réel à la formation pour permettre effectivement de suivre ces évolutions et de ne pas se retrouver effectivement complètement démunis. On parlait de classe moyenne démunie face aux grands enjeux actuels, et donc nous, on demande un vrai droit à la formation, de mieux protéger aussi les parcours, dans le sens où si quelqu'un est en risque de perdre son emploi, des mécanismes comme le mécanisme SURE qui avait été mis en place au moment du Covid soient pérennisés pour que ces personnes en risque ou en perte d'emploi aient aussi un revenu qui leur soit garanti. Ça, c'est le premier élément. Et le deuxième élément sur lequel on travaille aussi, c'est de mieux encadrer ce qu'on appelle le management par algorithme. Alors, ça a l'air très, très abstrait. Mais aujourd'hui, non. En fait, lorsque vous êtes engagé, aujourd'hui, même la sélection des curriculum vitae se fait déjà parfois par l'intelligence artificielle. Lorsque vous êtes évalué dans le cadre de votre travail, cette évaluation se fait parfois par l'intelligence artificielle. Ou lorsque vous êtes licencié, le risque, c'est que l'intelligence artificielle prenne la décision de vous licencier. Et donc, nous, notre exigence, c'est que derrière toutes ces grandes décisions, recrutement, sélection, contrôle, évaluation, mais aussi licenciement, il y ait toujours un humain derrière, et que justement, ne pas laisser la place à l'intelligence artificielle. Autre élément que nous refusons aussi, et c'est aussi une réalité, c'est que des travailleurs voient leur état émotionnel évalué par l'intelligence artificielle sur le lieu de travail. Et ce n'est pas abstrait, ce sont des réalités qui existent. Oui. Et bien pour tout ça, pour nous, c'est inacceptable. Et donc ce que nous voulons, effectivement, c'est que l'humain soit derrière toute cette décision. Voilà. Et on veut aussi renforcer ce qu'on appelle la concertation sociale, c'est-à-dire que les travailleurs soient informés et consultés lorsque une intelligence artificielle ou une digitalisation est mise en place dans leur entreprise. Pour résumer les choses, on ne veut pas des modèles type Amazon. Voilà. Lorsque vous travaillez pour Amazon, quelque part, c'est la machine qui vous guide partout et qui décide, et de manière d'ailleurs vraiment inhumaine, quand on voit ce qui se passe dans les entrepôts d'Amazon. Pour nous, ce ne sont pas des modèles qui sont effectivement acceptables au niveau européen. On veut, et pour cela, défendre la qualité de l'emploi. Des emplois de qualité, ça veut dire des emplois où l'humain est toujours derrière. Dernier chapitre d'ailleurs où on travaille par rapport à ça, c'est que de plus en plus, étant donné la pression au travail, étant donné ces nouveaux modes de travail, ce à quoi on assiste de plus en plus, c'est l'explosion de ce qu'on appelle les risques psychosociaux au travail. Donc c'est stress, burn-out, et de plus en plus de travailleurs et de travailleuses, mais en particulier les jeunes d'ailleurs, explosent en plein vol. Et donc, on veut aussi mieux, en tout cas, les protéger et prévenir ce qu'on appelle ces risques psychosociaux. Et pour ça aussi, on veut une directive dédicacée sur ces questions pour prendre en compte justement cette charge de travail, les questions aussi de meilleure conciliation vie privée, vie professionnelle. Donc voilà, comme vous voyez, on s'attelle à ce qui sont les vrais défis pour les travailleurs et les travailleuses en Europe.
J'ai une dernière question pour vous. Avez-vous l'impression que les citoyens comprennent comment et quand l'Europe rentre dans leur vie ou pas?
Eh bien, malheureusement, non. Effectivement, il n'y a pas suffisamment de connaissance de l'importance des législations qui sont prises au niveau européen sur leur vie. Prenons par exemple, je l'ai dit, la directive sur les salaires minimums. Prenons d'autres réglementations très très importantes, notamment pour prévenir aussi tout ce qui est santé, sécurité au travail. En fait, je pense que même la plupart des Européens et des Européennes ne se rendent pas compte à quel point justement il y a déjà aujourd'hui toute une série de réglementations qui sont adoptées et que nous devons aussi adopter pour répondre aux défis.
Est-ce qu'il y a une solution?
Ce sont des journées comme aujourd'hui, mais c'est aussi l'éducation. Voilà, c'est aussi dans les écoles, je pense qu'on doit beaucoup plus parler d'Europe, parler des défis de l'Europe, que ce soit d'ailleurs les défis démocratiques, que ce soit les défis sociaux, que ce soit les défis budgétaires au niveau européen. C'est notre rôle à tous aussi vraiment de sensibiliser et d'informer. Moi, je le fais. Je reçois un maximum de groupes, d'écoles, pour leur expliquer comment fonctionne d'ailleurs ce Parlement européen, quelles sont les législations sur lesquelles on travaille et qui les concernent directement. Et voilà, c'est aussi notre responsabilité en tant qu'hommes et femmes politiques au sein de ce Parlement européen de sensibiliser et d'informer par rapport à tout ça. Vous le faites aussi, vous, dans vos émissions. Je peux que m'en féliciter. C'est aussi le rôle des écoles. Et d'ailleurs, il y a des programmes au niveau européen qu'on appelle écoles ambassadrices. Voilà, j'essaie de me rendre aussi régulièrement sur le terrain des écoles par rapport à ça. Et c'est important parce que justement, ce décalage des citoyens par rapport à l'Europe entraîne aussi un désamour. Il y a eu des discours d'ailleurs assez récurrents, c'est la faute à Bruxelles, c'est la faute à l'Europe, mais on n'explique pas à quel point justement l'Europe est importante et peut être très très positive dans la vie des Européens.
Et nous sommes l'Europe, non?
Et nous sommes d'abord effectivement tous et toute l'Europe.
Madame Estelle Colemans, merci beaucoup pour être avec nous dans cette journée de l'Europe au Parlement européen.
Merci à vous et très belle fête de l'Europe à tous et à toutes.
Merci.
Bienvenue à Europarl Audio. Suivez toute l'actualité européenne dans la langue de votre choix.
En direct de la Journée de l'Europe 2026.
Прямий ефір з Європейського парламенту. Сьогодні двері Європейського парламенту відчинені для громадян з нагоди Дня Європи під гаслом «Завітайте подивитися на демократію в дії». Відвідувачі можуть дізнатися, як Європарламент ухвалює закони, контролює бюджет ЄС та здійснює моніторинг галузей політики. Мета заходу – показати, що Європа близька до громадян і що рішення, ухвалені в Брюсселі та Страсбурзі, мають реальний вплив на наше повсякденне життя. Згідно з останніми опитуваннями Євробарометра, європейці очікують від ЄС рішучіших дій у сферах економіки, соціальної згуртованості, оборони, клімату та підтримки сільського господарства. Європейський парламент використовує довгостроковий бюджет ЄС, щоб перетворити ці пріоритети на дії. Як саме? Завдяки законодавству, цільовим інвестиціям і програмам, які покращують якість життя, створюють робочі місця та сприяють інноваціям по всьому ЄС. Європейський парламент також робить внесок у забезпечення європейської безпеки, формуючи оборонну політику та заохочуючи співпрацю між державами-членами ЄС. Водночас він стоїть на сторожі засадничих цінностей Європи – демократії, основоположних прав, верховенства права та свободи ЗМІ. День Європи дає відвідувачам можливість на власні очі побачити, як ці пріоритети втілюються в конкретні рішення та контролюються нашими обраними представниками.
Joining us live on Europarl Audio, Moritz Hergel, President of the Young European Federalists. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you, Moritz. The Young European Federalists have been around since 1972, when they were founded in Luxembourg.
Well, even longer, actually. That's the formal start.
Yeah, that's the formal start, yeah. And more than 50 years on, what does it mean to be a young federalist in Europe in 2026?
I would say it means putting people at the center and what people demand from good government. And yes, I think it means moving closer together and reforming also the institutions that we have to make them fit for a globalized world in the end.
The Young European Federalists have always pushed for a more federal Europe. But trust in institutions is sort of fragile, and Euroscepticism hasn't disappeared, on the contrary. How do you convince young people that more Europe and not less Europe is the answer?
I think that on the citizen level, we are already a step ahead. In Jeff, we always say we are one generation ahead even. And if you look at how many people are doing an Erasmus exchange, for how many people it's so normal to move abroad, to live in another country, to have international friends. I think it shows how we are slowly moving towards a future where being European is a core identity and where like nationalism persists, but it's an added layer. So
What do
I
you
think
mean,
in our hearts, we have different identities. We're connected to our city, where we're coming from. We are connected maybe to religion. We are connected to our country, but we're also European, and that's the beauty that we are united in diversity. I mean, it's the official motto of the European Union. But the institutions are still very focused on the member states, right? We are still living in a time where there's practically a veto right in the council, and that makes us move very, very slowly. But I think in our hearts and where we are as people, we're already much further. So as Jeff, as federalists, we keep pushing towards this federal Europe that is more focused on how can we actually address the challenges of today, like we saw with COVID. We're not really prepared to act as one in Europe, but with increasing competition from the US, from Russia, China, and competition, I mean, on the world stage as like, what is the model that we live in as society? Europe's only chance is to move together and do it as one.
And your organization has been campaigning for a federal constitution for Europe for decades. Do you think this is still a realistic ambition nowadays?
It was definitely a blow when the European Constitution didn't happen in the early 2000s. And I think that we could find a way of organizing Europe without a constitution, but it's something symbolic. And even though we have supremacy of EU law already today, it's something that would fill me also with pride to have like a European constitution that applies for all Europeans. And I think this is the most important thing that we should do in the European Union, ensure that fundamental rights are guaranteed for everyone. The EU currently is doing a lot of legislation, very, very small and detailed, and most of it I really support. But in my view, the European Union should focus on that, what is the core business, and this is ensuring fundamental rights for everyone. And this could be best done if the EU actually had a constitution that every European citizen could evoke and apply for himself or herself.
Maurice, you say that a lot of young people feel already Europeans, but there are hundreds, thousands of young people who still feel Brussels and Strasbourg very far, very distant from their daily life. What do you think would change this perception of Europe?
So, European depends also who you ask what it means to be European, right? I studied in Estonia, where European or being European is basically a life guarantee against the aggressor Russia. Growing up in Germany, being European maybe is something you even take for granted by now because you grow up with it. So what it means to be European, I sometimes struggle a bit with this, like, oh, are you pro-Europe or against Europe? Because what is the Europe that we're shaping today? I mean, we're here in the European Parliament where there's all the different parties that put forward their vision of a Europe. And there's certain parties on the right which image of Europe I definitely do not share. So it's also sometimes a bit more complex than just like, are you European or not? I am for a Europe that is in solidarity with each other, where we overcome a bit this competition among countries where you say, oh yeah, I'm French, I'm German, I'm Italian, like this is my identity. No, we're Europeans together, and that also means sharing power, sharing resources, sharing competences in order to achieve peace. And I think this is the second layer that is more important now. We've kind of come to this point where we don't fight each other anymore. And this comes also with responsibility nowadays that the EU engages to make peace also on a global level.
I have just one last question for you. If you could ask the European Parliament for one thing today, one concrete step towards the young European federalists believe in, what would it be?
Well, maybe let's turn it around. I would give the European Parliament a gift, and I would give it the right of legislative initiative.
That's it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Moritz Hergel, President of the Young European Federalists, and have a nice Europe Day.
Happy Europe Day.
Thank you.
În direct de la Parlamentul European. Parlamentul European își deschide astăzi porțile cu ocazia Zilei Europei, sub deviza Veniți să vedeți democrația în acțiune. Vizitatorii pot descoperi modul în care Parlamentul elaborează legi, supraveghează bugetul Uniunii Europene și monitorizează politicile. Astfel, Parlamentul dorește să demonstreze că Europa este alături de cetățenii săi și că deciziile luate la Bruxelles și Strasbourg au un impact real asupra vieții noastre de zi cu zi. Mai multe sondaje Eurobarometru recente arată că europenii doresc ca Uniunea Europeană să ia măsuri pentru a sprijini economia, coeziunea socială, apărarea, clima și agricultura. Parlamentul European folosește bugetul pe termen lung al Uniunii pentru a transforma aceste priorități în acțiuni. Cum? Ei bine, prin legislație, investiții și programe direcționate care îmbunătățesc calitatea vieții, creează locuri de muncă și încurajează inovația în întreaga Uniune. Parlamentul European contribuie la securitatea europeană prin modelarea politicilor din domeniul apărării și prin încurajarea cooperării dintre țările Uniunii. În același timp, protejează valorile fondatoare ale Europei: democrația, drepturile fundamentale, statul de drept și libertatea presei. Ziua Europei le oferă vizitatorilor posibilitatea de a vedea cum sunt transpuse aceste priorități în decizii concrete și cum sunt ele monitorizate de către reprezentanții noștri aleși.
We are celebrating Europe Day here at the European Parliament, and this time we are going behind the scenes, because when MEPs debate, vote and make decisions that affects millions of people, there is someone in the booth making sure that every single word reaches everyone. And I'm joined by Roxana Marcu, a Romanian interpreter based in Brussels. Welcome, Roxana.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
So, Roxana, let's explain a little bit what is a booth and which kind of work do you do at the European Parliament?
Okay.
Because no one knows, actually.
No, it's as you said, it's behind the scenes. So we work in booth in teams of 2 or 3 interpreters. It all depends on the meeting. There are several types of meetings. If we have the time, I can explain. And we always work in teams. So interpreting is teamwork. We are never alone. Never alone. We are behind dark glasses, so we see everything that happens in the room, but usually people do not see us.
Yeah.
We are very discreet, and the more discreet an interpreter is, the better he does his job. Sometimes on missions, MEPs say, "Oh, I recognize your voice," and for me this is the best compliment, because if they recognize my face, it's because I've made a mistake. They were forced to turn and look in the booth. So, only my voice is the best compliment I can get.
Roxana, let's explain. You interpret different languages
Yes.
into your own, into Romanian in
Yes.
these cases.
I also work into French, and I will explain why. Each interpreter has a language combination. Here, the average in the parliament, I think it's 2.5. So each interpreter interprets from 2, 3. We have colleagues with very impressive long language combinations. I work from French, English, German, and Italian into Romanian, and also from Romanian into French, because when in a meeting, if someone speaks Romanian, ideally there should be an interpreter in each and every booth having Romanian in their combination, which is obviously not the case. We have colleagues who learn Romanian in the French, German, even in the Swedish booth or Polish booth, we have colleagues who learn Romanian, but it's not enough. So I take an example, a Romanian MEP speaks Romanian into the room. I interpret from Romanian into French, and then colleagues from all the other booths interpret from French into Czech, into Estonian, and so on and so forth. And it's called doing the retour. So we have colleagues doing the retour in what we call small languages. Even Romanian, it's not a small language. It's the biggest for me anyway, but it's because we have a great, big delegation. But we have colleagues doing retour into French, English, German, Spanish, and if I'm not mistaken, Italian. And that's it.
Just to guarantee that someone else who doesn't speak Romanian can interpret in another language.
Yes, true.
Exactly. And the EU has 24 official EU languages,
yes,
which makes an impressive number of combinations.
I can't remember how many, but there are
more
several.
than 500.
Yes.
No? And interpretation is at the heart of what I would name it as democracy.
True.
Why?
Because not only MEPs have the right to listen and to speak their mother tongue, but also citizens, regular citizens. My mother, my grandmother, my grandmother's best friend. Every single citizen has the right to follow debates. Most of our meetings are streamlined, so they are
on the website of the European Parliament.
Of the European Parliament, and citizens have the right to listen to their mother tongue. They also have the right to file petitions into their mother tongues, ask questions. So, multilingualism is at the heart of the European democracy, I would say. And it's part of the first or second chapter of the treaty from 57. So, quite a big thing.
Quite a big thing. And when MEPs debate big things, I imagine like fundamental rights, the rule of law, media freedom, you are the one bringing these words to Romanian citizens. Do you feel the sense of responsibility?
Of course, of course. You have to be as close to the message. You said in the beginning every single word. We do not translate words, we interpret messages. With different words, but we have to be as accurate as possible and faithful to the speaker. So, in ancient times, they used to say traduttore traditore. We have to stick to the message. So we shouldn't intervene. Sometimes I feel like a channel, and the message goes from the MEP through me to the audience. And of course, I'm very aware of the responsibility my work involves.
Because languages are not just words, but
No.
it's also culture,
Mentality,
emotion, nuances.
of course. So when you add a language, you add a whole universe to your life, and you have to be aware as an interpreter that you should live in all these different universes all your professional life. I've learned German, for instance. Every day I listen to German news, I follow a German TV show, political debate, I read, I cook. For the time I added German, I used to cook German recipes, for instance. So, it's a lot of work and a lot of involvement.
Just to go deep
yes.
into a language,
yes.
into a culture,
to feel it,
I would
to
say.
feel it and to bring it as close to your heart as you can, and to your mind, of course.
How do you prepare for your work? I mean, I suppose that when you go into a plenary session or in a committee session, you have a preparatory, a background work.
You may never go to the booth without preparation. That's as simple as it is. Of course, people think, as you say, about the plenary and the committee work, and you say preparation is more important. It is very important, but funnily enough, it's the easiest because you get the documents. You may have very technical debates, and then you prepare the glossaries. We have colleagues from the training unit and also colleagues who prepare the glossaries. This is not the most difficult part. The most, for me, preparation is, as I said, following what happens in one country, knowing a bit about everything, about their hobbies, because every culture is different. People are luckily very different, but you have to be familiar because the more you know about the topic, the better you interpret it. You as I said, you are not translating words. You have to pick up the message and to render it as faithfully as possible into your mother tongue without betraying the speaker. So preparation, for instance, might also be only reading the press or even listening to music. Because sometimes we've had speeches in the plenary, quotations from famous authors or singers, or everything is important. So you as I say, you cannot know everything about everything. Luckily, we have ChatGPT for that. But as an interpreter, you have to know a bit about everything in order to build. It's like building a house. You have the foundation, and then you add the layers to build the house. You have to be prepared for every topic linked to the meeting.
Roxana, I have just one last question for you, as it's about artificial intelligence. You've mentioned ChatGPT. Do you think that the artificial intelligence will take away your job one day?
I'm not, sightseer. I cannot tell the future. I'm pretty sure artificial intelligence will be part of our daily lives. It already is. It will affect all the jobs. Jobs market will be completely transformed, different. If you have my personal opinion, I don't think you'll have an artificial intelligent interpreter only. It will be used more and more. We already use it to prepare the speeches, but replace a human interpreter, I'm not sure, because artificial intelligence, you have artificial, but you also have intelligence, and as you said, it's also emotions, things that are not being said that need to come across through the voice, through the tone, a joke, So people, I think, are not replaceable in our job. This is my personal opinion.
Roxana Marcu, interpreter at the European Parliament, thanks a lot for joining us on Europarl Audio. Thank you.
Long live Europe.
In elke taal. Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio. Ontdek de EU van dichtbij met meertalige audio.
En directo desde el Parlamento Europeo. Hoy las puertas del Parlamento Europeo están abiertas a la ciudadanía para celebrar el Día de Europa bajo el lema «Ven a ver la democracia en acción». Los visitantes podrán descubrir cómo el Parlamento elabora legislación, supervisa el presupuesto de la UE y hace seguimiento de políticas. El objetivo es mostrar que Europa está cerca de sus ciudadanos y que las decisiones que se toman en Bruselas y Estrasburgo tienen un impacto real en nuestra vida cotidiana. Las últimas encuestas del Eurobarómetro revelan que los europeos quieren que la Unión actúe en materia de economía, cohesión social, defensa, clima y apoyo a la agricultura. El Parlamento Europeo utiliza el presupuesto a largo plazo de la UE para convertir estas prioridades en medidas concretas. ¿Y cómo lo hace? Pues bien, la respuesta es mediante legislación, inversiones específicas y programas que mejoren la calidad de vida, generen empleo y fomenten la innovación en toda la UE. El Parlamento también contribuye a la seguridad europea definiendo las políticas de defensa y fomentando la cooperación entre los Estados miembros. Al mismo tiempo, protege los valores fundacionales de Europa, la democracia, los derechos fundamentales, el Estado de Derecho y la libertad de prensa. Las celebraciones del Día de Europa ofrecen a los visitantes la oportunidad de ver cómo estos valores se traducen en decisiones concretas supervisadas por nuestros representantes electos. Esto ha sido todo por hoy. Hasta el lunes para una nueva edición de nuestro Flash informativo.
Here at Europarl Audio, we are all about amplifying voices from across Europe. And also this year, for the second time, we launch a special podcast competition among our partner radios who help bring the European Parliament's news and stories to local audiences. We invited them to create and send us podcasts on European themes, and we are thrilled to receive about dozens of entries from across the continent. After careful listening and selection, we are proud to announce the winner, a podcast from Radio UMH Universidad Miguel Hernández from Alicante. In the podcast, The Story of Spain's 40 Years in the European Union, a podcast about freedom, travel and love stories.
Hola, soy Isabel Hernández y te voy a enseñar cómo ha configurado la democracia en general y el Parlamento Europeo en particular mi árbol genealógico. Sí, suena todo muy loco, pero es así. Todo lo que se debate en la Eurocámara nos afecta, por lo menos a mí, de forma muy directa, porque la cena de Nochebuena vienen mis primos italianos, y eso no sería así si mi tía no se hubiera ido de Erasmus a Bolonia. Pero comencemos por el principio, por el origen. Mi abuela materna, Juana, la matriarca. Mi abuela nació el 12 de septiembre de 1954 en Cartagena. Se casó en 1973 en Cartagena. Viajó algo, un poco, por España y tuvo 6 hijos. Para ella, que su país formara parte de la Unión Europea, sin saberlo, fue un sueño.
Pues yo en esa época, en el año 86 o así, yo iba por mi 5.º hijo y la verdad no estaba tan pendiente de la televisión ni de la radio, que era lo que no estaba muy atenta. Sabía que habíamos entrado en la Unión Europea y además tampoco había tanta información y tanta comunicación como hay ahora. Ni existían los teléfonos móviles ni todas estas cosas que hay ahora. Y tampoco sabía mucho lo que era la Unión Europea porque tampoco se viajaba con la disponibilidad que se viaja hoy en día. Los jóvenes no viajaban, no les permitían los padres viajar si no era acompañados con ellos. Era muy complicado, era como salir ahora al extranjero. Que cuando empezó todo esto ya con la Unión Europea nos dio como otra libertad, nos empezó a ver más cosas, a saber un poco más del extranjero, a tener más inquietudes por poder viajar.
Como os decía, mi abuela Juana tuvo 6 hijos. La penúltima, que se llama Sara, nació en 1986, coincidiendo con la entrada de España en la Unión Europea. Igual por eso, sus valores europeístas son innatos. Mi tía Sara encontró el amor en Italia, mientras estudiaba turismo con una beca Erasmus. Luego encontró trabajo y allí se estableció gracias a la libre circulación de la que disfrutan todos los ciudadanos de la Unión Europea. En la Lombardía, la región en la que vive desde el año 2012, no se considera una extranjera en Italia, sino una ciudadana con plenos derechos.
Cuando decidí dejar mi país, en este caso, mi caso fue por amor, me enamoré de un italiano y decidí mudarme a Italia. Y sí que es verdad que las cosas no han sido tan difíciles como para otras personas que no forman parte de la Unión Europea. Por ejemplo, tantos problemas con sanidad no he tenido mi tarjeta europea, en que he tenido una urgencia, una emergencia, y he podido asistir a un hospital, he podido ir a un hospital y hacerme visitar. o como el beneficio de poder firmar un contrato de trabajo fuera de tu país simplemente con el DNI.
En Italia nacieron sus hijos, mis primos Martina y Arturino. Mis primos tienen el corazón dividido entre Italia y España. Les encantan los gelatos, pero no pueden resistirse a los churros con chocolate. Y gracias al Tratado de Maastricht, que creó la Unión Monetaria y Económica Europea, usan el euro para comprar ambas cosas, haciendo de nuestra moneda un lenguaje común.
Hola, soy Martina. Mi mamá es española, mi papá è italiano. Da quando ho 2 mesi vado da Spagna a Italia a Spagna en aereo senza problemi. Con la moneda que me da mi nonna puedo comprarme el gelato che d'Italia e il churro di Spagna. Io sono europea, una doppia nazionalità, sono spagnola sia che italiana.
Como he mencionado, mi abuela tuvo 6 hijos. Sus hijos, pero también sus nietos, hemos heredado de ella su curiosidad y sus ganas de viajar. Pero si viajamos, tenemos que mantener el contacto como si estuviéramos en España. Nos lo exige y ahora podemos darle ese gusto, porque ya podemos llamarle por teléfono y contarle lo bonita que es Dublín sin dejarnos un riñón en la factura telefónica. Sí, gracias al roaming, que fue aprobado por una mayoría de eurodiputados en el Parlamento Europeo, cuando llegas a tu destino dentro de la Unión Europea y enciendes el móvil, puedes enviar el mensaje de «Ya hemos llegado» sin pagar ni un céntimo de más. Esto desdibuja las fronteras digitales para que nuestras familias estén siempre cerca.
La primera vez que tuve así un poco más de conciencia de lo que era estar en la Unión Europea fue cuando mi hija mayor se fue de Erasmus a Francia. Entonces ella tenía con Movistar una cosa que le llamábamos Europa 15. Y esos 15 minutitos con Europa que me conectaba era la comunicación que tenía con mi hija. Así me di cuenta realmente lo que era pertenecer a la Unión Europea, lo que me favorecía en este aspecto. Luego más tarde se me fue otra segunda hija también de Erasmus y me pasó exactamente lo mismo. Ya venía un poco más, empezaba a venir el teléfono móvil y entonces ya esta misma hija ahora vive en Italia ya 14 años y la maravilla es poder tener el roaming que yo estoy aquí en España y hablo todos los días, veo a mis nietos. Es maravilloso.
En mi familia siempre hay sitio para alguien más. Por eso los suegros y nonos italianos están invitados a todas las celebraciones. Ellos ya están mayores y el miedo por viajar es constante. Antes era un fastidio que les atendieran en España, pero esto ya no es un inconveniente, porque tanto si les ocurre algo en España como en Italia, la tarjeta sanitaria europea les asiste. Este documento les brinda el derecho a recibir asistencia médica en las mismas condiciones y al mismo coste que las personas que viven allí. Y por ende, la familia italiana puede viajar sin preocupaciones.
La tarjeta sanitaria europea es algo fundamental y tiene grandes beneficios si tienes que viajar entre Europa. Yo os cuento una cosa en la que me sentí muy orgullosa y me trataron fenomenal. Viajábamos con mis suegros italianos a España a pasar todos juntos las Navidades. Desafortunadamente mi suegra se encontró mal dentro del avión. Cuando llegamos a tierra teníamos una ambulancia y de allí nos derivaron a un hospital. Con su tarjeta sanitaria italiana no tuvimos ningún problema, no nos pusieron ningún impedimento. Le hicieron todas las pruebas pertinentes y necesarias y salimos muy contentos de la sanidad y de los beneficios de poder tener esta asistencia en caso de necesidad. Viajar con esta tranquilidad de saber que si tienes un problema, si te encuentras mal, tienes esta seguridad que te van a poder ver, es todo un lujo.
Por si no lo habíais notado, tengo una familia muy grande. En la rama paterna de mi árbol genealógico está mi tío Joan Mac. Un tipo curioso, la verdad, que un día decidió dejar Francia y venir a España. No solo vino él, vino toda su familia. Y aquí construyó algo más que una casa. Construyó un negocio, una vida, un futuro. Antes, ser extranjero era una lata, papeleo, incertidumbre, trámites y trámites para todo. Hoy, gracias al derecho fundamental de libertad de establecimiento recogido dentro de los tratados de la Unión Europea, su nacionalidad no es un obstáculo. El Parlamento Europeo garantiza que, si tienes una idea, puedes levantar la persiana en Madrid, París o Roma, con los mismos derechos que un local. Mi tío no solo trajo sus libros, trajo empleo y futuro, porque la democracia europea le dio la llave para abrir su negocio sin pedir perdón por su pasaporte.
Solo nos vinimos en el año 74 de Francia y mis padres pues vieron un negocio que donde estaba cerrado, lo compraron y aquí estamos, después de 52 años, seguimos en el tema de hostelería. ¿Problema para montarlo? Pues lo justico, el pagar el negocio y bueno, las tragas, no había muchos problemas, digamos. Y bueno, ahora mismo lo gestiono yo, el hijo mayor, porque ya mi madre es jubilada, mi padre falleció y así estamos en el negocio.
Su hija, mi prima Nuria, es otra beneficiaria directa y diaria de las políticas que se acuerdan en el seno de la Eurocámara. Ella no cruzó fronteras para quedarse, sino para descubrir quién podía llegar a ser. Hizo Erasmus, participó en intercambios juveniles, vivió en otros países, aprendió otros idiomas y descubrió, en definitiva, otras versiones de sí misma. Antes, estudiar fuera era un privilegio de unos pocos, de una élite. Hoy, gracias a programas como Erasmus Plus y al marco que garantiza la Directiva de Libre Circulación y Residencia, moverse, aprender y vivir en otro país europeo es un derecho, no un privilegio.
Oye, que lo del Erasmus, que realmente es que te cambia el chip por completo, vaya. Yo el año pasado me fui a Berlín y obviamente lo que más me marcó, o sea, no solo fue la fiesta o la universidad en sí, sino que como que me daba la sensación que también no me había ido de España, o sea, de no haberme ido en sentido de que, porque te sientes también que eres parte de una comunidad, por decirlo así. O sea, llegar al país y llamar a mis padres como si nada, sin ningún lío, ni ninguna factura, ni nada. O también poder viajar a otros sitios. O sea, a mí me daba la sensación de que me faltaba algo, pero es que realmente solo me hace falta el DNI para moverme. O sea, y de hecho lo he visto tan fácil y tan cómodo que me estaba pensando irme con mis amigos de Interrail este verano.
Mi prima no solo hizo una maleta, se llevó consigo nuevas perspectivas, nuevas ambiciones y una certeza, que su vida no tiene fronteras. Y es que la democracia europea no se queda en el Parlamento, se cuela en nuestras decisiones, en nuestros viajes, en nuestras oportunidades. Está en cada derecho que damos por hecho y en cada puerta que hoy podemos cruzar sin miedo. Así que sí, bienvenidos a mi familia, que no solo comparte sangre, comparte los valores de la Unión Europea. ¡Feliz Día de la Unión Europea a todos y a todas!
On Europe Day, we are going to take a look at what Europeans are actually thinking and feeling right now, their worries, their hopes, and what they expect from the European Union. To help us make sense of the latest Eurobarometer survey, I'm joined by a colleague who works on this data on every daily basis. Dimitra Zulu, welcome.
Thank you. Nice
So,
to see you.
the latest Eurobarometer survey shows that 52% of Europeans feel pessimistic about the future of the world, yet more than 7 out of 10 people remain optimistic about their own personal future. What do you make of this striking contrast?
So the pessimism about the future of the world was something that was quite striking to us when we saw the results. But we're quite, expecting it because we know what's going on. The international context is very difficult, etc. And we saw that the closer we get to the personal life, the more optimistic people are. So this is something that seems surprising at first, but we can actually try to understand it because you can control your own life, but you cannot control what happens outside by other people around the world, or in the context that we are in. So that's how we interpret this result.
But does this level of anxiety surprises you?
Well, it does not really, because what we have seen in the past years is that there are crises all the time. So it's a multi-crisis situation. And we know that people are more and more aware as well of what is happening. For example, there was a survey done by another institute that showed that people were really aware of what happened with Greenland, the Greenland situation.
Okay.
So I think people are very aware of what's happening. They have a lot of information, and that's why this anxiety is very high.
In the Eurobarometer survey, disinformation, hate speech, and fake content are also sources of concern. How worrying is it that communication is becoming a security threat in the public's mind?
Yeah, so this was a question where we asked, on a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you about about a series of things related to communication? And what we saw was that everything related to the digital space was among the highest worry. And we thought that's very interesting. And one of the main ones was disinformation and the protection of personal data online. So I think it's worrying. It's worrying. People are worried about it, but I think it's also a good thing that citizens are aware that there are threats there as well, or they need to be careful of what they see or what they share. And that's why it's also a call for more action, more regulation in that area.
And actually almost 90%, 9 on 10 people say that EU member states should be more united. This is quite a surprise, no?
Yeah, that's a very strong figure, and we asked it the first time, I think 2 years ago, and we asked it again 2 or 3, in the past surveys, and we see that it remains very high. And actually what we've been seeing since Brexit, but mainly since the COVID pandemic, is that Europeans want the EU to be strong and to protect them. So people don't go away from Europe, they want more, of what Europe can bring. And in the current context, so that was framed in the current international context, this question, we see that citizens ask for more unity. So a united voice against what's happening around us.
And in the survey, there is also a clear gap between generations.
Mm-hmm. There is, in this particular question, not really. It's, let's say, everyone. When you have that high numbers, usually it's across social demographic groups. But there are questions where we see that younger citizens are much more in favor, optimistic, etc. And for us, this is a very good, it's good for us, let's say. It's good to see that younger Europeans are still very optimistic and want Europe to move forward and
to stay united.
Yes, and they believe in it as well.
And the support for EU membership has reached 62%, a 2-point increase since 2 years ago, 2024. What factors do you think are behind this steady growth?
So this is one of the questions. So is membership a good thing or a bad thing? And we also have another question on would you say your country has benefited from being a member of the EU, which is even higher and actually has reached the highest ever level since the 80s, where it was first asked. And we usually have follow-up questions where we ask why do you think your country has benefited, etc. And what we see is in recent years, security has become one of the reasons why, so people feel safer in Europe. But there's also the cooperation between member states and the economic also aspect. And if you look, for example, at younger citizens, you see also the fact that you can travel in the EU, you can work in other countries easily. So all the opportunities that the EU is giving to people is very appreciated, actually, especially in that context where we see that outside things are not really great everywhere.
You spoke about security, but there is also the cost of living, which remains the biggest domestic priority for citizens.
Yes.
How does the Eurobarometer capture the relationship between economic anxiety and the people's trust in European institutions?
So, I mean, we could directly see those who have the highest anxiety, what do they think? And it's not always linear or very obvious, this relationship. But what we see is that, of course, the cost of living has increased a lot in the past years. And at the same time, in our surveys, we see that citizens want more EU, a more united EU, more means for the EU as well, which is an important aspect because there are issues and we need more means, to tackle these issues. So we actually see that even though there's a lot of anxiety, people still want the EU to do something for it. And it's a call for action, actually.
And actually, the main value that people want Europe to defend is peace.
Mm-hmm.
How this, given that the EU was built on peace, on the premises of peace, is it significant that citizens feel the need to reaffirm it so explicitly today?
Yes, this is actually a question that we didn't have peace initially in that question. So, which values do you want the EP to European Parliament to defend? And then we had to add it because there is a war just in Europe. So until now, it has always been democracy, the first value that the EU and the EP should defend. Now we have peace and democracy. So this is a very strong message.
A strong request.
A request. We want peace, but we want peace and democracy at the same time. It's not peace at any cost. So yes, this is an important new finding.
Dimitra, could you please explain us how the Eurobarometer survey is done?
Okay, so the one I'm talking about, we are discussing now, is the face-to-face one.
Okay.
So this is the
in person.
In person. So interviewers go in each country and they ask these questions to people.
So in all the member states?
In all the member states. EU, the parliament does only the 27 member states.
Yes.
We also have our colleagues in the commission who do surveys as well, and there sometimes they also interview in the candidate countries or in other countries. And there we work with an external contractor that does the interviews for us. And so we get the national results and then we weight them so that they represent the population. And that's how we do also the EU average. So when I say in the EU, it's not one person per member state. It depends also on the size of the member state.
And if you had to distill the message of this Eurobarometer into a single sentence for a citizen visiting the European Parliament on Europe Day, what would you say to them?
I would say Europeans are aware of what's happening around them, around us, and they want the EU to do more and to do more together. So we have a very strong call for unity and for unity, actually.
Dimitra Zulu, thanks a lot for joining us on Europarl Audio. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Pour la Journée de l'Europe et vivez la démocratie en action.
Tá dúirse an nuscaid ag Parliament na Hórpa nuamh, agus é fáil tú rih na saoránaigh do lá na Hórpa. Faoi na mana, tar agus féach ar an daon lechas faoi lán seoil. Chihi cuairteoirí an sin in an Parliament dlithe a chruthú, forbhuiirseacht ar bharséad an Aontais, agus fearachán ar bhartais. Tá sé mar aim leis seo a léirú go bhfuil an órap congrach dá saoránaigh, agus go mbíonn fíorthúnchar i cinnti a chhlaachtar sa Bharséal agus sa Strasbourg ar saoil leithúil. Is survéine Eurobarometer a rinneach le déanaí, léiríte go dastíonn ón na Hórpa gombeadh an taontas i gníomhú ar an ngéilleagar, ar an gáthú sóisialta agus ar an gosait, mar aon leis le cuasa éráide agus an tacaíocht den talmhaíocht. Buin in Parliament na Hórpa úsáid as buiséad fadtéarmach an Aontais, chun bart a dhéanamh de na tosaíochtaí sin. Conas? Well, tríd an reachtaíocht, trí inistíocht sprioc díirithe agus trí chlár a alsaíonn an cháiríocht said, a chruthíonn puist agus a chothíonn an nuálaíocht san Aontas. Cuireann an Parliament leis an Clándáil Eorpa chuma, trí bhartais chosanta a bhúnlú agus an cór idirballstáid an Aontais Eorpaigh is spreagadh. I gnáam céanna, cosnaíonn sí luachanna bunaigh na Hórpa, an daon lechas, carta bunúsacha, an smacht reachta agus saoirse na meán. Tug an leitheanta na Hórpa an deis de chuairteoirí tuiscint áil ar an slí an númprítar na tosaíochtaí sin ina gintí niúla agus ar an slí in ann ar nonadathe tofa fearachán ortha.
Still with us here at the European Parliament for Europe Day, higher education doesn't always make the headlines, but what happens in our universities shapes the Europe of tomorrow. A few days ago, right here in Brussels, a milestone was reached. The European Reform University Alliance signed its official statute. I caught up with John McCourt, rector of the University of Macerata in Italy, and despite being Irish, he's made Italian academia very much his home. The conversation was in Italian, but the message is universal.
Grazie Simone, grazie dell'invito, sono molto contento di partecipare in questa giornata così significativa per l'Europa.
Rettore, oggi con lei vogliamo parlare di ERUA, la European Reform University Alliance. Di cosa si tratta? Ce lo spiega?
Allora, EROA è una delle alleanze europee che sono finanziati, come si sa, dell'Erasmus, del progetto della Commissione europea, e ERUA mette insieme 8 università da 8 paesi europei in un partnership che inizia come progetto, mette insieme l'Università Paris 8, l'Università di Macerata, di cui io sono rettore, del Mykolos Romeros University di Lituania, New Aegean University della Grecia, the New Bulgarian di Sofia, dell'SWPS della Polonia, dell'Università di Las Palmas e dell'European University di Viadrina. E siamo un'alleanza di università che focalizziamo i nostri sforzi e la nostra missione sulle scienze sociali e sulle scienze umane. Siamo un po' particolari nel contesto europeo perché in modo predominante ci occupiamo di queste discipline qui e non abbiamo le discipline STEM. E crediamo molto nell'importanza di fare massa critica fra di noi per crescere insieme e infatti abbiamo firmato un legal entity e tutti gli accordi 2 giorni fa che proprio sancisce il passaggio fra essere un progetto europeo a essere una cosa permanente, un'istituzione permanente che ha preso l'impegno di lavorare insieme per rafforzare la didattica, la ricerca e tutto un programma di scambi fra queste 8 università, offrendo ai nostri studenti e alle nostre studentesse e a tutti i nostri insegnanti, i nostri professori, una grande occasione di collaborare dentro una cornice europea.
Professor McCourt, lei ha detto che questa alleanza pone grande attenzione alle scienze sociali e alle discipline umanistiche e sulle arti. Ci spiega perché oggi questi ambiti sono così centrali in un contesto europeo?
Allora, noi viviamo in un momento di grande cambiamento che disorienta in qualche modo i nostri ragazzi che si iscrivono al primo anno dell'università, non hanno, come non abbiamo neanche noi, la consapevolezza sicura di che lavori andranno a fare, perché sappiamo che il digital, l'intelligenza artificiale andrà a cambiare il mondo del lavoro. Allora, mai come oggi le scienze sociali, le discipline umanistiche, le discipline artistiche saranno al centro di questo cambiamento tecnologico che deve essere guidato e deve essere abitato e governato da persone che hanno valori, hanno un pensiero critico forte. È un pensiero che uno prende attraverso questi tipi di studi qua, che sia giurisprudenza, che sia letteratura, che sia economia, che sia filosofia. È fondamentale che noi continuiamo ad insistere anche su queste discipline che possono guidare anche le tecnologie e anche le discipline STEM nel cambiamento che è in atto.
Professore, quando lei dice che bisogna fare massa critica, cosa intende?
Allora, io intendo che nessuna disciplina da sola può affrontare le questioni complesse di oggi. Noi dobbiamo approcciare le difficoltà in una chiave interdisciplinaria. E le università, io ho un'università con 10.000 studenti, con 300 docenti a Macerata. Noi da soli non abbiamo tutti gli strumenti e neanche tutte le discipline che servono. Però se mi metto in collaborazione con Parigi o con Viadrina, ho la possibilità di pescare da un altro ateneo una capacità, un skill, una disciplina, e allora questo rafforza l'offerta che ho io per i miei studenti. O alternativamente posso mandare i miei studenti che possono approfittare di questi collegamenti e andare a fare un periodo per approfondire una disciplina in un'altra università. Per cui manca la massa critica se stiamo dentro ognuno nel proprio recinto, invece dobbiamo costruire un'istituzione europea molto flessibile, no? Dentro il quale i nostri studenti possono muoversi. Per cui iscriversi a Macerata vuol dire anche avere la possibilità di fare una parte del proprio percorso in una delle altre sedi dell'Alleanza.
Rettore, lei tutti i giorni è a contatto con docenti e studenti. Quanto timore c'è in queste persone, soprattutto nei ragazzi, legati all'intelligenza artificiale e appunto, come lei diceva, all'impatto che avrà comunque sul mondo lavorativo, che lo si voglia o meno?
Io credo che fra i ragazzi forse c'è meno timore rispetto al timore che abbiamo noi che siamo un po' più in avanti come età, proprio perché loro vivono questa realtà come cosa normale, passano dal telefonino adesso a tutti gli strumenti nuovi e noi facciamo fatica a stargli dietro, insomma. Dobbiamo seguire i ragazzi che sapranno, secondo me, utilizzare questi strumenti. C'è una preoccupazione per il mondo del lavoro, per l'entrata in lavoro, no? Perché sarà sempre più necessario avere una laurea qualificante e sarà sempre più necessaria anche fare lifelong learning, perché può essere che siamo chiamati anche a 40 anni a tornare a studiare per tirare fuori altre capacità. Per cui i ragazzi vedono, insomma, in qualche modo vedono una difficoltà per entrare nel mondo del lavoro e vedono allo stesso tempo degli strumenti potentissimi che loro vorrebbero utilizzare. E siamo noi come sistema universitario che dobbiamo metterli nelle condizioni di sfruttare quello che c'è e quello che ci sarà. Per cui anche noi dobbiamo superare e anche trovare il modo di dare una guida etica per l'uso di questi strumenti. E questo è un altro ruolo fondamentale delle università nel guidare questo processo, perché rischiamo di essere governati dagli strumenti e non di governare questi strumenti.
E come si fa a non essere governati da questi strumenti, Rettore?
Bella domanda anche questo e non pretendo di avere tutte le risposte. E si fa con un senso critico, con un senso di dove derivano queste cose, di chi ha il controllo degli strumenti che utilizziamo e di non delegare il pensiero allo strumento. Noi dobbiamo comunque elaborare i nostri pensieri e se noi abbiamo già un pensiero in mente, già un'idea in mente, questa idea può essere sviluppata in modo molto utile da questi strumenti, ma se uno parte passivo, allora rischia di essere proprio trasportato in modo pericoloso da questi strumenti. Per cui autoconsapevolezza, senso del limite e senso del limite anche delle strumentazioni che abbiamo e che avremo.
Rettore, lei ha parlato anche di un insieme, dell'insieme delle università. Che ruolo possono avere proprio le università nella costruzione di uno spazio europeo della conoscenza e forse un po' più in generale in una cittadinanza democratica?
Io credo che le università in questo sono baluardi, insomma, delle democrazie, del vivere civilmente insieme. Le università delle RUA sono tutti sparsi, a parte Parigi, sui confini d'Europa e su luoghi abbastanza marginali. Questi sono i luoghi che sentono per prime le difficoltà economiche e sociali che l'Europa attraversa. E il problema della migrazione, per esempio, se sto nelle Canarie o nell'Egeo, insomma, per prima vivo queste difficoltà. Allora, io credo che queste università delle RUA, ma le università in generale, possano essere una coscienza vivente per l'Europa, può fornire non solo dati, non solo informazione, diciamo, dai margini, ma può aiutare l'Europa a svilupparsi con un senso critico, con una vera politica di inclusione e di responsabilità sociale. Se non fanno questo le università, non so chi può farlo, perché nelle università possiamo pensare al di là del pensiero immediato della politica. Noi possiamo avere lo sguardo un po' più lungo e anche il formato della storia.
Senta, che cosa si aspetta in modo concreto da questa nuova tappa, da questo nuovo accordo che avete siglato che riguarda ERUA nei prossimi anni?
Allora, noi pensiamo adesso di accelerare questi processi di lavorare insieme e di puntare su lauree congiunte, già parte 1 su Forced Migration che partirà questo autunno. Pensiamo attraverso questo strumento di poter conoscere altri paesi e di far conoscere altre realtà ai nostri studenti. Pensiamo di creare anche una realtà digitale perché deve essere anche sostenibile questa alleanza e non possiamo pensare tutti di andare sui voli budget in giro per l'Europa, perché non può funzionare così. E pensiamo di poter anche contribuire in modo vero anche al dibattito europeo sul nostro futuro, su un futuro che giustamente l'Europa ci dice deve essere un occhio sulla competitività, ma dobbiamo anche cercare di conservare la qualità di vita le regioni che rendono così forte e unica questo continente che dobbiamo custodire, perché sono cose uniche e importanti.
Cose uniche e importanti in un momento non facile per nessuno. Professore, al di là del suo ruolo istituzionale, a livello professionale, che cosa la entusiasma di più nel far parte di un simile progetto europeo?
Allora, io si capisce dal mio accento, non sono né marchigiano né italiano, sono di Dublino. Io ho avuto la possibilità, proprio grazie all'Europa, a venire 30 anni fa in Italia, di studiare anche in Italia, di lavorare in diverse università, Trieste, Roma e adesso a Macerata, anche come rettore. E io mi sento cittadino europeo. Tutto il mio percorso non sarebbe stato possibile senza l'Europa. E io credo che i nostri giovani devono vedere l'Europa come casa loro, tutto il continente, e devono cercare di rendere più vivace anche questo continente. A me piace trovarmi in un'aula con studentesse provenienti da diversi paesi, di affrontare insieme dei testi letterari, perché insegno letteratura, e abbiamo molto da imparare ognuno dall'altro, insomma, è una ricchezza quasi unica, direi.
John McCourt, magnifico rettore dell'Università di Macerata, grazie mille per essere stato con noi.
Grazie mille.
Siamo in diretta al Parlamento europeo per celebrare la giornata dell'Europa ed è con noi Andrea Renda, direttore della ricerca al Centro Europeo per gli Studi Politici. Andrea, benvenuto.
Grazie Simona, è un piacere essere qui, ci diamo del tu, assolutamente.
Allora, sei qui per questa giornata dell'Europa a toccare con mano la democrazia in azione, no? È il titolo di questa giornata.
È bellissimo vedere tanta gente dentro il Parlamento europeo, io vengo spesso per discorsi, per partecipare alle attività politiche, per dare un po' di un contributo scientifico. E ovviamente c'è sempre un'atmosfera un po' più compassata, no? Invece oggi c'è molta festa, c'è musica dal vivo, c'è musica anche nell'emiciclo, molto bello, molto bello.
Molto bello. E si sta animando adesso il Parlamento,
sì,
c'è un sacco di gente.
Celebriamo anche una dichiarazione resa 76 anni fa, che è una dichiarazione essenzialmente di pace, cioè creare una situazione in Europa in cui i paesi che si sono combattuti in maniera violenta, brutale, per generazioni finalmente mettono insieme le loro risorse e scelgono la pace. Mai è stato così importante ricordare questo messaggio, no?
Andrea, tu sei presentiamoti un momentino, sei uno dei massimi esperti in Europa di intelligenza artificiale e soprattutto della sua regolamentazione. Quanto è complicata questa intelligenza artificiale, Andrea? Quanto ci sconvolgerà la vita?
Beh, ce la sta già sconvolgendo, sta succedendo in maniera un po' subliminale, in maniera un pochino pervasiva, perché succede in vari aspetti della nostra società, della nostra economia e così via. L'intelligenza artificiale di fatto avviene anche se non la scegliamo, perché intorno a noi ci sono intermediari digitali, le grandi piattaforme, ci sono imprese che scelgono per avere più competitività di adottare l'intelligenza artificiale, ci sono governi che cercano di semplificare la regolamentazione, migliorare i servizi pubblici attraverso l'intelligenza artificiale. Il vero problema è capire se l'intelligenza artificiale sarà qualcosa che ci sarà imposto, nel senso succederà a noi, o che faremo succedere noi, nel senso che parteciperemo in questo cambiamento, perché diciamo, la transizione tecnologica avverrà comunque, sta avvenendo in una maniera anche abbastanza scioccante, perché oggi l'intelligenza artificiale simula il comportamento umano, la razionalità umana, quindi per certi versi ci dà un'illusione di intelligenza, no? Noi siamo italiani, studiamo il latino, sappiamo che la nostra lingua intelligenza viene da due parole, intus, leggere, no? L'abilità di leggere dentro le cose, di capire il contesto delle cose. E l'intelligenza artificiale non ha questa abilità, quindi di fatto non è intelligenza, però è una costante illusione di intelligenza, perché di fatto prende tutto quello che noi abbiamo detto, fatto e scritto negli anni, è così tanta informazione che riesce in qualche modo a simularne il comportamento e quindi ci restituisce quello che noi abbiamo fatto per millenni, diciamo, per secoli, in una maniera che in alcuni casi ci stupisce, no? Perché sembra di stare parlando, quando si parla del Turing test, no? Che uno può confondersi tra una macchina e un uomo quando diciamo, interagisce con una persona. Questo ormai da quando abbiamo visto ChatGPT uscire sul mercato alla fine del 2022, adesso con altri sistemi, da Claude, Gemini, il nostro Mistral e via dicendo, questa illusione è costante. Molti di noi effettivamente interagiscono costantemente, molti adolescenti parlano con l'intelligenza artificiale, si confrontano e in molti casi finiscono magari anche con il dipenderne. Il problema è che tutto questo è come una grande lavatrice che in qualche modo prende tutti i vestiti del mondo, tutti i linguaggi e tutte le
centrifuga poi.
Le centrifuga, e nel momento in cui deve lavorare, deve in qualche modo darci una risposta, ci dà la risposta media che effettivamente si è data nel mondo. Quindi tutta la ricchezza culturale che l'Europa rappresenta, tutte le sfumature che ognuno di noi rappresenta, nessuno di noi è la persona media, in qualche modo vengono perse. È come se il mondo si andasse convergendo sempre di più, invece di in qualche modo
amplificare le differenze.
Noi siamo uniti nella diversità a livello europeo. L'intelligenza artificiale invece è una grande averaging, come si chiama, è una grande macchina che in qualche modo ci rende mainstream costantemente, e quindi anche noi magari cambiamo il nostro comportamento per cercare di avere il meglio dell'intelligenza artificiale, anche noi facendoci un pochino più mainstream, un pochettino più diciamo persona media. Questa è una cosa che dobbiamo cercare di in qualche modo elaborare, dobbiamo resistere un pochino a questo grande processo diciamo tecnologico. imponendo all'intelligenza artificiale di valorizzare le differenze. Un buon esempio è quello delle lingue, no? L'intelligenza artificiale funziona molto meglio in inglese, ha molti più dati perché diciamo, i dialoghi, le conversazioni, i libri di testo, tutte le analisi scientifiche che vengono fatte, soprattutto nel mondo occidentale, sono prevalentemente in inglese. L'italiano o il siciliano, per esempio, conosco imprese tecnologiche che hanno il napoletano e il siciliano, stanno cercando di preservarlo. Magari sono le grandi imprese tecnologiche che lo fanno, ma noi abbiamo il dovere di continuare dal punto di vista del linguaggio, dal punto di vista delle idee politiche, delle nostre tradizioni culturali, di fare in modo che l'intelligenza artificiale ci accompagni e ci valorizzi piuttosto che ci renda schiavi o ci renda in qualche modo omogenei, perché questo secondo me è una delle grandi sfide che abbiamo per gli anni a venire, cioè una sfida quasi epistemologica e esistenziale per la nostra diversità.
Andrea, tu abbiamo detto che sei direttore al centro di ricerca europeo per gli studi politici, poi insegni a Firenze, insegni vicino a Bruges, no?
A Bruges,
insegni.
sì, al Collegio d'Europa. Sì.
Esatto. Collabori con Parlamento, con Commissione europea, collabori con le Nazioni Unite. Alla fine l'Unione Europea sembra essere un po' quella che sta cercando di dare, diciamo, dei confini, di tracciare dei confini a come usare, a come far funzionare questa intelligenza artificiale. Ma siamo sicuri che l'AI Act in realtà non ci lasci poi indietro rispetto ad altri paesi che non mettono questi vincoli, no? Che lasciano l'intelligenza artificiale in qualche modo libera di espandersi in una qualunque direzione?
Simona, questa è una storia molto complicata, cerco di semplificarla.
Sì, proviamoci.
Io sono stato coinvolto già dal 2018, abbiamo scritto le regole etiche per l'intelligenza artificiale che poi sono diventate la base per l'AI Act. Mettiamola così, l'AI Act aveva una scelta, deve regolare una materia che è in continua evoluzione, quindi già qui tra Parlamento, e questa è una democrazia complessa, quindi quando facciamo le regole ci mettiamo 3, 4, 5 anni, no? Quando si comincia, io mi ricordo quando studiavo filosofia nel liceo classico in Italia, studiamo il paradosso del moto di Zenone di Elea, no? Achille e la tartaruga, non so se te lo ricordi. Qui invece è quasi il contrario, la tartaruga deve cercare di prendere Achille, no? La tecnologia vola, è impossibile. Quindi o si rendeva l'AI Act in qualche modo molto vago e si creava un processo in cui un'agenzia per l'intelligenza artificiale costantemente aggiornava lo stato dell'arte della conoscenza per adattare quei principi e quegli obiettivi a come la tecnologia si sviluppava, o lo si rendeva così dettagliato che andava a dirci come si fa a governare l'intelligenza artificiale nel comparto sanitario, nell'energia, nella finanza e via dicendo. Il problema dell'AI Act, ci abbiamo messo molto, io pure ho lavorato col Parlamento, ho fatto l'analisi di impatto per la Commissione, il problema è che abbiamo un problema di come rendere l'AI Act più pronto per il futuro. Oggi già l'AI Act abbiamo dovuto riaprirlo durante la sua gestazione perché era uscito GPT e quindi stavamo regolando di fatto
la settimana
figura
scorsa il
spagnola.
Parlamento ha un po' rallentato l'entrata in vigore di alcune parti, no?
Per noi italiani ci ricorda un po' Manzoni e i Promessi Sposi, no? Gli sposi promessi, Fermo e Lucia, Renzo e Lucia, continuamente riscrivere questo lavoro. Ecco, l'AI Act finirà un pochino così, un'opera forse destinata a rimanere permanentemente incompiuta, perché quando si dice alcune regole le andremo ad applicare soltanto alla fine del 2027, la fine del 2027 è un mondo sconosciuto per noi nell'intelligenza artificiale. Ti faccio un esempio. Oggi l'AI Act in qualche modo cerca di coprire l'era di ChatGPT, se vogliamo, no? Quelli che chiamiamo i General Purpose AI Systems. Nel momento in cui cerchiamo, e questa cosa è stata fatta dopo la proposta originale della Commissione, perché non c'era GPT all'epoca, era il 2021, quindi il Parlamento ha dovuto adattarlo insieme nel trilogo col Consiglio e la Commissione a questa nuova generazione. Adesso che stiamo cercando di applicarlo ci sono gli agenti di intelligenza artificiale, i personal assistants, l'AI o l'intelligenza artificiale fisica nella robotica e via dicendo. L'AI Act non riesce a coprire esattamente questi nuovi sviluppi che già esistono sul mercato. Quindi la tartaruga e Achille la vediamo ancora. Siamo forse quasi in un'epoca post-regolatoria nell'intelligenza artificiale e non sarà semplice adattare, a meno che non creiamo delle entità, delle agenzie, come adesso c'è l'AI Office nella Commissione Europea, ma dovremmo potenziarli anche con gli esperti che ci aiutino in qualche modo a rendere l'intelligenza artificiale materia viva di regolazione. Se non riusciamo a fare questo e ci vuole nuovi strumenti, nuove forme di governance e così via, non riusciremo mai a creare veramente un contesto nel quale possiamo fidarci veramente dell'intelligenza artificiale. E quindi le tentazioni sono tante, ovviamente dagli Stati Uniti ci arriva un chiaro monito a non regolare, però anche osserviamo, diciamo, un paese che sta praticamente commettendo un grande suicidio collettivo, incluso nell'intelligenza artificiale. Dalla Cina ci viene un grande pragmatismo e una straordinaria capacità di sviluppare intelligenza artificiale per ciascuna applicazione industriale, di governo e via dicendo. L'Europa deve scegliere. Per certi versi stiamo inseguendo Icaro, gli Stati Uniti, che hanno questi sistemi che noi certamente non possiamo approvare, che sono sistemi che consumano un'enorme quantità di dati, di energia, di acqua.
Il rischio di sciogliere le ali di cera, no?
Sì, ma faremmo Icaro con ali più piccole, perché non abbiamo i livelli di investimento degli Stati Uniti, tra l'altro, quindi di piccole che si sciolgono ancora prima, quindi è assurdo. E dall'altra parte abbiamo la Cina che, senza ovviamente perseguire gli stessi obiettivi dal punto di vista della tutela della democrazia e dei diritti fondamentali, però ha trovato, secondo me, un modo che per noi è più utile nel momento in cui, anche per via del rapporto Draghi e via dicendo, cerchiamo di portare l'intelligenza artificiale laddove può generare benefici economici, quindi nella manifattura, nell'energia e via dicendo. Non abbiamo bisogno di grandi modelli, di enormi dati, abbiamo bisogno di modelli piccoli, adatti a quello che fanno in un veicolo autonomo o in un robot industriale e via dicendo. Quindi siamo di fronte a questa schizofrenia e una grande sfida esistenziale. Uno, le regole devono essere appropriate e proporzionali al loro utilizzo e al loro impatto. Due, abbiamo queste gigafactories che stiamo creando, stiamo spendendo tanti soldi, ma evocano più un modello che per noi è insostenibile, che è quello americano, e quindi stiamo in qualche modo seguendo i tamburi, il ritmo degli Stati Uniti, ma cercando di interpretare una musica che sarebbe quella più simile a quella cinese, se vogliamo. La verità è che l'Europa deve cercare il proprio modo di sviluppare intelligenza artificiale ed è a metà tra questi due, è fatto di affidabilità, è fatto di tutela dei diritti fondamentali, ma deve essere anche fatto di regole che in qualche modo viaggiano sulla stessa lunghezza d'onda dell'innovazione tecnologica. E ogni giorno che ci svegliamo ripensiamo questo equilibrio. Secondo me siamo ancora lontani dall'ottenerlo, ci sono tante idee sul tavolo. Abbiamo una grande possibilità, secondo me, e questo vale per l'intelligenza artificiale come vale per me per tutta la scienza, la tecnologia e anche lo sviluppo sostenibile in genere. L'ha detto anche Metsola nel suo discorso introduttivo, l'ha detto Sophie Vilmès, la vicepresidente del Parlamento europeo. L'Europa, quasi in maniera, diciamo, fortuita, oggi siede su una coalizione di paesi, che è un po' quella coalizione dei middle powers di cui parlava il presidente canadese Mark Carney recentemente, o Alexander Stubb, mio ex direttore a Firenze, adesso presidente della Finlandia. Sono due personalità che in qualche modo ci stanno portando, ci stanno consigliando in quella direzione. Se tu guardi i paesi che oggi non soltanto stanno cercando di entrare nell'Unione Europea, ma che si stanno associando attraverso accordi di commercio, attraverso l'associazione al nostro Orizzonte Europa e via dicendo, siamo di fronte a una coalizione di paesi che sono contrari a quello che sta avvenendo negli Stati Uniti, che non sono affiliati o affini a quello che fa la Cina, che vanno dal Canada all'Australia, dal Brasile all'India. Sono paesi che insieme sono molto più grandi anche degli Stati Uniti e della Cina. Se l'Unione Europea riesce a, senza pretendere di scatenare il Brussels effect, che tutti quanti devono diventare europei o avere le nostre regole e via dicendo, ma organizzare una coalizione, una cosiddetta coalition of the willing, coalizione di paesi sufficientemente affini che sposano regole di intelligenza artificiale che sono orientate alla protezione dei diritti fondamentali, ma non completamente ostili all'innovazione, può veramente guidare il mondo nell'intelligenza artificiale, così come lo può guidare verso l'agenda del dopo 2030. No? Oggi gli Stati Uniti non credono negli obiettivi di sviluppo sostenibile. Ieri eravamo qui con Enrico Giovannini, l'ASVIS, l'Associazione sullo Sviluppo Sostenibile Italiano, che è straordinaria, e con il Comitato delle Regioni, il Comitato Economico e Sociale, per parlare di dove siamo con gli obiettivi di sviluppo sostenibile. E ti faccio un esempio su quello relativo all'intelligenza artificiale. sappiamo che l'Agenda 2030 non è raggiungibile per noi e mentre nel 2015 già avevamo deciso sull'Agenda 2030, oggi siamo al 2026 e non sappiamo niente del 2040. Qual è la nostra visione, no? Sull'intelligenza artificiale è molto importante fare questo esempio. Uno, se l'Unione Europea vuole essere competitiva nell'intelligenza artificiale, basta riempire le fabbriche di robot. Se l'Unione Europea si chiede come l'intelligenza artificiale ci può aiutare a dare un lavoro dignitoso e decente per tutti, le azioni che compiamo dal punto di vista delle politiche pubbliche, gli investimenti che facciamo saranno completamente diversi. Sono robot che accompagnano gli umani per compiere azioni che in qualche modo più faticose e che ci danno la possibilità di concentrarci sulle attività che ci rendono più umani, dove la nostra umanità dà il meglio di sé. Per cui la stella polare che ci diamo nelle politiche pubbliche è fondamentale, no? E pensare che vogliamo solo la competitività ci può portare tranquillamente a commettere un grande suicidio rispetto al straordinario progetto politico di pace e di sostenibilità che l'Europa effettivamente rappresenta.
E speriamo non sia così. Andrea Renda, grazie mille per essere stato con noi oggi in questa giornata dell'Europa.
Grazie Simone.
Grazie.
Europarl Audio.
Your voices from the heart of Europe.
Live at
Europe Day 2026.
Today, the European Parliament's doors are open to visitors for Europe Day, under the slogan, "Come and see democracy in action." Visitors can explore how Parliament makes laws, oversees the EU budget, and monitors policies. The aim is to show that Europe is close to its citizens and that decisions taken in Brussels and Strasbourg have a real impact on our daily lives. Recent Eurobarometer surveys show that Europeans want the EU to act on the economy, social cohesion, defence, climate, and support for agriculture. The European Parliament uses the long-term EU budget to turn these priorities into action. This is done through legislation, targeted investments, and programmes that improve quality of life, create jobs, and foster innovation across the EU. Parliament also contributes to European security by shaping defence policies and encouraging cooperation between EU countries. At the same time, it safeguards Europe's founding values: democracy, fundamental rights, the rule of law, and media freedom. Europe Day gives visitors the opportunity to see how these priorities are translated into concrete decisions and monitored by our elected representatives.
And that brings us to the end of our first half of the day here at the Europarl audio broadcasting live from the European Parliament for Europe Day. Thank you for being with us this morning. We've heard some wonderful voices and stories from inside this institution. But we are not done yet. Join us back here at 1 o'clock this afternoon when we'll have more interviews, more stories and more democracy in action. See you then.
Over heel Europa, in elke taal. Europarl Audio.
partout en Europe, dans toutes les langues.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
L'Union européenne, plus proche de vous grâce à notre programme audio multilingue.
Tiešraidi no Eiropas parlamenta. Šodien, par godu Eiropas dienai, parlaments rīko atvērto durvju pasākumus ar devīzi Nāciet un iepazīstiet demokrātiju darbībā. Apmeklētāji varēs uzzināt, kā parlaments pieņem tiesību aktus, pārauga savienības budžetu un uzrauga politikas īstenošanu. Pasākumu mērķis ir parādīt, ka Eiropa ir tuvu tās iedzīvotājiem un ka Briselē un Strasbūrā pieņemtie lēmumi faktiski ietekmē mūsu ikdienu. Kā liecina jaunākās Eurobarometra aptaujas, eiropieši vēlas, lai Eiropas Savienība darītu vairāk ekonomikas, sociālās kohēzijas, aizsardzības, klimata un lauksaimniecības atbalsta jomā. Lai šīs prioritātes īstenotu, Eiropas parlaments izmanto Savienības ilgtermiņa budžetu. Konkrētāk, ar likumdošanas, mērķtiecīgu ieguldījumu un programmu palīdzību visā Eiropas Savienībā tiek uzlabota dzīves kvalitāte, radītas jaunas darbvietas un veicināta inovācija. Parlaments arī stiprina Eiropas drošību, veidojot aizsardzības politiku un veicinot sadarbību starp Savienības dalībvalstīm. Tajā pašā laikā parlaments aizsargā Eiropas pamatvērtības – demokrātiju, pamatiesības, tiesiskumu un mediju brīvību. Eiropas dienu pasākumu apmeklētāji var uzzināt, kā šīs prioritātes tiek pārvērstas konkrētos lēmumos un kā mūsu ievēlētie pārstāvi uzrauga to īstenošanu.
Join us all day for the Europe Day celebrations and witness democracy in action.
Tiesiogiai iš Europos parlamento. Šiandien Europos parlamento durys atveriamos piliečiams minint Europos dieną, šūkiu kviečiame pamatyti veikiančią demokratiją. Lankytojai galės sužinoti, kaip parlamentas priima teisės aktus, prižiūri ES biudžetą ir stebi, kaip įgyvendinama politika. Norime parodyti, kad Europa yra arti savo piliečių ir kad Briuselyje bei Strasbūre priimami sprendimai turi realų poveikį mūsų kasdieniam gyvenimui. Iš naujausių Eurobarometro apklausų matyti, jog europiečiai nori, kad ES imtųsi daugiau veiksmų ekonomikos, socialinės sanglaudos, gynybos, klimato ir paramos žemės ūkiui srityse. Šiems prioritetams įgyvendinti Europos parlamentas pasitelkia ilgalaikį ES biudžetą. Klausėte, kaip tai veikia? Ogi per teisės aktus, tikslinės investicijas ir programas, kuriomis gerinama gyvenimo kokybė, kuriamos darbo vietos ir skatinamos inovacijos visoje ES. Parlamentas taip pat prisideda prie Europos saugumo formuodamas gynybos politiką ir skatindamas ES šalių bendradarbiavimą. Kartu jis gina pagrindinės Europos vertybės – demokratiją, pagrindinės teisės, teisinę valstybę ir žiniasklaidos laisvę. Europos dieną lankytojai turi galimybę pamatyti, kaip šie prioritetai virsta konkrečiais sprendimais ir kaip mūsų išrinkti atstovai prižiūri jų įgyvendinimą.
In ganz Europa, in allen Sprachen.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Wir bringen Ihnen die EU näher.
Naživo z Európskeho parlamentu. Pri príležitosti Dňa Európy dnes Európsky parlament otvára svoje dvere verejnosti. Príďte sa pozrieť, ako funguje demokracia v praxi. Návštevníci môžu na vlastné oči vidieť, ako parlament príjma právne predpisy, rozhoduje o rozpočte Európskej únie a dohliada na vykonávanie politík. Cieľom je približiť Európu občanom a ukázať, že rozhodnutia príjmané v Bruseli a Štrasburgu majú reálny dosah na náš každodenný život. Z nedávnych prieskumov Eurobarometra vyplýva, že Európania od Európskej únie očakávajú konkrétne kroky v oblasti hospodárstva, sociálnej súdržnosti, obrany, klímy a podpory poľnohospodárstva. Európsky parlament pomáha tieto priority premieňať na realitu aj prostredníctvom dlhodobého rozpočtu únie. A ako presne? Prostredníctvom právnych predpisov, cielených investícií a programov, ktoré zlepšujú kvalitu života, vytvárajú pracovné miesta a podporujú inovácie v celej Európe. Parlament takisto prispieva k bezpečnosti nášho kontinentu, a to tým, že sa podieľa na tvorbe obranných politík a podporuje spoluprácu medzi členskými krajinami. Zároveň chráni hodnoty, na ktorých je Európska únia postavená. Demokraciu, základné práva, právny štát a slobodu médií. Počas Dní Európy môžu návštevníci vidieť, ako sa tieto priority premietajú do konkrétnych rozhodnutí a ako naši zvolení zástupcovia dohliadajú na ich plnenie.
Jetzt auf Europarl Audio.
Ihre Stimme live.
Live vom Europatag 2026.
Welkom bij
Europadag 2026. Live op Europarl Audio.
Democratie in actie.
Euroopa Parlamendi otsestuudiost. Parlamendi lühiuudised. Täna on Euroopa päev ja sel puhul avab Euroopa Parlament kõigile oma uksed. Päeva juhtlause on demokraatia on tegudes. Tule vaatama. Külastajad saavad tutvuda parlamendi tööga, olgu selleks seadusloome või Euroopa Liidu eelarve. Tähtpäevaga soovime juhtida tähelepanu sellele, et Euroopa on kodanike jaoks ning et Brüsseli ja Strasbourgi otsused mõjutavad meie kõigi igapäevaelu. Hiljuti avaldatud Eurobaromeetri uuring näitab, et eurooplased ootavad Euroopa Liidult tugevamat toetust majandusele, sotsiaalsele ühtekuuluvusele, kaitsele, kliimale ja põllumajandusele. Et seda teha, on Euroopa Liit loonud pikaajalise eelarve. Lisaks võtab parlament vastu õigusakte, teeb sihtotstarbelisi investeeringuid ja loob programme, mis parandavad meie elukvaliteeti, loovad töökohti ja edendavad innovatsiooni üle kogu Euroopa Liidu. Euroopa Parlament toetab Euroopa julgeoleku ja kaitsepoliitika tugevdamist ning edendab riikidevahelist koostööd. Samuti kaitseb parlament Euroopa põhiväärtusi, milleks on demokraatia põhiõigused, õigusriigi põhimõte ja meediavabadus. Euroopa päev annab külastajatele võimaluse näha parlamendi köögipoolt ja saada osa sellest, kuidas Euroopa asja ajamine täpselt käib.
Bienvenue à la Journée de l'Europe.
2026, en direct de
Bruxelles.
Europarl Audio.
La démocratie en action.
xandira diretta mill-Parlament Ewropew. Illum il-Parlament Ewropew qed jiftaħ il-bibien tiegħu għaċ-ċittadini għal-Jum l-Ewropa bis-slogan Ejja u wara d-demokrazija fl-azzjoni. Il-viżitaturi jistgħu jsiru jafu aktar dwar kif il-Parlament jagħmel il-liġijiet, jissorvelja l-budget tal-Unjoni Ewropea u jimmonitorja il-politiki. Lan huwa li l-viżitaturi jifhmu li l-Ewropa hija qrib iċ-ċittadini tagħha u li d-deċiżjonijiet meħuda fi Brussell u Strasburgu għandhom impatt reali fuq il-ħajja tagħna ta' kuljum. Stħarriġiet reċenti tal-Eurobarometru juru li l-Ewropej iridu li l-Unjoni Ewropea tarixxi fuq l-ekonomija, il-koeżjoni soċjali, id-difiża, il-klima u l-appoġġ għall-agrikoltura. Il-Parlament Ewropew juża l-budget fit-tul tal-Unjoni Ewropea biex jagħmel dawn il-prijoritajiet realtà. Kif? Permezz ta' leġiżlazzjoni u ta' investimenti u programmi mirati li jtejbu l-kwalità tal-ħajja, joħolqu l-impjiegi u jrawmu l-innovazzjoni madwar l-Unjoni Ewropea. Il-Parlament jikkontribwixxi wkoll għas-sigurtà Ewropea billi jsawwar il-politiki tad-difiża u jinkoraġġixxi l-kooperazzjoni bejn il-pajjiżi tal-Unjoni Ewropea. Fl-istess waqt, il-Parlament jissalvagwardja l-valuri fondaturi tal-Ewropa. Id-demokrazija, id-drittijiet fundamentali, l-istat ta' dritt u l-libertà tal-midja. Jim l-Ewropa jagħtu l-opportunità lil viżitaturi li jaraw kif dawn il-prijoritajiet jissarfu f'deċiżjonijiet konkreti u kif jiġu monitorjati mir-rappreżentanti eletti tagħna.
Découvrez avec nous les festivités organisées pour la Journée de l'Europe et vivez la démocratie en action.
Still here at the European Parliament for Europe Day, the slogan this year is "Come and see democracy in action." But who decides what that actually look like? I'm joined by Director General of Communication of the European Parliament, Christian Mangold, the man behind the message. Welcome.
Thank you, Vera, for the invitation.
So, come and see democracy in action. What does this mean, really?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that this European Parliament is at the heart of the European construction, and it's the most important element of the construction of a European Union. So we need a very strong parliamentary and democratic dimension there, because without that it's not sustainable. And today is not only Europe Day, it's also Open Day. And we open the Parliament for everybody. We show the three pillars of our communication activities in DG Com, and what this Parliament is, what it does, and what it stands for. And we show everything, meaning how this functions practically in the hemicycle, how members work in the committee. We show the policy areas, we show the main actors, the political groups, they are all here with their stands, and also many members. And we show behind the scenes, for example, the multilingualism, how this functions, and I've been very happy to see that there is also a booth where you can then put yourself into the shoes of an interpreter, and today is the first time I will try it on myself.
And see how this works.
Exactly.
So, Mr. Mangold, the latest Eurobarometer shows that the support for EU membership is very high. 6 out of 10 citizens, they still believe in Europe, they still believe that it's important being a member of the European Union. But there is still a significant gap between what the citizens feel on one side and what they know about the European Parliament and how it works. How does your Directorate General tackle that gap?
Yeah, that's why we have also with these three pillars, what the Parliament is, does and stands for, we have this pillar on what the Parliament is, because we have to still explain what this Parliament is and how it functions, because this Parliament still is not self-explanatory compared to national parliaments. So we need to do this work. We need to also fill a gap there that we see in schools, that citizens, when they leave school, they're not equipped and they don't know how this functions. And of course, this has a big impact on their life, so they should know how this functions, also to be able to vote finally and take the right choice. So for us, it means media work. So we have press officers in Brussels and in the member states, because media is still important, particularly television. We have our direct channels for communication with citizens. Today you see in the premises roughly 30,000 visitors. All over the year we had last year 2.1 million visitors. It's a new record.
During the year?
During the year in all our premises in Brussels, Strasbourg and also in the member states. And the figures still go up. So that's one possibility for us. Then we have the website in all 24 languages, of course. We are present in 13 social media accounts. So that's all the part on direct citizens communication. We have a lot of events in Brussels, Strasbourg and in the member states. We work with multipliers. We try to amplify the information about the European Parliament with partners, civil society organizations, professional organizations. There we have a network of 1,500 different organizations based in Brussels, but also in the member states, who help us in communicating about this European Parliament. We work with content creators more and more. We have an educators network across the continent. We have developed a European Ambassador School program, where we have now 2,300 schools in this program, and we were actively with these schools. They organize events. Last year, I think it was 15,000 events that they organized in the schools. So we try to use all kinds of different channels to get our message out and also explain the European Parliament. But I think what is really important is that our communication is audience-centered, that we have what I call the multidimensional multilingualism. So not only the different languages, but also the right level of language. For example, if you have a visitors group in the Parliament in Brussels, they have lecturers, so we have people who explain to them the Parliament. You need to take different examples, a different approach if you have young people old people, professionals. So for that, you need the right level of language also. To tailor and to be really audience-centered so that they also relay with you. And then last point, maybe we need to be absolutely sure and always work on this, that we are objective, factual, that what we say can be trusted. Trustworthy information. Trust is a very important currency in the current media landscape in Europe. This doesn't exclude emotion. Yeah, I'm happy about positive emotion, but we have to say to remain factual. That's very important.
And about being factual, one of the main tasks nowadays is to counter, in a certain way, disinformation, which is spreading everywhere. How does your communication strategy deals with disinformation and misinformation also?
So, first of all, you need to be effective in your communication. This means authentic, audience-centered and trustworthy. That's a very big, important precondition. And then, more specifically, we have proved in the working group on communication a strategy on disinformation. And this strategy is based on 4 pillars. So the first pillar is intelligence. So you need to know how these disinformation campaigns are organized, when they start, how they spread. And there we have a very good cooperation with the other institutions. We have a network between institutions, an early alert system. We work with fact checkers as well. And we have now, with this new European Center on Democracy, also the member states authorities being part of this network. So it's a kind of European intelligence network to be fast, to identify, be fast. Because the second pillar of the strategy is pre-bunking. So before a campaign starts, or at the very beginning, getting out proactively with positive messaging, have the right information out there with media and with other partners, so that these campaigns don't have the same volume and spread that they could have without that. And this, for example, has worked very, very well in the last election campaign in Moldova. The third element is then debunking. So this is when something is out, and we need to see, okay, is it spreading or is it fading? If it's spreading, maybe we need to do then something about this. We need to talk with media. If it's coming from media, we ask them to correct this. Or, for example, when we have impersonations of members, we have more and more recently with the president, that somebody sets an account, Roberta Metsola, a picture, and then has
a fake profile.
A fake profile, and is starting to message. So we identify this, we check this, we then contact the platforms to take it down. So this is also part of this debunking exercise. And then the most important element, I think, for us is contributing to resilience of a society in media literacy. We said more and more people are aware to detect disinformation and to react properly to this. So we have a huge training program inside the parliament with members and assistants and colleagues. We also have a game, quiz, handbook, all kinds of material for activities in the member states, also through our program. So this is fully mainstreamed right now. In all kinds of activities that we have always also a part on disinformation to contribute to this better awareness about disinformation, better capacity to detect disinformation and to handle this. And this is, I think, the most important part for us.
And I have just one last question for you. If a citizen who has never thought much about the European Parliament walks out today from here with one thing, one reason to care or one reason to come back, what do you hope that this is?
My hope is that there's an understanding that in this world, this new environment that we are living in, this new world disorder, that citizens understand that in Europe we can only survive with the way of living that we are enjoying right now, that I can live the life I want, I can love whoever I want, I have a life in dignity and peace and prosperity, that I can only ensure this if we are working together among member states, citizens across the border in Europe, and that we pool also our resources and we work together to create a real common market, for example, for our companies. So this, I think, would be for me the biggest hope, that there is a clear understanding that without Europe and European integration, it will be very difficult for each of us in our respective member states, and the only way forward, the future, is Europe. Yeah, maybe I can also quote a quote of a politician of my home country, from Bavaria, and he said that Bavaria is my home, yeah. Germany is my fatherland, and Europe is my future.
Mr. Mangold, Director General for Communication at the European Parliament, thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you for your invitation.
Thank you.
Sie hören
Europatag 2026.
live aus Brüssel.
Europarl Audio.
Demokratie in Aktion.
Live aus dem Europäischen Parlament. Zum heutigen Europatag öffnet das Europäische Parlament den Bürgerinnen und Bürgern die Tür. Dieses Jahr lautet das Motto Come and see Democracy in Action, beziehungsweise auf Deutsch Demokratie hautnah erleben. Die Besucherinnen und Besucher erfahren im Parlament, wie es Gesetze erlässt, den EU-Haushalt kontrolliert und die Umsetzung politischer Maßnahmen überwacht. Die EU zeigt im Europatag, dass sie bürgernah ist und dass die Entscheidungen, die in Brüssel und Straßburg getroffen werden, einen echten Einfluss auf unseren Alltag haben. Die Unionsbürgerinnen und Bürger fordern von der EU Maßnahmen in den Bereichen Wirtschaft, sozialer Zusammenhalt, Verteidigung, Klimaschutz und Förderung der Landwirtschaft. Das zeigen die jüngsten Eurobarometer-Umfragen. Mithilfe des EU-Langzeithaushalts will das Parlament diese Prioritäten in die Tat umsetzen. Geschehen soll das durch Gesetze und gezielte Investitionen, aber auch durch Programme, die die Lebensqualität der Menschen verbessern, Arbeitsplätze schaffen und Innovationen in der gesamten EU fördern. Das Parlament sorgt auch dafür, dass wir in der EU sicherer leben können. Es gestaltet die Verteidigungspolitik mit und treibt die Zusammenarbeit der Mitgliedstaaten auf diesem Gebiet voran. Außerdem tritt das Parlament für die Grundwerte der EU ein, nämlich für Demokratie, Grundrechte, Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Medienfreiheit. Am Europatag können die Besucherinnen und Besucher hautnah erleben, wie die Mitglieder des Parlaments diese Prioritäten in konkrete Maßnahmen einfließen lassen und deren Umsetzung kontrollieren.
Schalten Sie ein und erleben Sie Demokratie in Bewegung.
We're live from Brussels. I am joined by Kathleen Van Bremt, the Belgian MEP from the S&D Group. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So she sits in the Committee on International Trade and on the Special Committee on the European Democracy Shield. So she knows a thing or two about both protecting our democracy and shaping Europe's role in the world, isn't it?
It's absolutely in the core of what I do on a daily basis in this wonderful parliament, yes.
So Europe Day is all about showing citizens that democracy is alive and kicking in this parliament. But do you think Europeans still feel a gap between the EU institution and their daily lives?
Yes and no, and I don't want to be too nuanced in the sense that, but I do think people today understand and support very much the idea of joining together in Europe, joining forces, defending our democracies and the values that it's based on. I think by now, especially in these very difficult times, people understand that joining forces, being European, doing it together, it protects them. On the other hand, the European Union is often very far away because we decide on issues that are very complex. And of course, the European institutions are very complex. We have the Council, we have the Commission, we have the Parliament. They all have to join together. They make the laws together, and that means a lot of negotiations, a lot of compromises.
And I think this is what politics is. No?
This is what a politics is, but at European level, it's more complicated than at national level. But I do believe that we are changing and that we are conquering the hearts of citizens if we do what is necessary, protecting our European values.
And apart from protecting our European values, which is a huge task,
yes.
Nowadays one of the most of the word that everyone is pronouncing is competitiveness.
Right.
What about this competitiveness with the European Union?
Well, one of the main reasons why it's so in the heart of our discussions is that it is under siege. Not because our people are not working very hard. We have wonderful people working in our industries, in our services, in our healthcare or educational system. That's what we have, wonderful people with a lot of brains and a lot of skills. But we are, we have difficulties, and one of the main reasons is energy prices. And everybody understands how this happens. We were very dependent on very cheap gas coming from Russia. And of course, with the illegal and unresponsible and unacceptable war that Putin started against Ukraine, we stopped the import. It took a while. It went in steps and it went even too long. But we stopped importing that gas, and we had to buy much more expensive fossil fuels from around the world. And these days, with the war in the Middle East, also an unacceptable war, I have to say. It's my personal assessment. But and what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, you see that it's getting worse and it's not getting better. The second reason is that we are in some sort of trade war with the United States and an economic war with China. And they attack our industries, of course not with military force, but with illegal practices. That mainly goes for China. And of course, these stupid tariffs of Trump. And that all puts a lot of pressure on our economy. And we have to deal with it. And we will. It's not nice. You can be really very angry with Trump and the Trump administration, for instance, but that doesn't make any sense. We have to strengthen ourselves and work on the competitiveness, which we can.
But you were talking about energy. We are too dependent from fossil fuels.
Absolutely.
And during the previous legislation, the EU was focusing very much on renewables. What about now?
Well, that was the good news. Some political parties think they have to attack the Green Deal, the deal that we've made in the former mandate, the deal we made with European citizens, saying that we will tackle climate change and we will make our economy much more independent from high dependencies with parts of the world that are not trustworthy. Mainly Middle East, mainly Russia, but let's be honest, today also the United States. And the good news is that process and these policies remain so extremely valid. The only way to go is to become independent, to have our own energy sources, and the main energy source, that is the cheap source as well, is renewables. So instead of going against the Green Deal, we have to sort of reinforce the Green Deal when it comes to renewable energy, but also energy efficiency. We use too much energy for things that we can do in another way. It's not just renewables, it's a combination of connecting the grid, energy efficiency. It's a lot of things going together. And we are working on it. So the good news is we have our policies in place, we just have to push them through.
And do you think that the next long-term budget will also focus on this, or it will just focus on defense?
No, but that would be stupid. How can we defend ourselves if just by one bottom, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but one bottom they can make sure that we don't have any critical raw materials, no fossil fuels, so no energy to support our industries and households. The best protection that we can do is, of course, also invest in defense. But it would be stupid not to invest in the whole sovereignty agenda on critical raw materials, on fossil fuels, but also on batteries. Who will build the batteries of the future? Well, if only China will do it, again, with one button, one decision. And we know that by now. So it's now having the investments and the courage, the political courage in place to do what we have to do, and that is start building factories for our batteries, for instance.
Don't you think it's a little bit too late?
No. But we could have been earlier. We could have been less naive. We could have been less dependent. Okay, it didn't happen. Maybe it's because us Europeans believe too much in the international organizations, and I still believe that they are necessary. And I will keep on fighting for international law, but we just need to stop being naive and know it's not too late. The factories of the future, whether it's on cars or on batteries, on artificial intelligence, still have to be built.
You are the vice chair of the Committee on International Trade, and you are part of the delegation working with India and with Africa. How important is it that Europe builds partnership, genuine one, with the global South?
It is very important. Not only they are our close neighbors. Think about Africa as a huge continent with a huge, very young and very ambitious population. There's a lot of opportunities. Sometimes you tend to think, if you look to Africa with some sort of pessimism, how will we do that? All these people and a huge challenge in poverty, climate change. But we can do that if we do it together and not in the old-fashioned way. I think the old-fashioned way, just giving money for development, and I am for development, of course, but doing it in a way that the technologies that we have in Europe, sharing these technologies, sharing the intellectual property rights in a decent way, not just like China did, just steal it away from us, but sharing things like that, sharing healthcare systems, and that gives us a lot of challenges. And it's also a continent with a lot of opportunities. The same goes for India. We have a free trade agreement with India. Nobody would have believed that was possible, having a free trade agreement with India. But we concluded it very recently. Well, Trump helped a little. The Indians said, okay, if this is the new world, then the only partner that really is reliable and is a beacon of trust is Europe. And again, it's a huge country, huge young population. And instead of being afraid of one another, we need to support one another. And technology, development are all important aspects of that free trade agreement.
Ms. Van Beremt, you sit also on the Special Committee on the European Democracy Shield. For anyone who never heard of it, could you explain what it is and what it does?
Yes, it's a special committee. So in the Parliament we have
fully fledged
regular committees that work on all the competences that we have. So the Trade Committee, which is international trade, you have Industry Committee. This is a special committee, so it's limited in time. It will end 6 months from now, maybe a little longer. It depends on whether the work is done, but it will end, and then we will come up with a report to tell to the Commission and the Council how we look at this issue. Why is this a temporary committee? Because if you talk about democracy, you talk about everything. You talk about rule of law, you talk about education, you talk about defense, you talk about foreign interference, you talk about all these things. And instead of having different reports, we said, no, we want one report, one special committee to tackle this because it is too important. Democracy is under siege. You tend, of course, to think about the United States these days. I just come from a manifestation with the Serbian diaspora. In Serbia today, the democracy hardly exists anymore because the Vučić regime, which is the prime minister, been long-standing prime minister, is like Orban did in Hungary, piece by piece tearing down democratic institutions. So it's happening in the rest of the world. It's happening close neighbor because Serbia is an enlargement country, but it's also happening within the European Union. I mentioned already Hungary. We had good news. Orban is defeated. It's very important, and I hope the new prime minister will start rebuilding the democratic institutions like an independent judiciary, independent media, but also the fact that you need independent but also well-funded civil society who can be critical. Civil society can be really critical also on the things that I do, but that's also a part of democracy. Well, that's what we're working on. one last thing, very important, that is new, not new the last couple of months, but the last couple of years, it's foreign interference. Coming from Russia, but also, unfortunately, again, also coming from the United States, that the United States comes to interfere in our own democracies. The fact that G.D. Vance came to a rally of Orban in Hungary, you think he's the vice president.
Yes.
So this was an open foreign interference. You have a lot of very well hidden foreign interference on our social media, on our digital. So we need to tackle that. We have to defend our democracy.
One last question for you. If you had to pick one thing that you want citizens visiting today the European Parliament to take home with them, what would it be?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I would say, please have a look in the plenary. Not because it's the biggest room, of course it's the biggest room, but it's the heart.
It's quite emotional, getting in. Huh?
Yes, and I remember crying there. There's 2 times that I cried in the plenary here in Brussels. The first one was when the Brits really left us. After the Brexit and everything, I cried because it was a really, really sad moment, personally, but also for us all Europeans. The second was when the very first time Zelensky speeched online, of course, because after the invasion, just a few days after the invasion of Russia, and he gave such a powerful speech. So it is the heart of the democracy. That's where we vote. That's where we make the laws. But it's also an emotional, big room where you believe in the values that you stand for. So do that. Go and see it and take the democracy home with you.
MEP Kathleen Van Brempt, thanks a lot for joining us today, and
Thank
happy
you.
Europe Day.
The same to all of you.
Thank you.
You are listening to
Europe Day 2026.
Live from Brussels.
Europarl Audio.
Democracy in action.
live vanuit het Europees Parlement. Vandaag zijn de deuren van het Europees Parlement geopend voor bezoekers ter gelegenheid van Europadag. Onder het motto Beleef democratie in actie kunnen bezoekers ontdekken hoe het parlement wetten maakt, toezicht houdt op de EU-begroting en het beleid monitort. Het doel is om te laten zien dat Europa dicht bij zijn burgers staat en dat beslissingen die in Brussel en Straatsburg worden genomen tastbare invloed hebben op ons dagelijks leven. Uit recente Eurobarometer-enquêtes is gebleken dat Europeanen willen dat de EU maatregelen neemt op het gebied van economie, sociale cohesie, defensie, klimaat en steun voor de landbouw. Het Europees Parlement zet deze prioriteiten om in daden met behulp van de Europese langetermijnbegroting. Hoe dat precies gebeurt? Door middel van wetgeving, gerichte investeringen en actieprogramma's die de levenskwaliteit verbeteren, banen creëren en innovatie in de hele EU stimuleren. Verder draagt het parlement bij aan de Europese veiligheid door defensiebeleid vorm te geven en de samenwerking tussen de EU-landen te bevorderen. Tegelijkertijd waarborgt het steeds de fundamentele waarden van de EU, namelijk democratie, grondrechten, de rechtsstaat en persvrijheid. Op Europadag kunnen bezoekers zien hoe de Europese prioriteiten worden omgezet in concrete besluiten en hoe onze gekozen vertegenwoordigers er toezicht op houden.
Science has long been a driving force for prosperity in Europe, and today, artificial intelligence is pushing it to new horizons. From discovering new planets to advancing personalised medicine, AI holds immense potential to transform how we do science. Yet much of that potential remains untapped, limited by complex systems and a lack of accessible, standardised data.
You're listening to Raising the Game Better Legislation. In this episode, we look at what the EU is doing to be at the forefront of AI in science without losing sight of its values.
Europe's researchers were among the first to use AI in science. In fact, until 2017, the EU was leading the way in the number of scientific publications using AI. But, since then, China and the United States have caught up and overtaken the EU.
To stay competitive, the EU needs a clear approach to using AI in science that keeps pace with rapid global change, but also reflects what the EU stands for.
And Europe has strong foundations to build on. It has world-class research across many fields, a long academic tradition, and a strong focus on trustworthy AI, systems that are safe and transparent and respect fundamental rights.
This matters more than you might think. In practice, AI is already helping researchers identify new drug molecules much faster than before and model climate patterns with greater precision.
But these advances also raise new questions, and many researchers still have concerns. In a 2021 report commissioned by the European Commission, expert authors discussed concerns about the way in which AI is being used, including in terms of accuracy, bias, privacy, and transparency. For example, when AI systems rely on incomplete or biased data, or when scientific results become difficult to verify, trust in research can be put at risk.
Finding the right balance between innovation and trust could put the EU at a real advantage. You might have heard of the EU's AI Act, which was adopted in 2024. It's renowned for being the first ever legal framework on AI in the world. It addresses the risks of AI and it positions the EU to play a leading global role. However, it came to light that many of the challenges posed by using AI in scientific research were not covered by this regulation.
To address this, in October 2025, the Commission published a strategy, the European Strategy for Artificial Intelligence and Science. The goal is to make the EU a global leader in AI-powered science that is transparent, explainable, and respectful of human rights.
The strategy paves the way for a flagship initiative called RAISE, which stands for Resource for AI in Science in Europe. You can think of it as a virtual institute, a network connecting the best minds, the best machines, and the best data across the EU. Because today, many of these resources are still scattered.
Although there are excellent researchers in the EU, they often work in isolation. On top of this, data can be locked in national systems, and funding is spread across multiple programmes. RAISE aims to bring all these aspects together.
It's designed to create networks of excellence with groups of leading scientists working together on specific disciplines, from materials science to biotechnology, all using AI to accelerate discovery and share results more efficiently. RAISE aims to train a new generation of scientists to be experts who combine in-depth knowledge of AI with their experience in fields like chemistry, biology, or environmental science.
The initiative will also strengthen the EU's computing capacity by expanding AI factories, powerful supercomputers that researchers can use across borders. The pilot phase has received €108 million from Horizon Europe, the European Union's main research and innovation programme.
The European Parliament recognises the importance of the aims in the RAISE initiative. MEPs have argued that AI in science needs to be considered through the prism of European competitiveness, democratic sovereignty, and public trust.
Parliament has pushed for binding rules. To ensure that AI used in research is transparent and accountable, that publicly funded scientific data is accessible to researchers across all EU countries, and that the benefits of AI-powered science reach the public in the EU.
Parliament has also stressed the importance of not leaving anyone behind in this transition, whether that's smaller EU countries with fewer resources, early career researchers who need training and support, or individuals like you and me, who deserve to understand how the science that shapes public policy is produced.
So, what does all this mean in practice for people who don't work in a research lab?
It means the medicine you might need in 10 years could be discovered faster. It means the materials in the solar panels on your roof or the battery in your electric car could be better engineered. All of this is being developed with transparency and accountability at its core. In the end, the EU is not just deciding how to use artificial intelligence in science, but also what kind of science and what kind of future it wants to build.
This podcast is brought to you by the European Parliament. You can find out more on its website.
Still on Europe Day at the European Parliament, and if you've ever wondered how to get a foot in the door here in Brussels or in Strasbourg, this is for you. I'm joined by Béline Hermé, Staff File Manager in the Trainee and Recruitment Unit of the European Parliament, who's going to tell us everything about the Schumann traineeship. And the good news, applications are still open. So let's go. Welcome, Béline.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Oh, well, a lot of people around here today. Huh?
Yes.
So let's start by reminding that the application for the Schumann traineeship are still open.
Yes, exactly. So they are open from the beginning of the month until the end. So until the 31st of May, the application period is open. You can apply on our website.
How many times per year?
So it's open for 1 month every time, so in May and in October. So in May, this is for traineeship that will start on the 1st of October. And on the 1st of October until the end of October, applicants can apply on our portal as well for traineeship that would start on the 1st of March the year after.
Can you walk us through the application process?
Yes, of course. So first of all, the application period is for 1 month, and then the next month in June, each unit makes their own pre-selection of trainees for their own unit. For these, they can conduct interviews, and some units decide not to conduct interviews. This is the pre-selection period for units in June, and then in July we send the pre-selection shortlist message, where applicants who have been shortlisted by the units are asked to send supporting documents, such as, for example, the passport, the ID, university diploma. Or now we have open as well some posts for candidates with a vocational education qualification. So this will be required at this stage, and a criminal record that needs to be empty.
Okay, so there are a lot of documents to provide
Yes.
to the Parliament to access to this opportunity. Is it complicated to fill in all the application?
So every applicant can apply to maximum 3 posts.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very straightforward on the website. They can filter per domain to see depending on the domain the applicant is interested in applying to. And then per location as well, Directorate Generals, we can also search per keyword and apply to maximum 3 posts per campaign. And there you only need to upload a CV in Europarl format and a motivation letter that should not be longer than 1 page.
Okay, and is it a paid traineeship, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So Schumann traineeships are paid. The monthly grant, the basis for Brussels and Luxembourg is 1,889 euros. And then there's a weighting applicable depending on where the trainee is recruited. If it's in the European Parliament liaison offices, for example, in some countries the life is a bit more expensive, so then there's a higher monthly grant or lower depending on the country.
And do you aim, when you choose, do you aim for a geographical balance among the selected candidates, or?
So it's mostly based on CVs and the skills and competences. And then it's true that we have some countries that are way less represented, so we encourage That's why we do this. We have a lot of promotion, a lot of work in jobs and outreach job fairs to try to attract more candidates from some underrepresented countries.
Such as, for example?
So underrepresented countries, we have Germany for Schumann traineeships. Yes, indeed. And then we also have some countries like the Scandinavian countries like Sweden and Finland, or Hungary, for example, and Poland is also underrepresented.
And is there any opportunity for open for non-EU citizens?
So non-EU citizens can apply, but there is a very limited number of posts that are open for them. So it's still open, but the competent authority is the one who's deciding how many posts. So it depends a bit per campaign. It depends on the unit needs at that time as well.
Can you give us a little bit of figures? How many posts for traineeship are available in one session, I would say?
So Schumann traineeship in total for one campaign. So it keeps rising every year, every campaign. Now we have reached more than 500 posts. I don't know exactly.
All over Europe.
503. And yes, of course, not only in Brussels. We have a big majority of the traineeship offers that are in Brussels, in Luxembourg, followed by Luxembourg, and then also a few in Strasbourg. And the rest is each one in the European Parliament liaison office, so in the capital cities of the member states.
And you were telling that they have to write also a motivational letter, 1 page maximum. What makes a good one stand out?
So now with the rise of AI, it's sometimes difficult for us recruiter to see. We take into account that it's really targeting the unit. So a common mistakes that applicants often do is that they write a very general motivation letter with the strong interest for the EU, working for EU institution in general. But since it's each supervisor from each unit that will read the motivation letter, it's important that the motivation letter is really targeting at the specific offer for that unit. So the candidate...
At the service, I would say, no? For the...
So the candidate, yes, needs to really reply to one offer and not to a general interest for Schumann traineeships, and to demonstrate how they have acquired specific skills that the unit needs for this post.
And does the people who apply need specific in education or age?
So
are there any requirements, strict requirements?
So for Schumann traineeship, they need to be at least 18. Before this campaign, the minimum requirement was to have a university degree, a diploma, so at least a bachelor degree obtained after 3 years of university studies. Now we have revised the rule, and starting from this campaign, it's also open some posts, for now it's only a limited number of posts, that are open to candidates with a vocational education training certificate.
Okay. And for anyone listening today who is thinking of applying, what's the one piece of advice you would give them?
So one piece is difficult. I have several. So first
a couple of them.
Read carefully each offer. Make sure. So there is only 3 choices per campaign. So make sure to apply to the one that really match, like the domain you have studied in. And then, so motivation letter is important because we also test here and check the writing skills. And in the CV to really highlight any experience. So we do not require any professional experience for this type of traineeship. But if candidates already have volunteering, already short-term internships to really highlight them, we look for candidates with strong language skills. This is common for all units. And then each unit have specific requirements. So then this depends on the post.
And I have just one last question for you. I mean, if someone is not selected, can apply a second time?
Yes, indeed. There is no maximum limitation to the number of time applying. The only limits we have is applying to 3 posts per campaign. But if you're not selected this time in May, you can try again in October or next year. It happens very often that we recruit candidates that have been trying for several campaigns.
Béline Hermé, thanks a lot for joining us at Europarl Audio. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Join us all day for the Europe Day celebrations and witness democracy in action.
Na żywo z Parlamentu Europejskiego. Dziś Dzień Europy. Z tej okazji Parlament Europejski zaprasza Was do swojej siedziby. Tegoroczne hasło to „Przyjdź i zobacz demokrację w działaniu”. Podczas wizyty dowiesz się, w jaki sposób Parlament stanowi prawo, nadzoruje budżet Unii i monitoruje unijną politykę. Przekonasz się również, że Europa jest blisko swoich obywateli i że decyzje podejmowane w Brukseli i Strasburgu mają realny wpływ na nasze życie. Ostatnie badania Eurobarometru pokazują, że Europejczycy chcą, by Unia działała na rzecz gospodarki, spójności społecznej, obrony klimatu i rolnictwa. Parlament Europejski wykorzystuje długoterminowy budżet Unii do realizacji tych priorytetów. W jaki sposób? Dzięki przepisom i ukierunkowanym inwestycjom i programom, które poprawiają jakość życia, tworzą miejsca pracy i wspierają innowacje w całej Unii. Parlament dba również o bezpieczeństwo Europy. Kształtuje jej politykę obronną i zachęca państwa członkowskie do współpracy. Stoi także na straży podstawowych wartości Europy: demokracji, praw podstawowych, praworządności i wolności mediów. Podczas obchodów Dnia Europy przekonasz się, w jaki sposób wartości te przekładają się na konkretne działania pod nadzorem wybranych przez nas przedstawicieli.
Evropski parlament danes ob dnevu Evrope odpira svoja vrata za državljane. Geslo letošnjih prireditev je Oglejte si demokracijo v akciji. Obiskovalci bodo izvedeli, kako parlament sprejema zakone, nadzira proračun Evropske unije in spremlja izvajanje politik. Namen dogodkov je državljanom pokazati, da jim je Evropa blizu in da odločitve, ki se sprejemajo v Bruslju in Strasburgu, oblikujejo njihov vsakdan. Nedavna raziskava Eurobarometer je pokazala, da Evropejci od Evropske unije pričakujejo ukrepe na področju gospodarstva, socialne kohezije, obrambe, podnebja in kmetijstva. Evropski parlament te prednostne naloge uresničuje s pomočjo dolgoročnega proračuna unije. Kako pa? To počne z zakonodajo, ciljnimi naložbami in programi, ki prispevajo k boljšemu življenju državljanov, ustvarjajo nova delovna mesta in spodbujajo inovacije po vsej Evropski uniji. Evropski parlament prispeva tudi k evropski varnosti. Oblikuje namreč obrambne politike in spodbuja sodelovanje med državami članicami. K tem pa ohranja temeljne vrednote Evropske unije: demokracijo, temeljne pravice, pravno državo in svobodo medijev. Ob dnevu Evrope si lahko obiskovalci ogledajo, kako se naši izvoljeni predstavniki zavzemajo za te prednostne naloge in jih spreminjajo v konkretne odločitve.
Still here at the European Parliament for Europe Day, getting around by train, by road, by air is something every European does every day. But who shapes the rules that govern how we move across our continent? I'm joined by Jan Christophe Eutien, a member of Parliament's Committee on Transport and Tourism. Welcome.
Happy to have me.
So, you are from the Renew Group.
I am.
And you sit on the Transport and Tourism Committee of the European Parliament. So transport is something that every European citizen experiments every day on a daily life basis. Can we tell how the Parliament is making sure that European transport policy actually improves people's daily life?
So first, one has to say that transport is a European competence because it's cross-border travel.
Okay.
When people take their car, take a train, take a plane, it's all based on European rules. People that look at their driving license, they will see it's a European driving license. It's valid in all of the European member states. You don't have to have a special permit to drive in another country, which you need if you go out of the European Union, right? So transport is basically one of the top European policies that is shaped here in Brussels. And what we try to do is put ourselves in the shoes of the travelers, of the people, and we ask ourselves, okay, what do they need when they want to do a train trip, for example, from their home country to a neighboring country, to a capital, and how can we ease those rules so that people can travel easily, that they have rights that are protected when it comes to delay, when it comes to trains or flights that are cancelled. All this is European policymaking.
And Europe is also talking about trains. Is working very much on this 10T, all the interconnection between the member states. How is it going?
So indeed, the Trans-European network, so connecting the big hubs in Europe, both for passengers and on freight, is one of the top priorities of the European Parliament. And sometimes it's not working so well. We have more and more cross-border connections between capitals mainly. But if you need to all of a sudden change from one operator to the other, or if there's something that is not going right, we have some issues. That's why Commission, so European Union, will work even more profoundly on shaping those rules so that those cross-border travel is easier on the one hand, and that we have more connections between the different member states, the different capitals, and that those connections are quicker, so that we can invest in the tracks, so that it's more attractive to go by train than to take an airplane.
And it's less pollutant also.
Well, on the long hand, we hope that all the means of transport are green, right?
Yeah.
So that it doesn't matter if you take a car or a plane or a train, but this is not the case yet. But on the long run, this is what we're aiming for, that all the transports are green.
It's a long way to go.
It's a long way, of course, but if we don't do it, who else on the globe shall do it? So we're pushing for it, and we're very lucky because all of the operators, and doesn't matter the mean of transport, they want to go into the same direction as well, and they're supporting this political aim of the European Union.
And you've just been working on a report on CO2 emissions from heavy-duty vehicles. That sounds quite technical.
It is.
But in effect, it has a direct impact on air quality. And can you explain why this matters in a plain language?
So we have passengers on one hand and freight on the other hand. And everybody knows that we do more online shopping, and I don't want to name the companies that we use, but this means that those goods are transported. You don't transport them themselves, so goods are transported. And so we put in place rules in the European Union that are on the one hand of an ecological nature, so that it's about air quality in the cities, as you mentioned. That's why the delivery in the cities will be more and more electric, so that you don't have the emissions in the cities, that ambient air is better. And on the other hand, it's more complicated to decarbonize the long-haul transport. So those who don't do the last mile, but that bring goods from production sites or logistic hubs to other countries. And there we're working on how to improve the reduction of CO2 emission and how to make this concrete for logistic operators so that they have easier permit, for example, for bringing electricity to their hub in order to use battery electric trucks. How can we improve the network on the highways so that recharging is easier? And this is important for transport operators, but this is important for everybody in the European
faster,
Union.
easier and faster.
Yes.
And sometimes green transition in transport is presented as a choice between climate ambition on one side and economic competitiveness on the other side. How this goes together, these two?
Well, it's I wouldn't say it's a choice, but that we have to preserve both of them. So we want to go green, we want to reduce emissions, but we want to do it in a way that in a competition between European countries and countries that are outside of the European Union, we are not losing on all fronts, right? So everything that is inside the European Union, we have an emission trading system. It's very complicated, but the basic is everybody who is polluting will have to pay for it. This is what we're doing inside the European Union. And we try to put in place rules, on the other hand, that are protecting European industries, European economy from competition that is unfair from the outside, that don't have the same rules in place than we have.
You also sit in the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs, and Europeans are quite worried about security, but also about the risk of security measure reducing fundamental rights. Where do you draw the line between these two?
Well, I would say the line is complicated to draw and is evolving as well with the time. But let's put it like this. We could put video surveillance everywhere in the city, in the streets, recognize every face, check this all the time against databases and all of this. And we would have a very high security rate, probably. But at the same time, this would be very intrusive into the private life of the people. So we're not going there. But on the other hand, not doing anything, letting people do whatever they want, then you don't have the security, right? So it's always a balance that we have to find. And this is evolving because we have a lot of new technologies at hand today that were not at hand in the past, like AI. And I think it's at the moment it's a really debate, and there's not a clear answer on where the right balance is. It's all about proportionality. That's the magic word here, right? So having rules in place that take into account both of it, but in a proportional way, so that civil liberties are not void at the end. But I'm working mainly on migration, and this is another European topic where we put in place a lot of European rules so that security is safeguarded inside the European Union as well.
Okay, but does security is only menaced from migrants?
Oh no, absolutely not. You have assholes.
Because sometimes it sounds like this, no?
Yeah, it sounds like this, but you have assholes everywhere, right? You have people that doing crime.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter which origin, doesn't matter which color of skin they have. So this is not something that is related only to migration. But on the other hand, we have migratory pressure inside the European Union, and this is a concern for a lot of people in Europe, right? They want that we help those who need help, and I think this is a core humanitarian value of the European Union, that we help people in need, that we help people that are fleeing from persecution, that we help people that are fleeing from war. But on the other hand, that we make sure that those people arriving, that they follow the rules inside the European Union, if they come, that they have the right to work, but that they're willing to work as well, that they follow the laws that are in place. And this means as well that people that don't have the right to stay, that they need to go back to their home country. This is part of a functioning migration system. So safeguarding this, having this in a balance is an important topic.
I have one question for you. Don't you think that anyone who's trying to reach Europe is doing this for a reason?
Oh,
because
yes.
maybe in his country there is war, maybe hunger, climate change.
Yeah, of course, everybody has a reason to move. My ancestors, I'm a German, my ancestors, they moved from Germany at the end of the 19th century to America because they wanted a better life for them and their family. And this is all valid points and valid arguments. But this doesn't mean that as a European Union, we should say everybody is allowed to come no matter of the reasons. So we need to focus on them that need help, that are really persecuted, that are fleeing from war. And we need to shape as well policies that bring to Europe those who have the skills, that want to work, because we need workers. We have a demographic situation in a lot of countries that hampers our economy because we don't have workers at hand that want to do certain jobs. So we need migration for this reason as well.
One final question. The slogan for Europe Day this year is Democracy in Action. What does democracy in action means to you personally?
Well, for me personally, I'm a member of parliament, right? So democracy in action means that we can shape policies for 450 million people on the European continent as a parliament directly elected by the people. I think this is an important message, that we as members of European Parliament, that the institution itself is there to represent those citizens, that in European policies that are touching upon topics that are important for their daily life, like commuting, like traveling, but it's as well about data protection. It's on so many topics. The European policies are the ones shaping the daily life for the people on the whole of the continent, and we're there to represent them, and they have the right, we are accountable to them, and that's democracy in action.
Jan-Christophe Oetjen, thanks a lot for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Join us all day for the Europe Day celebrations and witness democracy in action.
Posloucháte krátké zprávy živě z Evropského parlamentu. Dveře Evropského parlamentu se dnes otevírají občanům. Oslavy Dne Evropy se nesou v duchu hesla Zažijte demokracii v akci. Návštěvníci se mohou seznámit s tím, jak parlament vytváří právní předpisy, dohlíží na rozpočet Unie a monitoruje politiky. Cílem je ukázat, že Evropa má ke svým občanům blízko a že rozhodnutí přijatá v Bruselu a ve Štrasburku mají skutečný dopad na náš každodenní život. Nedávné průzkumy Eurobarometru ukazují, že Evropané chtějí, aby se Evropská unie angažovala v oblasti hospodářství, sociální soudržnosti, obrany, klimatu a podpory zemědělství. Evropský parlament využívá k realizaci těchto priorit dlouhodobý rozpočet EU. Ptáte se jak? Prostřednictvím právních předpisů, cílených investic a programů, které zlepšují kvalitu života, vytvářejí pracovní místa a podporují inovace v celé Unii. Parlament také přispívá k evropské bezpečnosti tím, že utváří obranné politiky a podporuje spolupráci mezi členskými zeměmi. Zároveň chrání základní evropské hodnoty, demokracii, základní práva, právní stát a svobodu sdělovacích prostředků. Den Evropy je pro návštěvníky příležitostí vidět, jak se tyto priority promítají do konkrétních rozhodnutí a jak na ně naši volení zástupci dohlížejí.
We're live from the European Parliament for Europe Day, and this time we are stepping back into history because democracy has a past worth discovering, worth knowing. I'm joined by Judith Ecker, a colleague from our Learning and Development Unit. Welcome, Judith.
Thank you for having me.
So together we're going to discover a remarkable woman, Käthe Strobel, a German politician, a member of this very parliament, and a champion on women's and children's health. First of all, most people visiting the European Parliament today have probably never heard about her. Who was she in a nutshell?
She was a very unusual woman because she was a member of this parliament in a time when there were no female members here, more or less none. Before 1979, before the first direct election, there were 30 out of 730 only women, and she was one of them. And she was very unusual also because nobody had sung that song at her cradle, because she didn't come from a very important family or something like that.
Yeah, she came from a very modest family, and her father was a shoemaker. How did someone with that background end up becoming a minister and a member of the European Parliament?
She was born in 1907, and that was a time when neither men nor women from her background could vote in Germany. And when the Weimar Republic came into life after the First World War, her family became engaged. They wanted to participate. They wanted to be democratically active, and they were all social democrats. As I said, they were poor. So there were 7 kids, but her parents managed to get them all into a profession. So they all did 8 years of schooling, and the parents paid for them to do an apprenticeship, which was unusual. Normally you let your kids become just workers without a profession. And I think that was important. So she had a bit more education than other people, and she was engaged in the Social Democratic Youth, and so she was organized. She met her husband there, also organized in the Social Democrats. He was a typesetter, and together they joined the ranks of the organization. And when then in 1933 democracy ended and suddenly the Social Democratic Party was forbidden, her husband remained active, and he even had to go to concentration camp. They sent him to Dachau. He was the inmate number 8030. And when he came back, after a couple of years, he didn't get a job, so she took over the working, providing the income for the family. They decided, even though, to have children. They had waited 10 years after getting married, but then they had 2 daughters. And I think she was used to taking responsibility somehow. And so she naturally grew into this, even if obviously during the 12 years of the Nazi reign, there was no real power for her to have.
And she was actually a member of this parliament between 1958 and 1976. And she even served as a vice president. It was quite a successful political career.
Yeah, she was the only woman to be a vice president before the direct election. I think you can maybe explain it by her fervent desire to improve the situation of people. She was very engaged in getting food on the table. So she became a member of the Agriculture Committee, both in the Bundestag and in the European Parliament. She was active in access to housing. You know, after the Second World War, Germany was very destroyed. People didn't have apartments or houses. So she fought for all these things that made the daily life of people better. And because she was so passionate about it, she did work a lot. And I think it was then honored. All this engagement made her seen. So her activism made her then a candidate for higher office.
Yeah, sort of that the women have to work double to be seen, no?
Yeah,
more
maybe
or less.
a bit, yeah.
And she was German Federal Minister of Health, and then she became Minister for Youth, Family and Health under Willy Brandt. What was her vision for children's health and family welfare, and how ahead of her time was it?
So she became minister in 1967, which was before the 1968 movement in Europe. So she was ahead of her time in a way that she both fought for having sex education, which was, it was still like in the 1910s when she was in school, you know, you didn't talk about this in school. You didn't learn about it. And she wanted to have access to family planning. So when you were informed, she had been a member of a socialist youth club on sexual hygiene as a teenager, so she knew these things, but not everybody did. And she found that it was very empowering to be able to have your family when you want to have your family, and not like her mother had when she couldn't avoid it. So she fought for things that then the women in the 70s would fight for, and she was earlier. And it was astonishing because she was already an elderly woman, so to say, in her time. You know, they didn't consider her to be a young woman at that moment. She was around 60. So yes, she was very much ahead of her time. She introduced in Germany sex education, the first school book, and she financed a movie that was watched all over Europe. It had 40 million paid views, 5 million in Italy, 5 million in France, 5 million in West Germany. And people went in droves into the cinema to learn about how the male and female body works and how family planning works.
Quite a pioneer.
Yeah. And for children, she invented in her time as minister regular checks for infants and babies, so that you could detect, is everything in order? Are the milestones being met? Does this child hear well? Does it see well? And if they detected a problem, then they could treat it. You know, before her, many times things like that went untreated until it was too late, when the child entered school and suddenly you saw, oh, the child can't see the blackboard, you know.
Yeah.
But nobody had tested that ever before. And the same she did for women. She introduced paid prenatal and postnatal checks for pregnant women and women who had given birth, and so the mother mortality was decisively lowered through her interventions.
Looking at the Europe Day's themes, quality of life and EU values, how relevant is Kate Strobel's story today, especially for young Europeans?
I think very often we take for granted what she had been fighting for. And what we see now is that rights that we took for granted can be lost. And I think more and more young people see that in other countries, and they then realize that they stand on the shoulders of people who have been fighting for these rights. And that is why she remains very relevant.
Judith, one question more. For anyone who wants to find more about her, where should they start?
Well, that's a sad question, because as we speak, there is no really scientific biography of her. Nobody who really checked sources and did like a research work. You can find a couple of newspaper articles. You can find some information on the website of her party, the Social Democratic Party of Germany. There's a little bit on some EU websites, but if any scholar hears us here today, she is seriously under-researched, and I think it would be a really good idea
for a thesis.
To her thesis, as long as her daughters are still alive.
Okay. Judith Ecker, Learning and Development Unit at the European Parliament, thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We're live from the European Parliament in Brussels, and joining me, the Vice President of the European Parliament, Martin Hojsík. Vice President Hojsík, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So, it's quite a tough time in this moment for Europe, with the growing political tensions, rapid technological concerns and changes about democracy, about the rule of law, about citizens facing living costs which are rising and housing pressures. What do you think about this specific moment for the European Union? Is it such a tough, difficult moment?
It is very tough. It's a very difficult moment, and I was first time elected back in 2019, and I have to say, essentially since then, since early to 2020, it's been one thing after another.
One crisis after
one
another.
crisis after another, and basically, this is something which is a big challenge. But at the same time, you know, the diamond is made under pressure, and I think it's one of the qualities of Europe, and I hope it keeps to be one of the qualities in Europe, that actually we are the best at moving ahead in the times of crisis, when we realize how valuable for all of us Europe is, how valuable it is to be together and be able to help each other in the times of crisis.
But do you think that we always have to need a crisis to get more united and better? Cannot we?
It would be nice. It would be serious and nice, and we have managed to make quite some progress if you look at historically in terms of bringing the Europe together outside of the crisis. But somehow we often get, and that's some ways human nature. It's not a speciality of the European Union, it's human nature that if the times are easy, you don't really feel the need to do much extra because everything is just fine. And that's, you know, actually the opposite. It's the time when you should try to improve things. But somehow, as humans, we have the tendency to be more chilled at those times. And then when the crisis hits, it gets the worst, but luckily it gets also the best of us. And I really hope that as Europe, we will get the best out of us.
Vice President Hojsík, you share responsibility for artificial intelligence with the first Vice President. The AI Act now is in force, and even though it will change a little bit, technology seems moving faster than any legislation can keep up with. Are we actually in control, or are we running behind?
Oh, we're running behind. We are not in control. And that's not saying that what we have done on the AI Act was wrong. It just shows the incredible technological progress that's happening on the AI front. And I think this is, for me, one of the calls that we need to catch up. And it's not only about, we need to legislate more. It's not always that. But it's about making sure that on one side, we protect what's important to us, we protect our values, that we protect and develop our own European AI, that it's based on our values, but also that we make sure that we don't lose the agency that we have as a human. It's one of the really important things to be aware of, is that the AI is changing us. And the human brain is based on, training and skills. And you have to keep on training certain things and doing certain things to be able to do them. And we have to make sure that we don't forget to do certain things, that we don't forget critical thinking, that we don't forget, our own independent agency as humans, and just basically leave it up to the AI to do everything for us, because that would be dangerous.
According to the last Eurobarometer survey, the majority of Europeans are really scared about artificial intelligence because it will change sooner or later our life, our jobs. How is the parliament coping with this?
It's also challenging, I have to say, because what we are doing with First Vice President Sabine Verheyen is trying to see on how do we use the AI as an institution. So not from a legislative point of view, not from the side of the making of the laws, but from the side of how do we manage as an institution. And I think one of the really important fundamentals here is collaboration. What I really value that we try to establish a better collaboration with all the national parliaments in the member states, because together we are stronger also vis-a-vis any outside companies on how do we negotiate and how we set up things, and also can share things much better. And that we are also trying to stay prudent. So, of course, if you look at it from, for example, one of my responsibilities, I'm chairing the working group for citizen language and multilingualism, which means all our interpreting and translation services.
Yes.
And especially in translation, and many of us and many of the listeners are using different AIs for the translation. That's nice, but especially when you look at it from perspective of making laws, it has to be precise, and AI is not precise. So here, our
especially in the smaller languages.
Especially, I'm Slovak, and yeah, you can very clearly see it in Slovak, and also the AI tends to still hallucinate. So you still need to have the human in control. And you know, we have this saying, and I think it's in every European language, is that, you know, fire is a really good servant, but a very bad lord. And this is what we need with AI, just like with anything else. You know, that's the challenge we face with social media. That's the challenge we face with almost any technological development as humans. And we simply need to find a way how to keep it under control. And with AI and the really rapid development there is, it's probably going to be one of the toughest ones.
You're also a member of the Parliament's delegation for the relation with the United States. How is it going?
Well, to be honest, not good. And the reason is sadly that our relationship with the US are strained by the current administration in the US. No, we should not be those who give in to blackmail. But yes, we should be able to stand up on our own. It's also defense-wise something which, you know, sadly we realized only after President Trump started his threats that, well, we cannot be sitting here and expecting that, you know, if anyone, and you know, most recently in the last 25 years, President Putin is going to try to take away our freedoms, that someone else is going to come and save us.
You're talking about NATO.
I'm talking about NATO. I'm talking about having, and I believe this is not contrary to NATO, but I think that we should be working together stronger on a European platform for our own defense. And this is something which is not undermining NATO. I believe it makes NATO ultimately stronger. But yes, it puts us, and we should be on an equal footing to the US. The US had the privileged position so far that we kind of were more in charge of the defense. And I think this has been, the Trump's administration has been a wake-up call in this sense. And that's what we have to realize.
But my question is about the next EU long-term budget. Will the money be spent only on defense, or there will be still money for other policies, welfare policies, health policies? Because
most of the money, you know, this is
are
of
also
course
worried.
Of course, and rightly so. But when you look at by far largest part of money goes towards the improvements of people's lives on number of levels. For me, one of the best spent money that we as a parliament are always trying to increase is Erasmus. because that's one of the most amazing things is that when young people realize by spending some time in other European country that, well, the people are just like me. They are different. They are nice people. They are nasty people, but they're just like me. And this is the best peace-building project there is, and this is the best European project there is, in my humble opinion. Of course, there's the agriculture policy. But
what about the housing policy?
Housing policy is important, but you have to and we have to make sure that we have. It's one of the things I worked on, that we have better accessible housing. It's one of the things I'm proud that I helped to push back in a previous mandate, that we finally start to tackle on the European level. And you have to realize this is not a European competence.
I know.
It's member states failed in this, including my own one. And the thing is, suddenly we realize, well, let's try to at least help by looking at how we can deal with this, what we can do together. So there are things that we can do, and there are things that the member states have to, the municipalities have to do. So this is going to be definitely part of it. But one of the important things I want to say is, for me, it's also really crucial that we cut as much as possible our dependency on fossil fuels.
So the Green Deal will be back, more or less?
The Green Deal never left. We can call it Freedom Deal, and I'm fully aware of the crazy attacks on this, based on lies, because it was tons of lies of, increased energy prices. It was Putin which closed the gas, and he was saying for 20 years that he will use it against us, but no. Our leaders in the past were naive and thought that, this is not going to happen. Of course it's going to happen when he wants to enlarge his empire. And this is where, you can call it green, you can call it homegrown energy, but the energy that we don't need to buy abroad is also the cheapest one, the safest one, and yes, the greenest one. And I think this is what we forgot to say when we started the Green Deal, that this is not only about the green side, or not only about the climate. Yes, it helps climate, but actually it also keeps the hundreds of billions of euros that we send abroad every year, in Europe, in our families, in our regions, in the companies. It makes us...
savings.
It's savings. It makes us more competitive, because we are able, why the Chinese are investing more massively. It's not only for the planet, it's for the economy, for the security. And this is what we should have been doing for longer time, way before Green Deal. Green Deal started to do it. Let's call it Freedom Deal. This is about our own freedom, our own independence and prosperity. And yes, it helps to save the climate, it helps to save the planet. But we have zillions of reasons to do it. So the money that we invest into renewables, into efficiency, it's investment, it comes back. That's very important to realize. So this is what we have to do as well. It helps, to protect our jobs, it helps to create more jobs. So I think this is something which we need to make sure as well, because when we talk about cost of living, and this is big worry, if you go to the shop and see the prices, it's really bad. Well, big part of it is the cost of energy. And, when the cost of energy ultimately are depending on whether a guy in Moscow or a guy in Washington have some imperial ambitions, well, then we have a problem. But if it depends only on us, and whether we are able to use sun, wind, geothermal, the energy under our feet, well, no one can turn that off. It's Hormuz-proof, it's Moscow-proof.
Vice President Martin Hojsík, thanks a lot for joining us today.
It was a pleasure.
Happy Europe Day.
Happy Europe Day.
Vier Europadag de hele dag lang met ons mee en ontdek democratie in actie.
ζωντανά από το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο. Σήμερα το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο ανοίγει τις πόρτες του στους πολίτες για την ημέρα της Ευρώπης με το σύνθημα «Ελάτε να δείτε τη δημοκρατία στην πράξη». Οι επισκέπτες μπορούν να μάθουν πώς το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο θεσπίζει την νομοθεσία, πώς επιβλέπει τον προϋπολογισμό της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και πώς παρακολουθεί την εφαρμογή των πολιτικών της. Στόχος της εκδήλωσης είναι να αναδείξει ότι η Ευρώπη βρίσκεται στο πλευρό των πολιτών της και ότι οι αποφάσεις που λαμβάνονται στις Βρυξέλλες και το Στρασβούργο έχουν πραγματικό αντίκτυπο στην καθημερινή ζωή όλων μας. Πρόσφατες έρευνες του Ευρωβαρόμετρου δείχνουν ότι οι Ευρωπαίοι θέλουν η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση να αναλαμβάνει δράση για την οικονομία, την κοινωνική συνοχή, την άμυνα, το κλίμα και τη γεωργία. Το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο αξιοποιεί τον μακροπρόθεσμο προϋπολογισμό της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης προκειμένου να μετατρέψει τις προτεραιότητες αυτές σε πράξεις. Με ποιο τρόπο? Μέσα από νομοθεσία, στοχευμένες επενδύσεις και προγράμματα που βελτιώνουν την ποιότητα ζωής, δημιουργούν θέσεις εργασίας και προωθούν την καινοτομία σε όλη την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Το Ευρωπαϊκό Κοινοβούλιο συμβάλλει επίσης στην ασφάλεια της Ευρώπης, χαράσσοντας πολιτικές για την άμυνα και ενθαρρύνοντας τη συνεργασία μεταξύ των κρατών μελών. Ταυτόχρονα υπερασπίζεται τις ιδρυτικές αξίες της Ευρώπης, τη δημοκρατία, τα θεμελιώδη δικαιώματα, το κράτος δικαίου και την ελευθερία του τύπου. Η ημέρα της Ευρώπης δίνει στους επισκέπτες την ευκαιρία να δουν πώς οι εκλεγμένοι εκπρόσωποι μας μετουσιώνουν αυτές τις προτεραιότητες σε συγκεκριμένες αποφάσεις και πώς παρακολουθούν την εφαρμογή τους.
Seguimos en el Parlamento Europeo en esta jornada de Europa. La democracia no se defiende sola. Hay personas que viajan en el mundo para asegurarse de que las elecciones sean libres y justas. Me acompaña Santiago Mondragón Vial. Bienvenido.
Hola.
Santiago. Hola.
Encantado.
Usted trabaja en la Unidad de Observación Electoral del Parlamento Europeo, dentro de la Dirección General de Políticas Exteriores.
Exacto.
¿Puedes explicarnos en qué consiste exactamente su trabajo?
Pues fíjate, yo trabajo en una dirección que se encarga de apoyar a la democracia y hacer observación electoral. Es una dirección que, aparte de hacer observación electoral, como te comentaba, apoya a la democracia y lo hace capacitando parlamentos nacionales también con acciones en defensa de los derechos humanos y también con acciones de mediación y diálogo. Es una dirección pequeñita, tiene 4 unidades, una para cada apartado. Yo trabajo en la unidad que hace la observación electoral. Es una unidad.
¿Y qué haces?
¿Qué hago?
Yeah.
Bueno, luego te lo contaré con más detalle, pero bueno, observo las elecciones y entonces es una pasión, exacto, porque votar libremente es un derecho fundamental, es un derecho humano, está reconocido en la Carta de Naciones Unidas, en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos de Naciones Unidas, que dice claramente que los ciudadanos tienen derecho a votar a sus gobiernos democráticamente. Y lo que yo hago es observar que las elecciones en diversas partes del mundo, yo al ser español, sobre todo observo en países de América Latina, se rijan y respondan a unos estándares internacionales.
Entonces, ¿te vas allá?
Sí.
En esos países cuando
Sí.
la gente vota.
Sí, pero bueno, yo trabajo aquí en el Parlamento Europeo. Quien va son los parlamentarios europeos. Ellos son los que observan, los diputados, exacto. Van 7 diputados. Normalmente una delegación del Parlamento Europeo que va a hacer observación electoral son 7 personas. Hay 8 grupos políticos en el Parlamento Europeo, por lo cual hay una gran variedad de parlamentarios europeos dentro de la observación electoral. Pero como digo yo, lo bonito de la observación electoral es que no van como políticos de este partido o de este otro partido, sino que van como políticos a observar que esa belleza que es votar, la fiesta de la democracia, se haga de forma correcta, de forma transparente, ¿no? Entonces, son ellos los que observan y nosotros, como administración, les damos todo el apoyo. Entonces, vamos a esos países. Llegamos un poquito antes, nos reunimos con las autoridades electorales, nos reunimos con periodistas, nos reunimos con la sociedad civil, nos reunimos con los candidatos políticos para saber cómo ha ido la campaña electoral. Porque nosotros, los parlamentarios europeos, no se pueden quedar a lo largo de todo el proceso electoral, pero sí que hay una misión de la Unión Europea de observación electoral que se queda a lo largo de todo el proceso y que en algunas partes del mundo está encabezada por un parlamentario europeo.
Porque hay veces que no nos damos cuenta que aquí en Europa nosotros podemos votar libremente, pero hay gente en el mundo que no puede hacer lo mismo, ¿no?
Exacto. Nosotros, esto lo constatamos, pero nosotros observamos, nos tienen que invitar los países a observar sus elecciones. No vamos a autocracias, no vamos a países donde no se puede votar libremente, porque nosotros ya lo sabemos, ¿qué vamos a observar? Nosotros vamos a democracias que necesitan un poco esa observación, no es necesitar, ¿no? Pero que corresponde, son democracias aún existentes, exacto, y que se observa en todo el mundo, exacto.
¿A dónde te fuiste la última vez?
Yo la última vez acabo de volver ahora de Perú. He estado en Perú y he estado en Colombia recientemente.
En Perú siguen sin presidente, ¿no? Más o menos.
Bueno, no, tiene un presidente.
No,
ha tenido 9, sin saber quién es el segundo candidato. Exacto. Keiko Fujimori es seguro que pasa la segunda vuelta, pero entre el segundo y el tercer candidato hay una diferencia de 20.000, 30.000 votos. Y es poquísimo, ¿no? Y entonces nosotros lo que hacemos, y mira, me gusta que tomes el caso de Perú porque está siendo una observación complicada, ¿no? Porque nosotros lo que decimos es se ha desarrollado correctamente. Siempre han habido errores y hubieron errores muy graves en esas elecciones en Perú. Exacto. Muchos colegios electorales abrieron tarde, algunos ni abrieron y tuvieron que ir a votar al día siguiente, como ha seguido. Pero nosotros lo que luchamos es para intentar decir, sí, han habido problemas, pero el proceso electoral ha respondido a unos estándares internacionales, el proceso electoral se ha desarrollado, exacto, no ha habido fraude.
¿Y qué pasa si al revés veis que hay fraude?
Pues se dice. Nosotros ya te observamos, no decimos,
Claro.
Exacto, luego no decimos, oye, lo que tenéis que hacer, pero nosotros hemos observado estas elecciones y no responden a los estándares internacionales. No se pueden considerar unas elecciones democráticas, transparentes, donde todas las personas... Pero la elección perfecta tampoco existe, eso quiero que lo tengamos claro, ya te exacto, pero sí que nosotros observamos todo, incluso los sistemas informáticos detrás, o sea, lo observamos, hablamos con la gente y eso, mira, no sé si lo ves, pero es muy emocionante, ¿no? Porque tú vas a un colegio electoral, hablas con la gente se acerca a ti, qué bien que estáis aquí, necesitamos observadores internacionales y tal. Entonces, es como un papel muy importante, ¿no? Y entonces hay que hacerlo muy cuidadosamente, ya te exacto, claro. Y con mucha sangre fría, ¿no? Porque ya te exacto, de vez en cuando, pues sí, ya te exacto. Yo, gracias a Dios, todas las elecciones que he observado hasta ahora, en ninguna de las que yo he observado ha habido fraude. Y he estado, por ejemplo, también en Senegal, cuando hubo un cambio de presidencia en Senegal, ya te exacto. Y la verdad es lo observas y ya te exacto. No opinamos sobre el resultado, observamos el proceso. Ahí no vamos como políticos, ahí los parlamentarios no van como políticos, van, o sea, no como políticos de un partido o de otro, quiero decir.
Claro, como políticos de Europa.
Exacto, van como políticos de Europa a observar que esas elecciones se han celebrado de forma democrática y transparente.
¿Cuánto es importante que el Parlamento tenga una propia voz en la política exterior?
Yo creo que es muy importante porque al fin y al cabo nos tenemos que acordar que el Parlamento es el único órgano de la Unión Europea donde los ciudadanos votan directamente para escoger a sus miembros. Tenemos muchas otras instituciones y, bueno, seguro que nuestros oyentes o quien nos está siguiendo lo conoce, ¿no? Pero la Comisión Europea no ha sido elegida directamente. Ya te exacto. El Consejo, están los ministros de los Estados miembros, pero es indirectamente. El Comité de Regiones, hay autoridades locales y regionales, son indirectas. Aquí los ciudadanos cada 5 años van a votar para todos esos 720 parlamentarios.
Y hay veces que no se dan cuenta de lo importante
que es. Y eso yo insisto, ¿no? O sea, porque tienes, por ejemplo, cuando vas con los coches, ¿no? Y entonces hay el chofer y nosotros queremos que el chofer y acompañamos al chofer a su colegio electoral para que también pueda ejercer su derecho al voto, ¿no? Porque claro, ya te exacto, nosotros observamos diferentes colegios electorales de una diversidad socioeconómica absoluta, zonas rurales, zonas urbanas, zonas más pudientes, zonas menos desarrolladas, ¿no? Y es muy emocionante, ¿no? Porque es ese contacto real con la sociedad, ¿no? Porque no es la diplomacia clásica, como dijéramos, ¿no?
Claro. Una última pregunta. El lema de esta Jornada de Europa es «Ven a ver la democracia en acción». Desde la perspectiva de alguien que observa elecciones en todo el mundo, ¿qué hace que la democracia europea sea diferente?
Yo creo que, y entonces es lo que tú me estabas preguntando, no nos damos cuenta de lo que tenemos, sinceramente, ¿no? O sea, la democracia europea es tan especial porque sigue allí. A lo largo de los años, en algunos países, ¿no? En otros, bueno, a los ingleses, dicen, no, ellos son siglos, ¿no? Dicen que ya no son miembros de la Unión Europea, mal ejemplo, ya te exacto. Pero bueno, también otros países también llevan muchísimo tiempo votando. Pero, por ejemplo, el voto de las mujeres, ya te exacto, que es una cosa súper normal, ya te exacto. Eso, por supuesto, es una cosa básica. Si yo no vamos a observar ningún país donde no puedan dejar votar a las mujeres, ya te exacto, ¿no? Todo esto que nosotros damos por contado, no lo es, ¿no? Y entonces yo por eso, cuando intentamos apoyar esas democracias que a veces están un poco tambaleantes, para que el pueblo, para que la gente pueda escoger a sus representantes, cosa que también podemos hacer aquí en Europa y que debemos preservar. Y yo creo que de eso hace tan especial la Unión Europea y Europa y la democracia europea.
Santiago Mondragón Vial, muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Ha sido un placer, muchísimas gracias.
Jetzt auf Europarl Audio.
Ihre Stimme live.
Live vom Europatag 2026.
Uživo iz Europskog parlamenta. Parlament danas otvara svoja vrata građanima povodom Dana Europe pod sloganom Doživite demokraciju na djelu. Posjetitelji mogu istražiti kako parlament donosi propise, nadzire proračun i prati provedbu politika Unije. Cilj je građanima približiti Europu i pokazati da odluke donesene u Briselu i Strasburu izravno oblikuju našu svakodnevicu. Nedavna istraživanja Eurobarometra pokazuju da Europljani očekuju da Unija djeluje u području gospodarstva, socijalne kohezije, obrane, klime te poljoprivrede. Europski parlament koristi dugoročni proračun Unije kako bi te prioritete pretvorio u konkretne mjere. Kako to postiže? Zakonodavstvom, ciljanim ulaganjima i programima kojima se poboljšava kvaliteta života, otvaraju nova radna mjesta i potiču inovacije diljem Unije. Parlament doprinosi i europskoj sigurnosti. Sudjeluje u oblikovanju obrambenih politika i potiče suradnju među državama članicama. Istodobno štiti temeljne vrijednosti Unije, demokraciju, temeljna prava, vladavinu prava i slobodu medija. Povodom obilježavanja Dana Europe, posjetitelji mogu vidjeti kako se europski prioriteti pretvaraju u konkretne odluke, te kako u tome sudjeluju izabrani predstavnici.
At the Europarlament, the European Parliament for Europe Days, and this institution doesn't just make laws. It also produces research and lots of it. I'm joined by a colleague from EPRS, the European Parliamentary Research Service, Lada Jurica. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So, EPRS is not just a name that it's a name but that most citizens won't recognize. Can you explain what it does in plain language and why it matters?
Well, EPRS, or the European Parliamentary Research Service, is actually an in-house research service of the European Parliament. And I would argue that among many of the acronyms here in the Parliament, it's one of the better known because our briefings are read outside of these walls,
Exactly.
by media as well. But the goal of the service is primarily to provide evidence-based research for policymaking. So to actually support the political capacity and reinforce the political capacity of this House with scientific evidence. And now we do that either proactively or on demand. We serve either individual members or the parliamentary committees. Now, what does that mean? That means that individual members, regardless of their role in the parliamentary or the legislative process, can actually ask us for research support and we provide it. Or that committees, through agreement across the political spectrum, can request larger studies. But we also try to anticipate what members might need in terms of research. And we proactively write quite a lot, but we write in such a way that it is easily digestible and relevant, not only for
A technical document.
not a technical document. It's rather a document that can be understood not just by a policymaker, but also by a specialized audience. So I would argue that EPRS is not only the backbone of the House when it comes to this evidence-based policymaking, but we're also bringing policymaking closer to a very specialized audience.
Lada, you coordinate strategy and outreach, so you are essentially the bridge between the research your service produce and the outside world. What does that look like on a day-to-day basis?
So that's a very good question, and let me try and explain. So I'm part of a team that basically does three things. Yeah? So one is outreach to members. The other one is outreach outside the parliament walls, but to a specialized audience. And the third is outreach or keeping contact with either institutional actors, stakeholders, or the academic community. So those are broadly the three aspects of what we do. Now, the first aspect, what does that mean? When we reach out to members, what we try to do is really to optimize ways in which members consume our content. That can mean anything from trainings on how to effectively use EPRS research to directly targeting members with research that might be interested in. Then the second thing is more a communication aspect of our work. So nowadays, information is consumed in many different ways.
Yes.
By everyone,
Always shorter, I would
always
say.
short, yes. And everybody who has picked up a phone knows that a young person in Zagreb is more likely to see a TikTok video than an 89-year-old grandmother from Zaragoza who prefers to read her local paper. So research information is no different, and we have a team that is basically repackaging the research that we do into different kind of communication formats, with the idea that we really need to be at the right time, in the right place, and in the right format for people to read and take advantage of the research that we do. And the third part, of course, is to keep contact with those that are relevant for us. Like I said, different institutions, stakeholders, but also the academic community. And why the academic community? Because we are that bridge towards academia. Academics also have a role to play in, or at least arguments to put forward when it comes to policy making. And the idea there, we're also in contact with research services of other parliaments. The idea there is, of course, to exchange best practices and to reinforce cooperation.
Lada, the European Parliament's job is to legislate, to scrutinize, and to set the budget. How does quality research support each of these three functions in practice?
So, EPRS actually supports policymaking throughout the legislative cycle. That means before, during, and after.
During what is called the
a
legislative train.
Yes. We do have a website called the Legislative Train where you can actually follow a specific legislative proposal from beginning to end. But we actually do a lot before that, and we actually do a lot after that. So we do kind of cover the entire legislative cycle. Now, this means the following. So when it comes to before, we do something which is called foresight, or this idea of anticipatory governance, which was very much, let's say, a marginal field, at least not well known here, before COVID hit. And when COVID hit and the EU was scrambling to find solutions, the idea of anticipatory governance all of a sudden became very mainstream. And this is something we do in EPRS. And foresight is about scenario building. So you build scenarios on what might happen. A very good scenario, a very bad scenario, two in between. And then you intellectualize what measures need to be taken in order to, for these scenarios to materialize. So this is before a legislative proposal is even there. This is what we do. For example, these research papers are extremely useful for any kind of strategic or programmatic work. We also do research work on gaps in EU legislation, and these are our famous cost of non-Europe reports. So we look at a policy area, we say, okay, this is where the EU is not working together. Should they? If the answer is yes, then we do a kind of cost-benefit analysis, and we say, how much is it costing the EU and the European taxpayer not to be working together in that field. So that's before a legislative proposal even hits the table. And then we do the during. So from the moment that the Commission releases the proposal until it's adopted here, we provide comprehensive information around it.
And figures and data.
Figures and data, yes. And this is the legislative train, but also many other products. We publish around 1,000 publications a year, and we really try to kind of contextualize what is happening also for the member, but for the outside audience.
I have one last question for you.
Please.
For a young person who loves research and believes in Europe, what kind of opportunities does EPRS offer, and what kind of profile are you looking for?
Well, I have to say that, for example, I'm a communication profile, and when I came to EPRS, I was really struck by the variety of profiles that we have in EPRS. So it is not just, the usual generalist political scientist or political economist that you might see elsewhere. But we have a marine biologist on staff, we have a veterinarian on staff. So these are people that can really fit into very niche areas, because the idea for us is that we need to be able to answer a research request from a member on, it doesn't matter which,
On a specific
on
topic.
a very specific topic and on a niche topic. And who better to answer those types of questions than the people that are working in very niche areas. So we have a very, very big variety of profiles in EPRS. But I think what connects us all is the commitment to the mission of the Parliament.
Lada Jurica of the EPRS, thanks a lot for joining us on Europe Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Partout en Europe, dans toutes les langues.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
L'Union européenne, plus proche de vous grâce à notre programme audio multilingue.
Az Európai Parlament élő adása. Az Európa Nap alkalmából az Európai Parlament kapui ma nyitva állnak a polgárok előtt. Jöjjön el és nézze meg, hogyan működik a demokrácia. Megtudhatja, hogy hogyan születnek a jogszabályok, és azt, hogy hogyan felügyeli a parlament az uniós költségvetést, és ellenőrzi az EU szakpolitikáinak végrehajtását. Azt szeretnénk, ha ön is megtapasztalná, Európa közel áll polgáraihoz, a Brüsszelben és Strasbourgban hozott döntések pedig valódi hatással vannak mindennapi életünkre. Nemrégiben készült Eurobarométer felmérések szerint az európaiak határozott uniós fellépést várnak a gazdaság, a társadalmi kohézió, a védelem, az éghajlat és a mezőgazdaság területén. E fontos célokat az Európai Parlament a hosszú távú uniós költségvetés segítségével ülteti át a gyakorlatba. Hogy hogyan? Nos, jogszabályok, célzott beruházások és programok révén, amelyek uniószerte javítják az életminőséget, munkahelyeket teremtenek és serkentik az innovációt. A parlament a védelmi politikák alakításával és az uniós országok közötti együttműködés ösztönzésével ahhoz is hozzájárul, hogy kontinensünk biztonságosabb hely legyen. Mindeközben védi Európa alapértékeit is, a demokráciát, az alapvető jogokat, a jogállamiságot és a tömegtájékoztatás szabadságát. Az Európa Napon a látogatóknak alkalmuk nyílik megismerni, hogy választott képviselőik hogyan ültetik át ezeket az elveket konkrét cselekvésbe.
Joining us on Europe Day, Marina Papadopoulou. Marina, you work as an assistant. Welcome, first of all. You work as an assistant for the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs, which is in the newly created Director General for Cohesion, Agriculture and Social Policies. For someone visiting the Parliament or listening to us today, can you explain what that means day by day?
Yes. So, as an assistant for the secretariat of a committee, our job is to help the members of parliament in their work as members of that committee. So that goes mostly what we do is we help with our legislative and non-legislative files from the moment that they choose who will work on the file to the final vote in the committee. So for example, just this week on Wednesday, I had the first vote, so the first file that I worked on from beginning to end. It's been going on since December. And now it's just been voted, and then after that, it will go to plenary. And this was the European Competitiveness Fund. So that was a very interesting part.
So in 2 weeks? In 2 weeks it goes to the plenary?
It will probably be a bit longer than that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're relatively new to this role. What drew you to working in the parliamentary committee, and what has surprised you most since you started?
Yes, so I started in September 2025. It's been almost 8 months, so I consider myself new-ish. I'm not very new, but I'm not a veteran either. My job before was in the field of human resources, and while I did enjoy that, after my contract ended, I decided that I wanted to work more in the policy-making parts of the parliament, so where more decisions are made, there is more work with the political groups, because I found that to be very interesting. And I thought, what better place to do that than the newly formed policy DGs?
And the committee assistants work behind the scenes. They support MEPs and rapporteurs, which are the MEPs in charge with a certain file, throughout the entire legislative process. Can you walk us through what happens when a new piece of legislation lands on your desk?
Yes. So when I was also a newcomer, very new, one of my colleagues from another committee gave me a very good analogy, which I would like to share, which is that the life cycle of a legislative file is like the making of a music album. So, for example, when a new piece of legislative lands on our desk, that's like when the demo track gets sent to the music studio. Then the rapporteur is chosen, so that's the face of the group. Everyone knows this person. The draft report is the first version of the album. Then the amendments are where everyone gets to say their opinion, how they want the songs to look. The compromise amendment is everyone agrees on how the final version will look. So that's the final report. It's at the end. And then when it's approved, that's when it's voted. And then when it goes to plenary, it's like the band's going on a world tour.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. And the Employment Committee deals with issues that touch millions of Europeans, jobs, working conditions, social rights. Do you ever stop and think about the real world impact of the work you are doing?
Yes. So here I'd like to share a story. So when I had just started working for the Ample Committee, I met a friend of mine who I used to work with in the past. And it's important to also note that this person is in a wheelchair. So my friend, when I met him, I told him where I worked now. And he told me, Ample, that's my favorite committee. And I thought he was making a joke because I worked there. So I thought he was saying that my committee is his favorite committee. But then he said, no, really, because they advocate for people with disabilities. And they do a lot of things. They support legislation like the European Disability Card. There's a CRPD network, which is an Ample network working group. So the CRPD is a convention on the rights of persons with disabilities. And he said that for him, this was very important, and it's a very important committee. And that touched me, and it really made me take a step back and think about the work that we do.
And the European Parliament is actually looking for more committee assistants. For a young person who loves Europe, politics and also public politics, what makes this job interesting?
Well, it's the European Parliament is such a large institution that gathers the votes of hundreds of millions of people. And so, of course, for someone who loves Europe and politics and public politics, it's the best place to work for, and especially working at the heart of the policy making, working on big files that are then voted on. I think that's a very big part for someone. It's the best place to work, and it's a very important job that we do.
I have one last question for you. If you could describe your job in 3 words, to a citizen listening to us or visiting the parliament today, what would they be?
Democracy in action, which is also the slogan of the European Parliament.
Yeah.
But if I had to give 3 separate ones, I would say coordination, policy making, and impact.
The impact on the people's life.
Yes, definitely.
Marina Papadopoulou, thanks a lot for joining us today on Europarl Audio. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Découvrez avec nous les festivités organisées pour la Journée de l'Europe et vivez la démocratie en action.
Suora lähetys Euroopan parlamentista. Eurooppa-päivää vietetään vuosittain 9. toukokuuta. Sen kunniaksi Euroopan parlamentin ovet ovat tänään avoinna kansalaisille. Päivän teemana on Tule todistamaan demokratiaa käytännössä.
Kävijät saavat tilaisuuden tutustua siihen, miten parlamentti säätää lakeja, valvoo EUn budjettia ja seuraa toimintapolitiikkaa. Tarkoituksena on osoittaa, että EU on lähellä kansalaisia ja että Brysselissä ja Strasbourgissa tehdyt päätökset vaikuttavat konkreettisesti ihmisten arkeen. Juuri valmistuneen Eurobarometritutkimuksen mukaan eurooppalaiset haluavat EUn tekevän työtä, jolla tuetaan taloutta, sosiaalista yhteenkuuluvuutta, puolustusta, ilmastoa ja maataloutta. EUn monivuotisen budjetin avulla Euroopan parlamentti pystyy muuttamaan nämä tavoitteet käytännön toimiksi. Entä kuinka se oikein tapahtuu? Parlamentti laatii lainsäädäntöä ja kehittää räätälöityjä investointeja ja ohjelmia, joilla parannetaan kansalaisten elämänlaatua, tuodaan uusia työpaikkoja ja edistetään innovointia kaikkialla EU:ssa. Parlamentti vahvistaa myös Euroopan tulevaisuutta kehittämällä puolustuspolitiikkaa ja edistämällä EU-maiden välistä yhteistyötä. Samalla se huolehtii siitä, että EUn perusarvot säilyvät. Niitä ovat demokratia, perusoikeudet, oikeusvaltio ja median vapaus. Eurooppa-päivänä kävijät saavat tilaisuuden nähdä, kuinka heidän vaaleilla valitut edustajansa muutavat nämä periaatteet konkreettisiksi teoiksi.
Joining me at the European Parliament today, David Ludder. David, welcome, first of all.
Thank you.
So you are part of the Visit at Hemicycle unit of the European Parliament. Can you explain to our listeners your job?
Yes, I think everyone sees today it's amazing to have so many people here in the European Parliament. Thousands of people learning how it works. And even though we never have it at this scale, we do this every working day throughout the year. And that's what my unit, the Visit Hemicycle unit, does. When visitors come to the European Parliament, we want to make sure that they can get an explanation, that they can experience democracy in their own language right here. So what we do in the plenary room is we show them around, but we also have specifically trained people, lecturers, to explain a little bit how does it work, why is democracy important, and why is it important that people participate in it to function.
And how people can come and visit the Parliament here in Brussels, but I suppose also in Strasbourg.
Yeah, we do it in both places. It depends a little bit the time of year on what is on offer. And more specifically, it has to do with the plenary sessions. So we have the same offer that we have in Brussels and Strasbourg during the plenary session, which means that you can come for a 90-minute visit. Sometimes this is with a member of European Parliament that can also invite groups. And sometimes this is with us from the Visit Hemicycle unit. We do the complete visit. Or you can come on your own as an individual and follow a multimedia guide. So we have specific guides in all 24 languages where you can follow it and walk around the space.
But who can apply do such a visit?
Absolutely everyone. Inside, outside of European Union, doesn't matter.
There is no minimum age?
This depends. So normally we say that because of the thing that we offer, if you want a group visit, we say minimum age should be 14 and above. But we do also, when there is a school that has a European project and they come with younger people, we're also very happy to
with
do
kids.
that.
Yeah.
The few things we do ask is that you need to have at least 10 people. Because, of course, there's a lot of people that want to visit. Just to give you an idea, we get more than 41,000 visitors a month at the Visit at Hemicycle unit. It's a lot. And we also sort of have to choose because we're limited in the capacity of rooms. We're limited in the capacity of speakers. We work, it's maybe interesting to know for the listeners, in per language sector. So all 24 languages are represented. And, of course, for example, a smaller language sector like Bulgaria will have one speaker, and the larger ones, France, Spain, Netherlands as well, have normally two speakers. And we try to do as many groups as we can, but you will also imagine that after 4.5 hours of speaking on a day, let's say I come home and when my wife asks me how my day was, I say, give me 30 minutes of silence, please.
We'll speak later. But how is this tour? I mean, they enter the building, and you conduct them immediately in the hemicycle, or you just walk them around?
So we have a special visitors area. Actually, we have two visitors buildings, but there's a special visitors area that's closed off from the main building where we are now. And we have there a big maquette. We have a nice poster showing all the different member states when they joined, and then we take them from there, from that ground floor. We take them to a lecture room. And there we really have the chance, which I think is really special and really something that nowadays is not so easy with communication, because when do you have an hour to really discuss with people what do you find important in politics, to explain what is happening at the European level. But we really have an hour to go in depth with these groups. And we do that in a lecture hall, a lecture room, and afterwards we bring them to the plenary and explain a bit more about voting procedures, about the languages. So it's a nice combination. And we always try to limit it to 90 minutes because it can be quite complex. So we also
do you receive bizarre questions from people or not?
Well, as a Dutch national that mostly speaks to Dutch speaking groups, they're a little bit famous for coming in and asking immediately what my salary is.
Really? That's the very first question.
The very first question. That's a Dutch stereotype. We get a lot of questions sometimes from very particular things in the room. For example, if you go into the plenary, there's a very big, which I think is a ventilation system on the roof. And I've had all sorts of questions from who lives there to what do you use it for. So we get, but I do think that the interesting thing about our job is also that by listening to the questions from citizens, it also teaches you to look again in a different way, because we very easily get used in this European
in a sort of bubble.
workspace bubble to talk with jargon, to take certain things for granted. So I do this work now for 3.5 years, and I've learned a lot. Because very different groups, very different questions. I can share with you what I think was the funniest group I had.
Yeah.
They all came in. Some of them, all of them had shorts and sandals on, and all different ages. And I was completely lost. I thought, what binds this group together? And it turned out that they were a fan club of a specific caravan brand. That was now a camper brand that was now camping outside of Brussels and visited the European Parliament. So you get everything. Yeah.
You get everything, yes. And what's the main reaction when the people enter the hemicycle? Because the first time I entered the hemicycle, I was a little bit overwhelmed by emotion, I would say.
It's really, I've had many different, lots of people, they are wowed by what they see, and they haven't seen such a big political or debating room. So most people are really quite in awe, I would say. But I've also had students of 15, 16-year-olds that would come in and say, oh, that's it? Different approach. But you can see it. What is interesting, I think, with schools is that the moment they come in, they get much quieter, they get much more... So you can see that they are impressed, and that is something they haven't seen yet. Yeah.
Yeah, silence, no?
Yeah, so this is also a strategy we have, that if a school is a bit rowdy, we bring them first to the plenary to instill some...
Just to calm them down.
To calm them down, yeah.
And you are working just in Brussels, or you move also to Strasbourg sometimes?
We do both. So it depends a bit on the demand. So if there are group requests for Strasbourg during plenary session, for example, from my Dutch team, one person will go. We also have requests from members of European Parliament themselves. So if they ask for a group that will come, we also help and we speak to them. And of course, then we always go. Yeah. But mostly it will be one person in Brussels and one person in Strasbourg for the larger language teams. Yeah.
Is the week during the plenary the most wanted from people or not? Not really.
It really depends on in general, yes. And especially in Brussels, it's very busy because, as many of the listeners will have seen, is that the public balcony upstairs is actually not that big here.
Yeah.
But in Strasbourg, we have it 360 degrees, so we have much more space. Here you have to really reserve months in advance. If you want to have a place during the plenary session, also taking into account that there are not that many plenary sessions in Brussels.
And do you tell the people who visit the hemicycle some fun facts or some historical moment that happened during the plenary?
No, absolutely. I think that that's very important to do the entire visit, to make it tangible, to come with concrete examples. What we do a lot is we make examples from the interpretation. Because, of course, especially with a relay, which is an extra step in interpretation, sometimes that goes very rarely, I have to say as my official line, but very rarely this goes wrong, but that leads to interesting examples. So we use sometimes from quite a while back, was a British MEP was still here that, for example, said we need fat cuts, which he meant budget cuts, austerity. But the German interpreter had understood we need fat cats. So she said that in German, and all the Germans started laughing, which, the confusion was everywhere. Yeah, so those kind of examples we try to use to make it a bit more lively. Yeah, definitely.
David Lodder, thanks a lot for joining us on Europarl Audio today.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Over heel Europa in elke taal. Europarl Audio.
Aujourd'hui, au Parlement européen, je suis avec Saskia Bricmont, eurodéputée du groupe de Verts. Saskia, bienvenue.
Merci, bonjour.
Ça va?
Ça va super.
Il y a
Quel
plein.
monde.
Ouais, il y a du monde aujourd'hui au Parlement.
Il y a du monde, ça fait plaisir parce que c'est la maison des citoyens, donc ça fait chaud au cœur qu'il y ait du monde qui soit là aujourd'hui. pour le 9
Même
mai.
si aujourd'hui les valeurs démocratiques un peu partout sont sous pression, en cette journée de l'Europe, est-ce qu'on a encore de bonnes raisons pour fêter?
Ah, mais justement, il faut fêter pour se rappeler pourquoi on a construit l'Union européenne, que signifie le 9 mai, pourquoi c'est devenu la journée de l'Europe. Et au contraire, je pense que le fait de voir du monde ici aujourd'hui, je pense, est révélateur d'un certain intérêt, malgré l'euroscepticisme qui peut être croissant face à l'évolution des politiques actuelles. Je pense que c'est un signal important que les citoyens se disent « Viens, on va aller voir ce qui se passe derrière les portes de ces institutions. »
Là-dedans.
On les pousse là-dedans, de venir à la rencontre des groupes politiques avec beaucoup d'enfants. Et c'est toujours l'occasion pour moi de discuter avec des gens qui, du coup, ont un certain intérêt pour l'Union européenne, mais veulent aussi la comprendre. Et ça nous donne à chaque fois la même leçon. Il faut qu'on arrive à parler davantage vers l'extérieur de ce qu'on fait ici au Parlement et du rôle du Parlement européen, puisque c'est la seule
comment il faut
institution élue. Je pense qu'il faut qu'on assure d'être, en tant que député, notamment sur le terrain. Être sur le terrain, c'est aller dans les écoles, aller à la rencontre des entrepreneurs, aller à la rencontre des agriculteurs. J'ai eu l'occasion de le faire énormément ces derniers temps aussi sur le traité commercial avec les pays du Mercosur, puisque c'est un sujet brûlant et qui les préoccupe énormément. Et pour eux, c'est là l'Europe, quoi. Là, ils la comprennent concrètement. Qu'est-ce que ça signifie pour nous, agriculteurs ? Il y a évidemment aussi toutes les discussions à venir sur la politique agricole commune. Ça reste le plus gros budget européen qui est redistribué dans les États membres pour l'agriculture. Il y a des réformes qui sont prévues. Et là aussi, le fait de parler avec les agriculteurs de leur réalité, de leurs pratiques, des contraintes auxquelles ils font face, notamment pour accéder à ces fonds européens, parce que c'est lourd, c'est pas évident, c'est pas une démarche qui va de soi. C'est extrêmement important d'être à leur côté, de comprendre et de pouvoir aussi leur expliquer comment ça fonctionne, comment le processus décisionnel fonctionne, parce qu'on n'est jamais seul en tant que député, on négocie tout le temps avec tous les autres groupes politiques dans l'objectif d'arriver à un accord commun du Parlement européen. Ce n'est pas la décision des Verts, des Rouges ou des Bleus, c'est la décision in fine qui est celle du Parlement européen et qui sera toujours aussi à négocier avec nos gouvernements. Et ça, peu de citoyens savent à quel point nos gouvernements pèsent aussi dans cette Europe. Ils ont tendance à renvoyer à l'Europe ce qui ne va pas, alors qu'ils décident eux-mêmes, en tant que ministre de l'Agriculture. Chaque ministre, dans chaque État membre, a son mot à dire au niveau du Conseil agriculture et négocier avec le Parlement européen une position commune. Et ça, c'est encore trop méconnu qu'il ne faut pas râler que sur la Commission européenne ou les parlementaires quand des choses n'évoluent pas dans le bon sens. C'est aussi nos gouvernements qui sont responsables de la construction européenne.
Les prochains budgets à long terme, il va discuter aussi de la politique agricole commune. Et en fait, là, quelque chose va changer. Est-ce que les agriculteurs ils sont contents de ça ou pas?
Les agriculteurs, à juste titre, sont mécontents aujourd'hui parce que le budget de la politique agricole commune va diminuer, selon la proposition qui est mise sur la table actuellement par la Commission européenne. Pour nous, il ne doit pas diminuer, au contraire, puisque les besoins augmentent. Par contre, ce qu'on veut en tant que groupe écologiste, c'est faire en sorte que les fonds européens contribuent aussi à la transition du milieu agricole vers des pratiques de plus en plus agroécologiques qui se passent de plus en plus de pesticides. En Wallonie, on a d'excellents exemples de pratiques qui vont dans cette direction-là et qui fonctionnent, qui permettent un rendement, qui permettent de continuer à produire en utilisant le moins possible d'engrais chimiques, de pesticides et de se tourner vers les pratiques agroécologiques. Mais il faut des leviers politiques, des leviers économiques, parce que l'Europe a poussé l'agriculture vers une agriculture intensive, industrielle, productive, avec aussi derrière l'utilisation des pesticides, une industrie chimique qui a fait la promotion de tous ces produits. Les fonds européens ont encouragé dans cette direction-là pendant des décennies. Et pour des raisons sanitaires et écologiques et de sécurité alimentaire, aujourd'hui, il faut que les fonds européens servent à accompagner l'agriculture, mais chaque agriculteur individuellement dans sa ferme vers des pratiques qui sont de plus en plus agroécologiques. C'est un bienfait d'abord pour lui, l'agriculteur, l'agricultrice, qui n'utilise plus de produits qui provoquent des cancers. C'est évidemment un bienfait aussi pour les consommateurs qui ont des produits localement et sainement. Et c'est évidemment aussi un bienfait pour l'environnement, puisque aujourd'hui notre environnement est à bout. L'eau, l'air, le sol sont à bout. Et donc on doit faire en sorte que l'ensemble des politiques, on parle ici de la politique agricole, mais l'ensemble des politiques aillent dans cette direction-là.
Et sur la politique agricole pèse aussi la question énergétique.
Oui, tout à fait. Et le secteur souffre énormément aujourd'hui avec la crise liée à la guerre en Iran, le blocage du détroit d'Ormuz. On est encore extrêmement dépendant pour toutes les utilisations, y compris agricoles, des énergies fossiles. Et donc on voit bien à quel point, là aussi, on a besoin d'avoir une vraie politique européenne forte avec un accompagnement économique, parce qu'il faut des fonds européens qui permettent d'avancer tous ensemble dans la même direction. La Commission européenne a rappelé cette direction, cette volonté d'aller vers les énergies renouvelables et de se rendre indépendant sur le plan énergétique. Donc c'est bien qu'elle le rappelle. Sauf que on sait à quel point le pacte vert aujourd'hui n'est plus la boussole de la Commission européenne. Le pacte vert qui avait été adopté en 2019 et qui était le pacte européen qui visait à faire avancer tous les secteurs industriels, économiques, agricoles, dans la même direction pour atteindre nos objectifs climatiques de neutralité carbone en 2050, il n'est plus en tant que tel sur la table aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, ce qu'on entend de la part de la majorité conservatrice européenne, c'est compétitivité, compétitivité, compétitivité. Et
les deux mots, ils vont pas ensemble.
Pour moi, ils vont 100% ensemble. On ne va pas continuer à avoir une économie compétitive si elle n'est pas durable. Pourquoi ? Parce que les ressources sont limitées partout. Et c'est pour ça que se passer des énergies fossiles dont on dépend trop aussi encore dans notre industrie aujourd'hui, ou pour les ménages. Enfin, c'est une question évidemment écologique de sortir des énergies fossiles, de développer massivement le renouvelable et de devenir indépendant sur le plan énergétique, mais c'est aussi une question sociale. Parce que les premiers à trinquer de factures énergétiques hautes, c'est les ménages, les plus vulnérables d'abord, mais ce sont aussi tous les indépendants comme les boulangers qui dépendent énormément d'énergie pour produire leur pain. Et donc ce sont des indépendants ou des PME qui sont vulnérables aujourd'hui et qui, si elles pouvaient compter sur des communautés locales d'énergie pour avoir une énergie renouvelable produite localement, seraient beaucoup moins vulnérables à la hausse des prix du gaz et de l'électricité. Idem pour les agriculteurs, puisque fatalement le milieu agricole dépend largement des énergies fossiles. Les engrais sont faits à partir des énergies fossiles aussi. Et donc, en fait, on est mal dans la situation actuelle, puisqu'on n'a pas suffisamment encouragé cette transition des différents milieux vers les énergies renouvelables, vers l'agroécologie qui ne dépend plus de ces engrais issus des énergies fossiles. Et donc on voit bien que toutes les crises successives nous poussent dans la même direction, celle de la durabilité, le fait de devenir beaucoup plus indépendant sur le plan énergétique, souverain sur le plan alimentaire, et avoir des politiques européennes renforcées. Et c'est vrai que la tendance actuelle ne va pas dans cette direction-là, et c'est un calcul de trop court terme, parce que à terme, notre économie sera compétitive si elle est durable.
Mais vous ne croyez pas que dans ces moments géopolitiques, la Commission va un peu revenir sur le Green Deal à cause exactement pour la guerre?
J'espère effectivement qu'elle va se rendre compte que le Green Deal était la bonne direction qu'elle avait empruntée en 2019 et qui, pour des raisons plus politiques et idéologiques que rationnelles, a été abandonné. Alors, certains diront que le pacte vert n'est pas abandonné, sauf que
presque
on est rentré...
tous les députés que j'ai écoutés aujourd'hui, ils ont dit la même chose, que c'est pas abandonné.
Mais oui, dans les mots, dans les paroles, les objectifs restent, mais on voit mal comment on va atteindre nos objectifs si la Commission européenne dérégule depuis plus d'1 an et demi maintenant, depuis les élections. On est en train de déréguler. La Commission européenne vient de mettre sur notre table, par exemple, le fait de diminuer les restrictions en matière de produits chimiques dans nos cosmétiques, d'autoriser que ces produits restent sur le marché, même si on sait qu'ils contiennent des composants cancérigènes, de les tolérer plus longtemps sur le marché pour permettre à l'industrie de s'adapter le temps de les retirer. Mais pendant ce temps-là, vous continuez à les mettre sur votre peau et ils sont cancérigènes. les consommateurs attendent de l'Union européenne des mesures fortes en la matière. Je veux dire, on est protégé, notre santé est protégée par l'Europe. C'est ça qu'on attend. Quand on pense Europe, on pense normes environnementales, on pense normes sanitaires. Or, ici, la Commission européenne, et c'est un exemple parmi beaucoup trop d'autres exemples de dérégulation, donc de retour en arrière sur des normes, notamment environnementales. Et pourquoi ? Parce qu'au nom de la compétitivité, la Commission européenne a tendance à écouter davantage l'industrie pharma, l'industrie chimique, l'industrie automobile allemande pour exporter les voitures, plutôt que l'intérêt général européen, à savoir la santé des Européens, des Européennes et le respect de l'environnement. Donc, j'adore les entendre dire que le pacte vert est encore d'application et que, entre guillemets, tout va bien, mais quand on regarde les politiques qui sont en cours actuellement par une majorité de droite conservatrice et les objectifs à atteindre, c'est difficile en fait de voir comment on va atteindre nos objectifs si le cap n'est pas à nouveau repris, celui du pacte vert, réellement, dans l'ensemble des politiques, pour faire en sorte que toutes les politiques contribuent, agricoles, industrielles, économiques, rentrer dans une logique de circularité dans laquelle on va de moins en moins dépendre aussi des énergies fossiles d'une part, mais aussi de tout ce qu'on appelle les matières premières critiques et qu'on exploite dans le sous-sol de pays tiers, Chili, Afrique et d'autres. On est beaucoup trop dépendant des Chinois aujourd'hui en la matière pour importer ces matières premières critiques pour nos smartphones, pour nos batteries de véhicules électriques, pour notre transition écologique européenne. Et donc, diminuer via une économie circulaire le besoin de ces ressources en développant des entreprises qui permettent de recycler, réutiliser, upcycler, en tout cas utiliser ce qu'on a avant de consommer neuf, extrêmement important parce qu'il faut savoir qu'aujourd'hui, tous ces smartphones s'en vont d'Europe, ne sont pas, donc les matières premières qui sont dedans ne sont pas récupérées par des entreprises européennes. Donc on perd en milliards, on perd en ressources, on perd en souveraineté aussi énergétique au niveau européen. Et donc, voilà, entre les mots et les actes, il y a malheureusement un grand écart et c'est pour ça que nous, en tant qu'écologistes, on tient le cap aussi parce qu'effectivement, on est persuadé qu'on allait dans la bonne direction et quand on sort, aujourd'hui on est au Parlement européen et les gens viennent vers nous, mais quand on sort du Parlement européen et qu'on va vers tous les entrepreneurs qui vont dans cette direction-là, les agriculteurs qui vont dans cette direction-là, de la transition, de l'économie circulaire, de l'agroécologie, même les industries qui ont adopté des plans de décarbonation parce qu'ils savent qu'ils doivent à un moment donné adapter leurs techniques, ça donne un espoir de dingue. Et de se dire, en fait, c'est le politique qui déconne. Le politique, ce n'est qu'un cycle. Il y aura des élections bientôt. On peut espérer que les groupes politiques reviennent tous à la raison et se rendre compte qu'en fait, il est de notre intérêt à toutes, à tous, de remettre le pacte vert au cœur des décisions politiques européennes.
J'ai une dernière question pour vous. En ce jour de la Journée de l'Europe, quel message voulez-vous adresser aux citoyens qui visitent le Parlement aujourd'hui ?
D'abord, les remercier d'être là, de venir un samedi, en plus il fait super beau dehors, visiter les institutions européennes, dire qu'on est à leur disposition aussi. S'ils ont des questions, envie de discuter avec nous, on est évidemment là aux différents stands des groupes politiques et moi au groupe des Verts pour discuter avec eux. Et j'ai envie de leur dire que si ils ressentent cette énergie européenne ici au cœur de l'Europe, qu'ils n'hésitent pas à en parler autour d'eux et à parler de ce qu'ils ont vu, des gens qu'ils ont rencontrés ici et de l'importance à un moment donné aussi d'aller voter. En Belgique, le vote est obligatoire pour le moment, en tout cas encore, mais dans la plupart des pays européens, ce n'est pas le cas. Il y a trop peu de participation et on voit qu'au moins il y a de participation aux élections, au plus les extrêmes l'emportent. Et donc, si on veut un système démocratique, si on veut une Europe qui avance, allez voter pour des groupes pro-européens, démocratiques. Évidemment, les écologistes, j'ai envie de dire, puisque je suis écolo, mais tout le monde ne l'est pas. Mais en tout cas, faire le choix démocratique d'aller voter et de voter pour des partis démocratiques, on le voit en Hongrie, à quel point c'est essentiel. Les Hongrois nous remercient de ne pas les avoir lâchés, d'avoir continué à croire avec eux en un renouveau démocratique. Et donc, il y a eu plus d'une décennie d'autoritarisme d'Orban, de recul de l'état de droit. Ils ont expérimenté l'extrême droite et ils en sont revenus. Et ils veulent revenir vers l'Union européenne, vers la démocratie, défendre les droits des minorités sexuelles. Et c'est ça aussi l'Europe.
Saskia Brikmont, eurodéputée du groupe de Verts, merci beaucoup pour
Merci
être
à
avec
vous.
nous. Bonne
Merci
journée de
beaucoup.
l'Europe.
Bonne journée de l'Europe.
Partout en Europe, dans toutes les langues.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
Europarl Audio.
L'Union européenne, plus proche de vous grâce à notre programme audio multilingue.
Livesändning från Europaparlamentet. Idag öppnar Europaparlamentet sina dörrar för besökare att komma och fira Europadagen. Årets slogan är "Kom och upplev levande demokrati på nära håll". Du får se hur lagstiftningsarbetet går till och hur parlamentet bevakar budgeten och den politik som förs. Du får se hur de beslut som fattas i Bryssel och Strasbourg påverkar vår vardag. Opinionsundersökningar från Europarl har visat att folk vill att EU ska vara aktivt inom ekonomi, social sammanhållning, försvar, klimat och jordbruksstöd. Europaparlamentet använder EUs långtidsbudget för att omsätta de här prioriteringarna i praktiken. Hur då? Jo, det görs med lagstiftning men också med specifika investeringar och program som förbättrar livskvaliteten, skapar nya jobb och främjar innovation i hela EU. Parlamentet bidrar också till europeisk säkerhet med sitt arbete i försvarsfrågor och genom att underlätta samarbetet mellan EU-länderna. Samtidigt slår parlamentet vakt om EUs grundläggande värden: demokrati, grundläggande rättigheter, rättsstatsprincipen och mediefriheten. På Europadagen får besökarna se hur de här prioriteringarna värnas och omsätts i konkreta beslut av våra folkvalda.
Vier Europadag de hele dag lang met ons mee en ontdek democratie in actie.
Live fra Europaparlamentet. I anledning af Europadagen står Europaparlamentets døre i dag åbne for besøgende under sloganet "Kom og se et levende demokrati". Besøgende kan opleve, hvordan parlamentet arbejder med lovforslag, holder øje med budgetter og fører tilsyn med EU's politik. Formålet med dagen er at vise den tætte forbindelse, der er mellem EU og europæerne, og at de beslutninger, der tages i Bruxelles og Strasbourg, har en reel indflydelse på vores hverdag. Nye Eurobarometer-undersøgelser viser, at europæerne ønsker, at EU handler på områderne økonomi, social samhørighed, forsvar, klima og landbrugsstøtte. Parlamentet bruger EU's langsigtede budget til at føre disse prioriteter ud i livet. Hvordan? Gennem lovgivning, målrettede investeringer og programmer, der forbedrer livskvaliteten, skaber job og fremmer innovation i hele EU. Parlamentet bidrager også til sikkerheden i EU ved at opfordre til samarbejde på tværs af EU-landene og være med til at udforme forsvarspolitik. På samme tid forsvarer det EU's grundlæggende værdier, som er demokrati, de grundlæggende menneskerettigheder, retsstatsprincippet og mediefrihed. Europadagen giver de besøgende mulighed for at se, hvordan værdierne omsættes til konkret handling under opsyn af vores folkevalgte EU-politikere.
Bienvenue à la Journée de l'Europe.
2026, en direct de Bruxelles. Europarl Audio.
La démocratie en action.
We're live at the European Parliament for Europe Day, and joining me, Freya Windel. She's a colleague of the European Parliament, a colleague of mine, and she's part of the DG part. It's quite a weird name. People will not know what it is. Can you explain to us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name's Freya Windel, and I'm happy to be with you. You're absolutely right. DG part. What on
What's
earth could that be? So it's when you hear it, it's actually quite easy. So part stands for Parliamentary Democracy Partnerships.
So you deal with other parliaments?
Yes, essentially speaking, that's our work. So as a parliament, we speak with and to other parliaments. That is for one, if you think of two pillars,
Yes.
to simplify it, we have the EU 27 that have their own national parliaments. So the European Parliament will speak to these EU 27 national parliaments in the different frameworks there are to come to an exchange or about, let's take a topic that everybody's aware of, artificial intelligence. So we had scheduled the AI weeks a couple of days ago with interparliamentary committee meetings. So parliaments meet other parliaments, national parliamentarians meet members of the European Parliament and come to a common conclusion on a certain topic, for example. That would be the one column. We also have a second column because parliamentary democracy partnerships can be global, on a global scale, given the situation,
Yes.
the geopolitical world. Europe cannot stand alone and work alone.
Especially today.
Right. Nobody can do anything alone, as we know. And so in DG Part, we have external offices that are placed in key positions around the world. That is, for example, to the United Nations in New York, so a multilateral system, and we exchange with them. Or let's take another part of the world, Africa. We have the African Union, again, a very big agglomeration of different national parliaments in one space. So we have representatives there that facilitate the exchanges. And looking at possible extension of the European Union, we have two new offices that were opened in the last year, and that is in Chisinau and Tirana, so the Eastern Partnership and Western Partnership. Antenna is what we call them.
Antenna, it means that these are places, physical places where the European Union has an office.
Right. And just to clarify, we don't open our own office and rent a whole new building for ourselves. We use offices of the delegations that are already in place. So we share office space with other people from the European Commission, External Action Service, and work together with them there. That's why it's an antenna. It's not a standalone external office.
Freya, you said three important words for the European Parliament. That is to say, parliamentary, democracy, and partnership.
Right.
You have a motto of your DG, no? You are advancing democracy and connecting parliaments.
So it is.
So, specifically, what's the job of this Directorate General? So what's for this interchange, this exchange with other parliaments?
Well, it's what you call parliamentary diplomacy. So we facilitate exchanges between members and other members. So let's think of the EPLO Washington. The EPLO stands for European Parliament Liaison Office, and we have very many of these throughout the world, but two are managed by DG Part, so that's the one in Washington. And when our people from this European Parliament travel there, so our members, they need to speak to other members in the US. And so our office will help facilitate the dialogue. That can be by identifying key interlocutors for our people when they come on a delegation and setting up the relevant meetings. It can be just providing the space for them to find the opportunity to meet. It can be setting up an info session or, for example, now with Pride coming up, which is a big celebration also here in Brussels, our EPLO there will be helping organizing events and representing just the European values, if you so want. So human rights, how do we carry them to the outside? How do we show them? How do we believe in them and live them? And why are they so relevant? And so we would be present, for example, in the Pride celebrations in Washington.
So it's a political exchange, I would say, trying to focus on democracy, isn't it?
Well, yes, our focus will always be on democracy. We're the European Parliament, and we promote democracy as such.
You promote democracy everywhere. And what would you say to the people coming today at the Parliament? Because we've seen hundreds, thousands of people today here at the Parliament.
It's full.
If you would say one thing about democracy to the people visiting the parliament, what would you say?
I'd say democracy is essential. I'd say that me personally wouldn't want to live without democracy. And when I work with the children, we have a stand especially dedicated to families and children where we color maps and we look at maps and we locate Europe and we see how small Europe is in the world and that we are democracies, and we look at everything that is around us, which is huge, and we see that the majority, and way above 50%, according to a study by VDEM, is actually an autocracy, or at least states that are not in
Less
the democratic
democratic
category. And that is just when you become aware of the fact that how lucky we are. And that's when I say democracy is essential. If we want human rights, if us as women, like we are now, want to just chat about this topic freely and openly without being restricted or criticized or persecuted maybe for what we are saying, to me it's essential.
And maybe not take anything for granted.
Yeah, definitely not. We have to fight for democracy, and that's why it's so good to see so many people here and the interest in it itself and visiting and learning.
Freya Windel, thanks a lot for joining us on Europarl Audio. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being there.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Schalten Sie ein und erleben Sie Demokratie in Bewegung.
Ao vivo do Parlamento Europeu. Hoje, o Parlamento Europeu abre as suas portas aos cidadãos para as comemorações do Dia da Europa, sob o lema Venha ver a democracia em ação. Os visitantes podem explorar a forma como o Parlamento elabora a legislação, supervisiona o orçamento da UE e acompanha as políticas. O objetivo é mostrar que a Europa está perto dos seus cidadãos e que as decisões tomadas em Bruxelas e Estrasburgo têm um impacto real na nossa vida cotidiana. Segundo inquéritos Eurobarómetro recentes, os europeus querem que a UE intervenha nos domínios da economia, da coesão social, da defesa, do clima e do apoio à agricultura. O Parlamento Europeu utiliza o orçamento de longo prazo da União para transformar estas prioridades em ações concretas. De que forma? Através de legislação, investimentos e programas específicos que melhorem a qualidade de vida, criem emprego e promovam a inovação em toda a UE. O Parlamento também contribui para a segurança europeia, definindo políticas de defesa e incentivando a cooperação entre os Estados-membros. Ao mesmo tempo, protege os valores fundadores da Europa: democracia, direitos fundamentais, Estado de Direito e liberdade dos meios de comunicação social. As comemorações do Dia da Europa dão aos visitantes a oportunidade de ver como estas prioridades se traduzem em decisões concretas e são acompanhadas pelos nossos representantes eleitos.
Okay.
Joining us today, the member of the European Parliament, Katri Kulmuni from the Renew Europe group. Welcome.
Thank you.
So let's start with your work on environmental and climate issue. Are these topics still at the top of Parliament's agenda?
Well, definitely, because they are so interrooted into all of the legislation. Of course, time has changed. We have now other big issues on the agenda, likewise, the war in Ukraine, constant battle with the tariffs with the United States, but still, obviously, the question how to cut emissions and what to do with global warming is definitely on the agenda.
And how can the EU balance ambitious climate goals with the need to protect industry, farmers, jobs, and especially in rural areas like part of Finland, for example?
Yeah, well, considered from Brussels, I'd say out of Finland is somewhat rural because it's so vast and we are so few. But I say that the biggest thing is to make everything as smartly as possible. If we take always the newest technology, and I'd say if we have a market-based system, so if the emission is more expensive than the other renewable bio-based solutions, so of course people will choose themselves. and so will the industry likewise. But the question is, of course, then that if we do not have technology yet, then we need to have some sort of support mechanism. But I'd say for many of the Nordics, which has been already cutting emissions very heavily, our electricity system is over 90% clean. We use very much renewable energy, and we have a very cold winter. So if we can do it, anybody can do it in Europe.
You sit in the committee dealing with the environment, climate, and food safety. What about the energy safety and the food market?
Yeah, one cannot really do environmental or agricultural policies without taking into note the energy issue, because it's so vital for all of us. And in that sense, it's a bit pity that energy is issued in one committee, where I'm substitute as well in the industry, research and energy, environmental issues and in the one committee, and then agricultural and rural issues are in the third committee, and they are all interlinked. And obviously we do work a lot together, but in the energy question, I'd likewise say that it is crucial to get rid of the fossil fuels, but we would need to make it in a way that everyone follows up. But if there is a market incentive, entrepreneurs, people will obviously buy the thing which is cheapest. And if we can create a system where the renewable ones are the cheapest, we are not yet there. It's not a perfect world, but we have a pathway there. So I'd say that's the most crucial thing. And obviously it is also that if national states would have a strong economy, so they could then make the energy taxes lower, or then supplement the taxes for the renewables likewise. But unfortunately, it isn't the system with many of the states currently.
What does it take to make everything,
to make
this happen?
Yeah. Of course, it's a development. It won't happen tomorrow. Finland has a very ambitious goal to be climate neutral in 2035. Well, there are many things that affects it. Europe has a level of 2050. I believe it is reasonable. It is possible to get to the 2050 climate neutrality, but it needs to have a lot of new technology, and we need to get many of the businesses going forward. And then we need to understand that if we truly want to get rid of the fossil fuels, we need to make the market more attractive to the alternative renewable sources. And it's a long path for many of the countries, but hopefully the consistency would be there, because if it's wise environmentally, if it's wise economically, then I'd see no reason why to stick on fossil fuels, because only Netherlands can have fossils. Not any other country in the European Union have fossils.
Do you believe that the EU is moving fast enough with competitors such as the United States and China about research and competitiveness?
Well, the competition is really tough, I must admit, and all of these players play a bit differently. Obviously, the Trump administration is somewhat different than the previous one. We've got already many of the very top of the skill researchers heading back to Europe, where they considered that the US would be the place to work. But if there is limitations from the government side, which are the topics to research, that's not free research. And then we need to remind that China is a one-party communistic system, so they have totally different system. But I believe despite the Trump administration, despite that China is one-party system, both of them will be in long perspective heading to cutting the emissions likewise.
They're ready, at least China.
At least China has, and in United States, where the regions and the states have a very, very independent role, so no doubt that many of the states that are willing to attract renewable energy investments to their part. So hopefully, the competition is really tough in that sense, and the world has changed somewhat, that one cannot be naive with the goals that both US and China has. So Europe shouldn't be naive. We should do our best to have the researchers here and put all the effort for the excellency, because compared to United States, we are 100 million people or more, so we should have all the possibilities, but yet we still need to have many of the investments and the profits that we are now currently lacking. But we have all the possibilities.
The European Union is currently working on the next long-term budget, and the Parliament is pushing for having more funds.
Yeah.
At least 10% more
Yeah.
than what the European Commission is proposing. Where the fund will go?
Well, I believe the national states and the council will never approve. They won't approve the council position, and obviously they won't approve the parliament's position. And I'm actually, I think from the national point of view, because it's national states' money, I think the budget proposal from the council, from the commission was too high, and then parliament even added more money. We need to consider the very difficult situation many national states are, that they are huge budget deficits. So in these kinds of times, we really need to concentrate also what is the most important thing we do. And obviously many of the majority of the money goes to agricultural sector, goes to regional policies. Then there are big funds related to research, for example, or competitiveness. And then there will be some more money to security, which I believe everyone supports. But still, I believe the Commission proposal, even the Parliament proposal, was way too high, and the Council will never approve it. But yeah, we will have a new budget some point.
It's for sure that.
For sure, now the timeline is until end of the year, but usually it has taken a bit longer. But maybe next summer, 27, we already know what's the final deal.
And finally, Europe Day is about bringing citizens close to the European democracy. What does Europe Day personally mean to you?
Well, now working as a member of the European Parliament, it's nice to see that the house is full of life on Europe Day. Of course, it's somewhat pity that not everyone in Europe has the possibility to see the building, but I hope that it would become a day that also from the other regions, the people would have possibilities to visit these institutions, because we work for them. Everyone has been elected here from their national states, but then the legislation we do, and finally when we negotiate for the whole of the 450 million Europeans. So perhaps the Europe Day is so far a bit artificial, but when the decades pass, it becomes rooted to the life of Europeans.
Katri Kulmuni, thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And happy Europe Day.
Join us all day for the Europe Day celebrations and witness democracy in action.
And that's a wrap for Europarl Audio's Europe Day live coverage. What a day it has been, so many voices, stories and conversation from the heart of the European democracy. A very special thanks to our director, Cativa Ibel, to Vera Buffalo and Winton Merz, and to every single member of our audio and video technical team who worked behind the scene today to make this broadcast possible. And from me personally, Simona Volta, thank you for spending part of your Europe Day with us. It has been a privilege to be your host, but this isn't a goodbye just yet. Europe Days continues next Sunday, the 17th of May. The European Parliament opens its doors in Strasbourg. We hope to see you there. Until then, take care and keep believing in this project we call European Union.
You are listening to
Europe Day 2026.
live from Brussels.
Europarl Audio. Democracy in action.